difference that I freaking adore is like Friday nights in the US at least are very like party, you go out, like, bars or whatever. Friday nights in Sweden are about like staying in with comfort food and like warm blankets and like watching TV. I am here for it.
That's awesome. All right. I think we're live. I'm just going to tweet and then we're good to go.
Sounds good. Time to learn how to not suck at Dota.
Yeah.
Or suck maybe marginally less at Dota. That'd be nice. Yeah, I don't think my first goal will not be don't suck. I think my first goal will be suck less. So.
Well, so I guess that's what I was going to ask was kind of what are your goals? What roles do you want to play? Kind of what do you want to focus on? Because I think a lot of times when I start coaching with people, you get that like people are just like raise MMR and like MMR is the symptom of getting better, not the process of getting better, right? So so what have you been playing recently? Like what are some of the heroes you've been like working on? What are kind of things that you think you could improve on, or things that you just want to be better at?
Sure. So I typically, when playing with friends or when playing, I guess, solo queuing ranked, I typically play 4 or 5. I prefer 4. I feel like there's more impact I can have in the offlane, and I enjoy that dynamic a lot more than the 5, which I feel like I could do an okay 5, but I just feel like it's less fun. Not that it's like less valuable. I just find the kind of duties and gameplay a little bit less fun. I play some 3, but my hero pool for that is really, really small because I'm usually the lower MMR player in my groups of friends, I usually get relegated to a support role.
Right.
So there hasn't been a lot of opportunity for me to learn 3. But in terms of heroes, I would say for 4, let me pull up the heroes so I don't forget somebody. I love Treant. I love Ancient Apparition.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah,
so a lot of those are those are like what most people like. A lot of those I think are in stacks, and that's what most people who play with me know I play.
Yep.
If you scroll down more, I think there's a whole set of me learning. I mean, at least me playing a couple of games trying to learn Darkseer. I also love playing Bounty Hunter. Let's see, what else do I have in here? Also play, let's see, Tree, I said that. Snapfire. Ench. I can play Witch Doctor 5, but I don't really like to play him.
Yeah.
Elsewhere.
A lot of tree games. Damn.
Oh yeah, so there was some of this is also if I get really cranky and my MMR starts, and I know you said it's a symptom, but if my MMR starts dropping because perhaps I don't feel like I'm able to like make up for, and I'm shit, and I admit it, but like there are definitely games where I feel like I had a solid play for my MMR bracket, but maybe I couldn't make up enough for the deficiencies on my team. Tree is one of those that can like, I feel like at least create a buffer by things like the heals and the tower healing everything. It kind of make up for some misplays.
Right.
So I went on a bit of a win streak with Tree trying to get out of Herald because Herald was sucking my soul out.
Yeah.
And I, to be honest, I don't think Guardian is any different. But I'm also open. I love playing new heroes. When I'm looking at kind of like my heroes that I've played, there's a lot that I've played like 5 to 10 games on, and then that like very hero puddle of people I've played like many more games on. So
okay, cool. Well, so maybe let's maybe I'll
I love your boss offlaners.
Yeah,
so I get stream up. Yeah, that's awesome.
The boss offlaners, I got the spicy offlaners, and then like all the other ones. This was what I was using when I was grinding ranked, because I was like, okay, my hero's right up here, like nice and big. I really like the ability to customize these things. My biggest wish is just that you could export these and share them with other people. Like
Ooh,
I
yeah.
use, like, this one that I have up right now is what I use a lot when I'm drafting, like for captain's mode and stuff, because I can, I can just kind of think to myself, like, okay, we need somebody that gives us vision. Like, we need to be able to see what they're doing because they have like a bunch of hard initiators. So I like look over here. I'm like, oh, okay, we have bounty for track. We have Nyx to scout it out in biz. We have Beastmaster with Hawks, stuff like that. Like DPS. We need damage. Okay, cool. We'll go to the DPS thing. And so I've got a bunch of heroes like duplicated across these categories and stuff. But like, it's really nice for drafting if I'm just like, fuck, like what's just like a tanky piece of shit we can put in front of them, and I can just like look at this instead of like having to go through. So yeah.
Yes, I would. I don't know who is in chat, La Petite Mort, but
Yeah.
I would 100% add you. I love having more people to play with, and it's great to have more people in my bracket too because they tend to be less judgmental when I'm. Oh, I forgot to add the other offlaner that I sometimes play is Viper.
Okay.
Less, I would say, like I think he's a little. Okay, this might be an ignorant opinion, but like I think he's a little easier to play.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And so less fun though. Like I don't know if I'm just a glutton for punishment, but the harder the hero, the more fun I have. So that's not saying I want to like suddenly jump into like Meepo or something, but
hey Phage, how's it going?
Yeah, I think Viper sometimes for me is a little too just like I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems less. I don't know how to describe it. Just a little less fun, but
cool.
Anyway.
All right. So I've got a pretty good sense. So I think what I'll kind of go into, I'll talk just like for a bit first, and then we can kind of get into deciding like how we want to analyze gameplay and stuff. But I would say kind of the big thing is if you're gonna play 3s or 4s or 5s, so whenever I've evolved as a Dota player, whenever I've like moved up a bracket and started accelerating my play and gaining MMR, has been, I go into this anecdote a lot, is that like I've never really like gained MMR by just playing pubs over and over. I've always gained MMR after I play seriously with a team for a long time. I'll scrim nonstop with a team for a couple months. We'll play like some amateur tournament. We'll lose it, and then I'll go back to ranked and be like, okay, well, I guess we'll play some ranked now, and the games will feel easy as shit. I'll be like, what? Holy crap! Everybody's so bad. It feels like, Neo just like discovered the Matrix. You're just like, whoa, I can do anything. It's crazy. Because you've been training in an environment that's conductive to training, and then you just gain skill without realizing it because you don't have an MMR number attached to that training process, right? So, and for me, what really, like, I find happens when I have those bursts of gain is I'll realize something new about the overarching theory of Dota. I'll get a new idea about just a philosophy of the way I want to play versus learning a new individual skill, right? It's not about knowing how Invoker spells all work. It's knowing where you have to be and how his tool set impacts the game and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So if you're playing kind of that 3-4-5 role,
Can we try? Unless it's an emergency, can we stick with offlane?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, offlane's my specialty, but yeah.
Okay, because I will play the 5 if people need it, but like I feel a lot like a 5 is a lot more dependent on others. Like you can do a lot, like you're supposed to provide vision. I get that, like stacks, and you can support, of course, but like I felt at least maybe I'm just bad 5, but I felt like I was a lot more dependent on my cores than when I play offlane, where I feel like I'm less dependent.
Yeah.
So
4 and 5 are shockingly different to like if you don't know better.
Yes,
like,
yeah. 4 is fun.
Yeah.
That's my distinction.
And I think like what I was gonna get into is just kind of this philosophy of like kind of controlling a game, which I think is what a lot of 3-4 players understand, which is why I think there's a lot of crossover. Like I personally identify as a 3-4 player. When people ask me what do I play, I'm like, oh, I play 3, sometimes 4, like, and I think a lot of people that play offlane or 4 position will interchange between the two roles because the game philosophy is the same in both roles.
Okay.
And to me, what that kind of overarching idea is is basically that you are a tempo controller, right? You, as an offlaner or as a 4 position, are the one pushing the game forward and making every next phase of the game happen faster. The quicker you get to kind of your start, the start of your game, your first item, your level 6, your first talent, whatever it happens to be, the harder you can impact the game and the more you can change what happens. So I think you might have watched my stream on just like how Collapse never loses a lane, and what boggled my mind was that, like, you know, he was put into these matches, like he was put in Ursa versus Tidehunter lane, which is terrible for Tidehunter. Like, Tide should lose that 10 times out of 10. But he still came out of it. Is that
because of those swipes, or?
Yeah, because Kraken Shell usually helps you avoid damage from normal right clickers, but Ursa just stacks on that extra damage with Fury swipes. And Tide doesn't have any real innate gap creators, or he doesn't have like a relocation ability. So if Ursa gets on you with, you know, a slow or a Orb of Venom or something, you're just fucking dead. Like, maybe you Ravage to save yourself, but like you can't do that all the time, right? So when I was analyzing Collapse, I started that stream with the question of how the fuck did he come out of this lane okay? And so what I came away from it with was, a combination of things. Was Mira was a really great 4, drew away the 5's attention a lot, so it was just kind of a 1v1 matchup. He altered his skill build to make sure that he got the right, make sure that he got what he needed. He separated the creep wave really well and manipulated it to make sure that he was never really face to face with the Ursa. And as soon as he got kind of his first, his boots, his first item, he was having a much easier time maneuvering around the Ursa, and I think he went into phase boots as well, so he could kind of create that gap, and it kind of solved that problem of having no way to get away from the bear that's chasing you, right? So it was a combination of things, but ultimately what I was really trying to piece out was, how does he maintain his tempo in a lane that he's supposed to lose, right? Because if he fails that, if he ends up behind, if he dies 1 or 2 times, then somebody else on the team has to pick up the tempo. Toronto Tokyo or Yatoro have to come out of the woodwork and start fights and be the person to rotate out to mid with the first catapult and pressure buildings and stuff. And your game starts to fall apart if one of your cores has to do that, right? So for me, that's kind of the big thing. And on any hero, it's a matter of, okay, how do we take this hero's kit, grow it to a point where it becomes impactful, and then how do we go, punch the game in the face, basically. So for example, still talking about kind of 3-4 strategy together, looking at Tree and Protector, he's got kind of 2 really big early power spikes. One is when he gets his ultimate, obviously Overgrowth, big team fight ability. You can definitely net a kill or maybe 2 off of it. And then B is when you get your Meteor Hammer, I'd say. Because as soon as you get the Meteor Hammer, you become a solo split-pushing threat. You start to be able to cut waves, you start to be able to hit towers. And when you get that, you instantly become a threat on the game. For other heroes...
I have a question about that. Because I think when I play in my own MMR bracket, I love that kind of approach with Tree, because you can be... I guess... I don't know what the proper term for it is, but I love playing heroes that can be a pest. I want to be a thorn in someone's side. I want to be kind of disrupting what's going on, and that's a really fun kind of play style for me. For sure. But one of the things that I was told repeatedly by folks that I played with was, if you play with people who are better than you, you can't do that. So stop building Meteor Hammer on Tree, because you're not going to get away with it if you're playing with people who are better than you. So then I switched and I went more just heal bot build. Less fun because it's more fun to be a pest, but I'm wondering, especially in the offlane, it feels so much more impactful to have those kind of disruptive split push, harassy kind of abilities or items. And is that something where you just have to practice it and it'll be fine, get over it and just do it until you're better, or is it really just kind of avoid it if you're playing?
Yeah, and it's kind of disappointing to hear that being said, because for the singular game, what they say makes sense. Because if you're below the level of play that you're playing at, you're more likely to be read. The other team's going to be able to see what you're doing and react to it better. So there's more of a chance that you get caught doing something like that, and the more you end up with the opportunity to just get shut down, right? But theoretically, you shouldn't try to be less impact because you're worried about it failing, right? For your personal growth, for becoming a better player, getting caught doing things like that will teach you how to not get caught, right?
Yes.
Having a mistake, meteor hammering a tower and then having somebody TP and blink into the trees and kill you, you're like, oh, fuck.
Oh, yes.
And it feels shit in that game, but you're learning, right? You're figuring out how to be a pest and then how to get away with it, right? So, to that I would say, like, if your friends like are really concerned about the one game, like, you can, play more of a backseat role. But, like, I wouldn't shy away from it. I would say do the thing that's going to be, impactful, right? Because, again, as a 3-4, your role is impact. Your role is disrupting the game. Your role is pushing things forward. And by sitting back on your heels and just, like, reacting to what your team does, you're allowing the other team to get tempo. Like, I don't know if you play chess. Do you play chess?
I played a little bit.
Okay. There's this whole concept in chess of, like, of tempo moves, right? Where if you can play a move that forces your opponent to make a move, then you've gained the tempo and you're attacking. You're moving forward on them, right? And
because they're solely reacting to you versus trying to make their own moves. Yeah.
And so if you play that reactive role, if you play it in a more calm role, you invite the other team's tempo makers to put pressure on you, and then you're on the back foot, which is... It's a tough place to be in Dota, because that's when you start losing vision, that's when they start farming your side of the map, that's when they get little bits of net worth advantages and stuff. And in pubs, it'll often be kind of random what happens. Sometimes they'll farm your side of the map because they're more comfortable, and then they'll die, and then your team will be great. But overall, and you see it at the highest level, the best teams put the pressure on the earliest so that they can gain and maintain that map control. Team Spirit did it against LGD. They had superior wards and vision throughout the whole series when LGD was, by all accounts, the best team in the world up until that series, So
I actually have a question, because, earlier you made a really good point about kind of the growth that happens when you're in a team and you're part of a team and you get to practice. And that was 100% my experience with the Valkyrie Cup, where I had, calibrated at an extremely low MMR, which we could argue whether or not that was accurate, whatever. Staring at you, Val, for people, 6 of my calibration matches, people abandoning, but whatever. Nevertheless, within probably 2 or so weeks after the practice matches with my team and the experience of the cup, I had jumped a full, like, from 3 Herald to 3 Guardian.
Yeah.
And it was this wonderful experience of, one, having people to play with, so you're not just, like, queuing support, which can be hard, but also, like, what you mentioned about learning. But what I'm struggling with right now is that, like I mentioned, I'm usually, at least on paper, the lowest MMR player in the stacks that I play with. And so I kind of get relegated to those less impactful roles or whatnot. And that means that I feel like I'm learning less, because like, there's a stack of my friends and they're all like, okay, they're scary. They're all like Divine and Immortal. And I don't know why they sometimes deign to play with me, but they do. And whenever I do, not only do I often get my ass handed to me, I learn so much from just a single game of playing with them and probably holding them back, but they're sweet and wonderful. But, I learned so much from that. So I think it can be very challenging to balance the, like, oh, you need to grow your MMR because you need to, like, start playing with people who are better than you so you can keep learning, but you can't play with people who are a lot better than you because you can't queue with them. Like, it's this almost, it feels like a catch-22 right now.
It is, And honestly, I think I've told you about this, but, like, when I was running that Reach League for Dota Buff, one of the ideas I had for it was basically that we deliberately put a small batch of players that overperform in their bracket up into the next bracket and expect them to get their asses kicked with the expectation that them getting their asses kicked will help them improve, right? People fucking hated it. People despised
you learned so much,
the
though.
idea Yeah, people despise the idea that they would get put in an unfair match. And, you know, I was like, but that's how you get better. And they're like, I don't care, I want my 50% win rate. I was like, all right, man. Like,
Yeah, as long as it doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so why do people focus on your win rate in pubs? Like unranked, right? Like unranked for me is about learning. So,
Yeah.
like, pardon me, but like, fuck unranked, right?
Yeah.
That is where I try things that fail horribly. That is where I feed. Like, it's where you learn. So who cares? As long as you're not like losing MMR, like, why not? You know?
Yeah. Well, and
else are you gonna learn stuff?
Yeah, it's funny because I go back to this anecdote all the time when I talk about this. Is like when I started playing Command & Conquer 3 way back in the day, like when I started getting into kind of competitive gaming. I remember that game had zero matchmaking. They just had a lobby system. So any player starts a lobby, any other player joins it, lobby host hits start, you play. And so as a new player, you could be playing against people that have been playing for 20 years, fucking million MMR, it doesn't matter. If the lobby's open, you click on it, you're there, right? And people would always like name their lobbies dumb shit like noobs only, and then you join and it's some god and he just smacks you and he's having a good time doing it, right? And it was funny because that game used to have like a reset profile button where you could reset your stats. And so I would play and get my ass handed to me until like I had like 30 or 40 losses. I was like 0-40 or something like that. And then I would reset my profile and I'd be like, all right, I'm going to try again. I'm going to try again. I'm going to try again. Until I like got my first win. And I was like, fuck it. But like it was legitimately probably a couple hundred games of losing before I got my first win. But, you know, I enjoyed the process. And I think that's something that gets lost a little bit by matchmaking algorithms and by the ranked system that exists in most games. Because it services the most people with the most with the most possible wins, right? It gives everybody the most balanced chance to win in each individual game, but it doesn't encourage development. So, yeah, I think finding ways to subvert that system by finding a team or finding an experience outside of typical matchmaking where you can elevate your own play or, you know, party stacking with higher ranked people is super key. When I was trying to go pro, that was one of the things that I ran into because I hit a point where I was ranked 500 in NA, and so there's only 499 people above me. And convincing those players to play with me was really fucking hard. Like, you know, you can get a few, but like convincing a pro player, convincing a top 100 player to just like stack with you was really hard because it was an inclusive club. They had their own guilds, they had their own chats, they had their own Discord channels. And so to get into that and to gain experience with them was really tough. You had to overperform at your level to be invited into the big boys club. And to overperform, you needed to somehow get better than you were without
but then you're in that catch-22.
Yeah, exactly, right? So that was one of the big things that I like really ran into a wall on when I got up to a high level.
I don't think I'll run into that for some reason. You know, I have this feeling like, you know, maybe I won't face that challenge. But, you know, earlier you asked about... don't get me started. Everyone can dream. But you did ask about my goals earlier. And I think it brings me to two things. And one is like this general concept of just improving. And I recognize that just like with weightlifting or sports or coding or anything else, like, you do have to fail a lot to get better. So that's totally fine. I think due to the kind of catch-22 and also just the complete and utter stupidity that is some of the lower MMR, and I say that as somebody who's part of that bracket, that it can be very hard to play in that bracket as you're learning higher skills, because then you have like an expectation of what your team's going to do and they don't. Like you expect them to do rational things and they're just, I don't know. But I think one of the challenges that I keep kind of bashing my head against, and this is why I'm so excited to kind of have you coach me, is that I will, you know, fail in a match and I'll be like, okay, I understand I just played terribly and I can feel that I did. And I look back over the game and I'm like, okay, I see that like maybe I misread this, or like I should have had better positioning. But in terms of those like broader skills, I don't think I know enough to know what I failed at.
Right.
Like to know what I needed to do better. So in that case, I'm like, I don't know what I need to do better. I don't know what I need to work on in terms of skills, because I don't think I know enough to know what I don't know. as you know, reductive as that is. So it's hard to say. I just, not even in terms of MMR, but like I just want to start playing better, I think maybe things like rotating and knowing when to take a fight, when to back off. Those are things that I know I need to work on. But other than that, I'm like, I don't even know what's out there. So I'm not even sure what I need to know.
All right. Question from chat. What are my favorite fours as far as teaching? Yeah, so I think, and this was what I was going to get into next, was like, let's talk about some heroes that we can maybe work on, and then what I'd like to kind of, I think, get to in this discussion and then the coaching is going to be like tempo control, because I think that'll be a really good thing for you to kind of measure yourself against when you are when you're going forward and when you're playing on your own, when you're analyzing your own play. Tempo is one of the biggest things in Dota, and staying on top of it, right? I was talking a little bit about how, you know, by starting the fight first, by initiating it, by moving forward on the map first, you gain vision control, you gain network control, you start building up momentum that you can use to kind of roll forward. And I think with a lot of people, I you know, it's funny, I used to joke when I coached like really low MMR people about them doing the don't know what to do dance, which, you know, is when like yeah.
Oh, that hits hard.
Yeah.
What the hell, man? Okay.
And
damn.
It's funny
because
because
calling me out.
as soon as you say that phrase, everybody knows exactly what you're talking about, right? The one where you're just like, you don't know the next step, you don't know where you should be on the map, and you start walking one way, and then you think of something else, and you turn around, you walk the other way, and your hero just does like a little lap, you know?
Oh yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
So I think, like, you know, in terms of like tempo, let's figure out how to, you know,
less dancing.
Yeah, eliminate the don't know what to do dance. Make sure that you're always on top of being prepared for the next thing. I think one of the big pieces of that is making sure that you always have, that you're always stocked up on resources, right? You know, you lose tempo when the team says, hey, we should smoke, and then you buy one from base, and it has to fly in, and then it goes into your backpack, and you have to drag
smoke?
it. Yeah.
And then when is it like, I have bought smokes so many times in a game, and pinged them and suggested smokes, and probably at shit times, whatever I was trying, and they lived in my backpack for the entire game because nobody wanted to smoke, and then that's wasted gold, and especially if you're playing 5, that's actually... That's a decent amount of gold that you could be doing other things with. And so knowing when to buy those resources, when they should just kind of be with you. Yeah, for sure. Like the only one I think I know is like smoking in or out of Roshan is like one that, okay, yes. But yeah, I would love to learn more of that for sure.
Totally, yeah. And it goes for all things, right? Like you want to constantly be full health, full mana, right? So like if you are, you know, pushing in for a fight, you should make sure that you've either gone back to base or that you've flown yourself out of clarity or something. You know, you can't be that person that's like, oh hey, we should fight, but wait, I've gotta, you know, go to base, or oh, let me go grab that rune first, or fill my bottle, or whatever, right? Like, you know, if you are on top of the little things, you can be on top of the bigger things, right? If you have health and spell cooldowns, you can then push forward and start a fight. If you have wards already in your inventory, as soon as you win that fight, you can get down vision and be aggressive. If you've got a smoke in your backpack at all times, then you can drag it in at any point that you see an opening and tell your team, hey, we gotta go now, and you smoke them, and then they go. You know, just all those little things, I think, are the things that really build you up to being a good tempo controlling player. Carries and mid laners are shit at this. They're just always farming. They're always like,
let's shit on carries and mid laners. I'm here
carries.
For this.
You know, my BKB is 400 gold away. Shut up, we're smoking. Let's go. You know, like,
yes, and also just like the pause one life of like the entire team is there to just like hold this like precious baby bird that will someday grow into like this, you know, badass dragon, but Jesus Christ, like they don't get exactly their way. You accidentally take like one last hit or something, and it's like the world has ended, and they're feeding mid. You're like, okay, like the fragility of cores.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Nope.
And
So
it's, and this is something else that I'll get into as we like look at games and stuff, is a really big piece of playing 3 and 4, in my opinion, is creating shitstorms on the side of the map opposite to your carry, right? Yeah, people think of like kind of 4 protect 1 as the philosophy of, hey, let's be around our carry and let's protect them. But really what it is let's, as 4, go stir up as much shit as possible, trade as evenly as we can, 4 versus 5, and in doing that, we can hold the game at bay while our carry farms. Because if you sit back, you're going to get run at, and the other team's 4 is going to hit you as 5, right? So
yeah,
we'll get into that. Maybe what we'll do here is...
oh yeah, but what 4s were you thinking? 4, 3, 4s that like what were the good heroes? I know you had mentioned Darkseer, so I did play a couple of games just to familiarize myself with like his abilities and whatnot.
Yeah.
But were there other ones that you think are really helpful to learn?
Yeah, so I would say like in terms of, ultimately the hero choice is up to you. It's, there's different styles of play for different heroes. And everyone's going to have a slightly different kind of path to that impact that we're talking about. But you can really choose what you feel comfortable with. In my opinion, I like heroes that have like a really early kind of big team fight impact. I like to be a big initiator. I like the huge spells. I play a lot of Earthshaker. I play a lot of Magnus, Mars, Tiny, Tidehunter, Centaur, Warrunner, because to me, all of those heroes, they hit their level 6 or their first item, they go, they press R, they fuck shit up. When you're looking at a hero that's a little bit softer in that regard, like say Viper offlane, like I know Viper offlane can be really good, but I'm terrible at playing it because he fills a different role, right? He's kind of this aura bruiser that kind of builds up items to support the team, and then he hovers around the team and soaks up as much damage as he can, but it's really positional, right? Whereas for me, I just, want to be a fucking Doombringer with a pipe running at your face and, smacking you, right? So
I think offlane, so far, I haven't played a lot of those kind of like run at your face. I've played, a little bit of Bristleback. I played one game on Centaur Warrunner that was like, I think the most anxiety I've ever felt in a game, because I got boxed into playing him in a ranked game and I had never once played him before. So that was a game. Apparently I have bronze 3 on Magnus and bronze 4 on Mars. So I've played them. I don't remember it, but it happened. But I think so far in the offlane, the heroes that I've played, less the run at your face and more like the bounty hunter, or like, just that kind of like disruptive, like you turn your back for a second and you've lost a tower, or they're like taking out your support because you weren't paying attention or something like that, kind of just sneaky fuck up your shit kind of hero.
Okay.
But not to say I would love to learn a different playstyle. I'm just giving you the heads up that if maybe as I'm learning these heroes, I seem like I'm like kiting more than I should, or like seem more tentative, it's because for me, I'm far more accustomed to playing.
All good. Like okay, so and that's actually what I was going to ask you, is like, what do you see your play style, right? Like let's kind of identify your identity as a player, right? You like
being
for me,
bad.
Well, so
like
no, actually, let me see if I can find it. I did this exercise with one of the teams that I was coaching a long time ago, and I wonder if I still have it here. Okay, yeah, I do. Let me pull this up on the stream here. New scene. Yeah, my OBS is all messed up here. Okay. Display capture. Yeah, automatic. Cool. There we go. All right. So I just had this Google Doc that I made for my team here. And really, like, I literally got the team in a room and I said, like, give me words that describe how you play Dota. And so for Dolph, we said, like, kind of save/disruption, heals, protection, less greedy, more opportunistic, vision, catch, game/map sense. And from that, we extracted the heroes that do that. Wyvern, Shadow Demon, Abaddon, Oracle, Dazzle, Jakiro, AA, Tree, Bane, Venge, Disruptor. And when we were playing competitive matches, he ended up playing a lot of Wyvern, Shadow Demon, Oracle, Bane, Venge, etc. For our 4 position, we said, okay, greedy 4, map control, playmaker, spellcaster, lane centric. He's not a ganker. And so we were looking at heroes that do this sort of thing. What are the heroes that cast spells that have map control, that are more lane centric? Rubik, Lina,
sorry,
Zeus.
one of your words is beef stick.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because I was like, I like playing beefy ass heroes that blink initiation, beef stick, run at them, stuns control. And exactly like Brewmaster, Centaur, Doom, beef stick heroes. Puff on the so. Our mid player, we were like, okay, greedy, farmer, space taker, split pusher, burning, miracle, Nisha, like these types of players that really use the map well. So okay, anti-mage, Medusa, Nagasire, and Ember Spirit. So
I can say without reservation, I hate farming. Yep. Okay, it's boring, and as much as it feels awesome to play carry sometimes, I'm looking through my hero pool and the heroes I've tried, and I'm like, what are the heroes that I actually have not enjoyed? And it is very small, but I think anti-mage is one where I'm like, I don't enjoy AFK right-clicking creeps for a bunch of the game. I like doing things, so that's why and also you talking about kind of the pace setting or controlling the tempo of the game.
Yep.
That feels, even though I don't really know how to do that, I get a feeling when we are doing it as a team, and it feels amazing because it's you can control what your enemy does because you are forcing them to be reactive, and that feels amazing. You're getting back into the oh god, you're going into the dregs of the Dota there. I think I would love to learn some. I like playing. I guess I'm trying to think. So it's hard when I'm describing myself because some of it is the roles that I have been more limited to because of just having to play things like support. I remember really liking Dark Willow, the few games I played with her. I like the kind of how to explain it. I like alts Tree's ult and the Ice Blast with AA because the kind of that team fight, you can completely turn a team fight around with your ult. And so that's why I think, you were talking about Earthshaker and Magnus being heroes that have that. I think that's very appealing to me. Ravage, I played, I guess, some games on Tide. But I think the thing that I really enjoy is that kind of pesky, just this person will not leave us alone, or if we don't focus our attention on them, we will lose something. And so you're creating space by, even if it's not rotating as 4, you're creating space because you're forcing the enemy team to have to respond to what you're doing because you're just I don't know. One of my favorite things on Bounty Hunter, I think my highest gem is some absurd amount of couriers killed over the few games I've played on him. And it's stuff like that where you are just you are fucking with everything they try to do. However I can do that, that's what being an asshole brings me joy. So
awesome. Yeah. Okay, so let's work on that a little bit because I think that's a good place to kind of start extrapolating from. So you're not super keen on being, a big, tanky mama jamma. You want to just be annoying as fuck. You want to be chasing people down. You want to be murdering people. You want to just be a pest.
Yes.
So
whether that's a tanky pest or an invis ganking your face pest, either way is fine with me. And that might be less of a hero selection and more of what you're talking about, what I might associate with being an asshole or being a pest might be what you're talking about with tempo control.
Yeah.
But I just like being disruptive to the enemy team.
The few heroes that jump out to me immediately as I hear you talk about that are Nature's Prophet, Venomancer, Pangolier, Night Stalker, um, and like
Yes. Furion has been on my list for so long.
yeah,
Just because of that, like that he's an asshole.
yeah,
I've played
totally
some
nice.
Venomancer. I've played him more 4, I would say.
Okay, yep,
Um, with middling meh success. I find he's kind of squishy or he's felt squishy when I played him. Like I feel like I can't stand my ground as well.
yeah,
Um, but I would love to learn. Let's see, you mentioned Night Stalker. I think that
yep,
would be also. He's terrifying, and I love the fact he's terrifying.
yeah.
I'm used to playing support, so he scares the shit out of me. But I haven't played a single game on him before, but I would love to learn. And what was the other one you mentioned?
I think it said Pangolier. Yeah.
Oh, Pango. Have I played any Pango? Yes, apparently. No. What? Okay. Let's see. Stats. I apparently played 4 games on Pango, and they were all losses.
Oh, shit. All right.
Not to say like that doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
I would love to learn. Oh, okay. I lost one with. Oh no, that actually isn't good. I play terribly. Never mind. He also sounds, his ult is pretty cool. So yeah. But also, honestly, I like, other than the farmy AFK carries, I can't think of a hero that I've played that I've disliked, really.
Yeah.
Other than Crystal Maiden. And yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, CM.
Cool.
But yeah, so open to whatever.
Yeah, right on. Sweet. Yeah, let's just like focus on that for a little bit, and we'll kind of talk about what these heroes can kind of do, and if you want to like pick one that you want to start with, we can just kind of go over the basics of it. What I think I've done in like previous coaching sessions is like I'll find a game where I've played that hero and just kind of show you my thought process on it, and then we can jump into a game where you play it, and I can just kind of walk you through the game as we go.
Yeah, that sounds good.
This is not my type of hero, so I don't know if I'll be able to find games that I've played, but I'm sure we could find some like pro examples or something else, maybe from TI Quells or something like that. So yeah, cool. What sounds good to you? What do you want to play more? Like, I know like Prophet can be weird for some people because he kind of requires a bit of micro. You got to deal with tree ends. Like, you know, Veno, he's a squishy, slow hero, but he's really annoying and, you know, control-y. Pango has like some weird like vector targeting stuff. So I know these heroes each have their own little quirk that you may or may not want to deal with right now. What sounds good to you?
Is there one that you let me think. So actually, that's me liking Dota maybe too much, that they all sound appealing. Micro doesn't terribly scare me. I've played Enchantress with a focus on her like microing a creep, probably like shittily, I'll warn you, but like it doesn't worry me to have to micro a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
In the olden days I was good at StarCraft, so hopefully I can brush some of the rust off of those skills. But
sweet. I mean, with Nature's Prophet, you tend to just like control right click on a tower and then you're fine.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
But
I apparently played one game on him, but I don't remember it. So
okay. Cool. Let's talk about like Nature's Prophet and Venomancer. I think these are two heroes that play very similarly and play the kind of style of Dota that you want to be playing here. And we can focus in on them and then go through from there. So let me see if I can dredge up a Nature's Prophet game of mine. I honestly haven't played serious Dota in so long, it might not be easy to find. Oh yes.
If Veno's easier, like apparently I'm again, like I took a little bit of a break from Dota, so no, I'm just, my memory is shit. So apparently I have played 6 games of Venomancer and I won 4 of them. So he's maybe, my memory of him being not as great as just me being bad at remembering things. So if that's easier to find, like honestly, I don't mind doing whatever. I just like playing.
Cool. Actually, maybe let me pull up.
Actually, I think the first hero I ever learned was Tiny. Now that I'm looking through my stats.
Yeah.
Oh God, but this is like, what is Dota levels of learning the game? Like, how do I right click kind of stuff? So lots of losses, but He's fun.
Cool. I'm just pulling up like TI here, and I'm just gonna look for matches with.
Setting the bar high, aren't we?
Well, because I think yeah the thing I want to show you is just like how a high level player thinks about playing one of these heroes, how they maneuver, how they pressure, what their skill builds are and stuff, especially since you're kind of not super experienced with these heroes. So just figuring out like the baseline of what you should be kind of striving for, and then we can look at how we apply that to your game, right? Start with the gold standard, and then talk afterwards about what the place to go with this is. Ooh, this might be a good game. T1 versus LGD. Cuckoo played Venomancer offlane into an Ursa. All right. Got his ass absolutely spanked this game, so might not be a great example, but
I was just thinking, I was like, the Veno is food. The Veno is an Ursa snack.
Well, Veno should be good against Ursa because, you know, you have that slow. You can always prevent him from chasing you down. But it looks like in this game, the Veno kind of got abandoned in lane, and it was an IO Ursa, so had the extra little movement speed bonus. Ooh, okay. Let's go back. Let's find a better game than that. Virtus Pro versus T1.
I can't remember which team it was, but I think it was actually Virtus Pro in a series, and you know, I don't really remember who they were playing, but it was during TI, and I remember being in awe of how I felt like they never paused to catch their breath. And it was like the second they would win a fight, make a play, do something, they were immediately on to the next objective, you know, smoking immediately to clean up the team or to get up vision. And it felt like, I can only imagine what it feels like to play against a team like that, where it feels relentless. But like, as the viewer, I felt like I couldn't catch my breath because they just, they set this just like relentless, pushing, brutal pace. And it was really fun to watch.
Yeah. Cool. I think this is a good match. Are you watching the stream? Do you want me to screen share on Discord?
Yep, I'm watching stream.
Okay,
yep.
Cool. We'll kind of go through this. Jump to game. I love that they added this jump to game button. I hated having to skip through all the
cascade commences.
I've been using that a lot in my like Overwatch things because I don't have to sit there and like wait for all of the.
Cool. So I'm just gonna play it kind of high speed here, and we can watch kind of what the idea is here. Oh, this is filthy. Holy shit! What a move. All right. Cool, so with Venomancer, your big thing is, again, you are a very squishy, fragile hero. You got 4 armor, you got a decent amount of HP, but fundamentally, he's got a bit of a rough time standing against most heroes. The big thing is that if you're ever in trouble, you just Gale and you walk away from it, right? And you can actually see that in this scenario, like, Lion is pretty scary level 1 for a Veno because, yeah, you know, Lion just walks forward and stuns you, get a few clicks off. So Save pulls the creep wave here, which probably isn't something that's ever going to happen for you in your pubs. But something to take note of is, you know, especially while you're kind of gaining your first few levels, Veno is at his most vulnerable. So looking for a way to kind of cheese it out or do side pulls and stuff so that you end up in a position like this where you're completely separated is really beneficial. And you can see he's like doing a really good job to deny so that the wave pulls back. Because it was under the tower, this wave is already coming his way. And now that they're level 2, they're a lot stronger and they're able to chase down with this kill. So really solid play there, and you can see he's kind of now in full control of this creep wave. You got 4 creeps against the 3, and really easy for them to kind of push 23 Savage out and work on his first big item. If you watch that collapse stream, again, I was talking about like that time to first item, basically, like, you know, and you can see with Veno, like, no boots, nothing, goes straight into his Urn of Shadows, and that's flying out because he got that early kill, right? So he's immediately got that first kill with a little bit of extra regen, and if he ever gets another kill in this lane, it's going to be a sad time for these heroes because they're going to have to deal with Urn charge damage as well on top. So, again, pulling the wave as far back as he can, making sure that he's never really in position to get caught by this Lion. And you know, making sure that he's not letting the tower abuses wave equilibrium. So a lot of this is just basic lane control stuff, but you can see how much he values the idea of, you know, Veno being like, he recognizes how squishy Veno is and how vulnerable he is to walking forward. Let's speed this up a little bit, watch some more. Again, really good lane control. He's all the way back under the tower, completely safe farming here. Slay together. And skill builds for Veno, I think, is contentious. This is definitely the build that you want to go for if you're in a lane like this where you have some kill potential. Oh my god. Woo, Lion got the deny there. That was sick. I didn't see that. But yeah, and I think this is kind of standard for offlane Veno, is you almost go 2-2-2 without going a point in Poison Nova. Is he gonna get a kill here? Anyways. Yeah, absolutely dumpstering this lane at this point. And now that he's kind of got the 2 points and he's got that kind of lane dominance, he has his first item, he's gotten a kill, he's got a lot of last hits. Now you can see he's starting to go for these Plague Wards, which is going to allow him the ability to kind of push on the tower and start being that annoying pest, you know. You can see that 23 Savage
is it bad that he's placing, sorry, I didn't want it to skip too far ahead, but is it bad that he's placing that one, because I can't ping, I almost just tried to ping the Twitch stream, but he was placing one of his Plague Wards kind of right by the Dusa, and is that, I guess I'm trying to understand like the trade-off between getting some of that poison damage and harass versus giving the enemy carry gold, because she can two-shot his little Plague Wards right now, so putting one kind of in the middle of the lane, right in her face.
So
what's kind of the goal with that?
And honestly, this is why these players are sick as hell, because you can see he's actually... He lost a couple of them there, but he's denying his own wards there. Like, whenever Dusa starts attacking them, he denied... He missed the first one, but he denied the other one. He misses this one, but he denies this one. So he's, you know...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I completely missed that. All right.
Yeah, so he's like... He's doing it because he knows he can get away with it, right? He knows it's free because he knows he can get the denies off. But... You know, up to you if you... Because, like, ultimately, yeah, you don't want to feed gold like that. But a lot of the times it is worth it to just kind of force the hero to have something else to pay attention to, right? Because if they're missing a last hit to get one of your Plague Wards, that's still a win for you. Right? Less
gold, because the trade-off is still... and can you walk me through why he's building the Urn of Shadows? Because I guess I associate that with heroes like Bristleback, or I don't know, like these big, like, chonky boys that you have to kind of, with a lot of health, or some kind of, like, ability that allows them to increase their health, like, more for something. So you have to build it against them, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. So for me, like, Urn of Shadows, to me, is an item that you get to tank up on low health heroes that need... that have a lot of kill potential, right? Because obviously it's only beneficial if you get kills. And because Veno does have that kill potential, because you have Gale and you're really, like, aggressive and you can really do damage to people, it augments your ability to sustain yourself in lane, because Veno has no natural healing, and he doesn't really want to build like a bottle or a mech or anything like that. So going for Urn to A, get that extra healing and sustain for yourself, but then B, to augment your damage, right? Because if you throw a Gale on somebody and then you throw an Urn on them and then you're hitting them with Poison Sting, that DPS just racks up. And because you're already kind of relying on damage over time to be your main thing, you know, you're not really worried about bursts. Like, Lenas don't really get Urn of Shadows, because if they're going to kill anyone, they're going to do it in 2 seconds. But with Veno, you're going to be doing a lot of slow damage anyways, right? So you might as well amp that up, and at the same time it gives you that heal, that sustain, and a little bit of tankiness, right? Because it gives you armor, it gives you attributes, and it gives you mana regen, also, you know, all things that Veno needs.
Gotcha, okay.
So yeah, Urn of Shadows is a really amazing ability, or item for Veno. I would almost always recommend getting it on this hero.
Okay.
And again, you can see...
No, that's good. That's good to know.
Yeah, you can see he's kind of playing it coy here. He's not getting in too deep while Venomous Gale's on cooldown. He's throwing it when he's got it, but he's basically just playing wards and playing to the side of the play. He's over here while his Void Spirit and Bounty Hunter are like literally under the tower. He's not chasing it, he's not getting in too deep. He's really focusing on just kind of contributing from a distance and getting those Plague Ward stacks built up. And as time goes on, I'm sure we'll start seeing him kind of build more tanky, right? He's got his power treads up now. A lot of Venos tend to go for either a Hood or a Vanguard or something else that makes them that makes them harder to deal with.
Best item!
And so yeah, he's going for a Hood here. He's got that queued up, and you can see why. There's a lot of magic damage on the other team. There's Earthshaker, there's Lina, there's Lion, so he wants to be able to not be burst down.
Okay.
He's gonna die here. We'll accelerate it a little bit and just kind of see. So, the other thing I really wanted to focus on here. Oh my god, wait. Okay, I want to see that.
Yeah.
So, again, so this was actually really key to what I was talking about earlier, is drawing attention away from your carry. And in this scenario, this carry is dying anyways, because T1 are a good team and they know how to chase down the Dawnbreaker and murder her. But in this scenario, as soon as as soon as DM spawns here, he TP's down to the bottom lane, right? Because he knows his Dawnbreaker is pressuring top, and she has kind of gone to take over this whole top half of the map, right? She's farming this small camp, she's farming this hard camp, she's going to retreat to farm out the stacks here in the triangle. So where does he want to go? Probably either mid or bottom, right? You could go mid and you could pressure with the catapult, but he's kind of already missed that because he died. The catapult is already there, it's already low health, he's 2 seconds off of spawning because he got caught top. So he's going to go to bottom and he's going to try to stir shit up there, right? As the offlaner, you're always trying to like start fights and be a pain in the ass, right? Be that annoying motherfucker that you were talking about earlier, right? So he goes down here, he starts fucking with the Earthshaker. He's gonna start farming up. He's warding up this lane so that the creep wave is never going to advance past this point at all anymore. Farming a hard camp for some extra gold, and you can see he gets on the Earthshaker the exact moment he can. Bounty Hunter's coming, the Disruptor's coming. They know as a team right now that they want to be pressuring here because it'll force TPs down to respond. And theoretically, had Dawnbreaker not died 2 seconds ago, she would have this whole half of the map to herself for free. So they're moving down here. They're on Cuckoo. You see these teleports coming in. Big ulti by the Disruptor, and they end up dying. But what they effectively get out of this is
they force moves.
Exactly, they're forcing moves. And it was actually kind of a bad play. They end up with a couple deaths there. It was an unfavorable trade. But you can see that now Dawnbreaker's kind of just free to farm mid. She has all of this space completely open, and TPs were forced and kills were had. So again, creating space, creating havoc. You really want to just play to the opposite side of the map from the carry and stir shit up. So again, we kind of see at this point, top lane is dangerous. They don't know what's up here. Nightfall is farming the triangle here and will want to farm towards the jungle. So again, he goes up to the opposite lane and he's going to start stirring shit up here, trying to look for this tier 1 tower.
Gotcha, okay.
We'll fast forward a little bit, farming creep waves, getting up there, hitting the tower. And I think this is another point to make is the coordination of the 4, right? Almost everywhere that DM has gone, Save has been there as well, right? A good 3-4 pair will do this together, right? It'll always be, hey, let's go here, let's start shit up. You can see as a 5, Kingslayer is being really effective in getting forward vision, preparing for the next move, making sure that these guys who just get the tier 1 tower can then walk straight through the enemy jungle and find some kills on the other side of the map. So being really proactive as a 5 is enabling this 3-4 combo to be scarier, and GPK is already in position looking for that kill as well. And you see that's exactly where these guys are going to go. They're going to follow right across this jungle straight towards the wards. Unfortunately, the fight kind of broke out a little bit sooner than they wanted, and now they're getting caught. So, failed movement, but the idea was there of okay, we've created tempo, right? We've created space by attacking this tower, forcing the enemy team to retreat, and Kingslayer is going to use that space to move forward, place wards, gain a bit of ground, and allow these guys to invade. Again, T1's a good team. This is, TI. They're able to respond to that. They know that it's coming. They know that people are going to be there, so they react by getting there while the Veno and the Bounty Hunter are still on the map. But the idea.
This might be kind of a bad question because
no bad questions. Go.
well, in the sense that like all that you're highlighting, like there isn't a move made by a single player that just like, I think is like, how to put it. Individual players can contribute, but so much of this is like team coordination, communication, things like that.
Yeah.
So when you are kind of solo queuing and you're trying to be impactful and you need to make the biggest, presence you can in the game and have the biggest kind of contribution, how do you manage that? Because we're watching people play who have the benefit of having amazing team coordination and communication. Even putting aside the MMR level, I'm saying like they're able to work together. And I think in the vast majority of my Dota queuing experiences, I would say that that is not always present. And so are there, because I think the highlighting that you're doing helps me really understand how he's playing Veno well, but a lot of what he's doing is kind of together integrated with either his 4 or even some of what the other players are doing. So are there things or strategies or ways that you could start to still kind of make the space, make the presence, control the tempo without having to be as heavily reliant on your other teammates? Or is that just like, hey, this is Dota, like it's a team game, like you got to find good people to play with?
Well, it's a bit of a combination because obviously, as you said, anytime you can coordinate with a team to make this happen, it's going to be that much more effective, right? I found when I was gaining the most MMR was when I was the most confident in my shot calling and my and being vocal, right? Like I found that I go through kind of phases of introversion and extroversion when I'm playing Dota, where I sometimes I get on and I'm just hyped and I'm like, I want to say everything, and I like get on comms with my team. I'm like, yo, what's up, boys? Let's go. Like I'm going here, you go here, like blah blah blah. Let's do this. Let's smoke. Blah blah blah. And like people respond to it pretty well if you're like if you're making good calls and you're shot calling and stuff. But I'll also go through phases.
And if
where
maybe you're not able, being on voice comms is a bit of a mixed bag, to be perfectly honest, for the reasons that I think everybody's discussing in the community right now. But I have to be honest, like I've had some really horrific experiences just being on voice comms, and it's fine if I have people with me that like shut it down. That really helps. But I almost find that sometimes, having a female voice and being on voice comms can actually just be a negative for the team, because then people get distracted trying to be shitty to me and they don't play as well themselves because they're too busy being harassy assholes. Yeah. So I would just, I guess, caveat maybe that with that. I don't feel like I will always be able to communicate in that way.
And what I was going to get to next was, in times where I'm not feeling as vocal, and in times where, I know you as a woman have to deal with a lot more of that bullshit. And so you can, there's a lot of tools in the game that help you kind of achieve that non-verbally. And again, it's not always as effective, but, pinging really aggressively, when I'm trying to smoke my team, it's kind of funny. Like I was teaching my girlfriend this at one point. Like she was talking about like, how do I get people to smoke with me? Like they'll never smoke. Like I always ping it and then they won't come to me. And literally, like what I've told her is like, just walk up beside your next highest like impact hero. Like if you're a 5, walk over to the 4 or the 3 and just like ping it and then just smoke them. Just fucking 2 Just go for it. And it's funny because as soon as they're smoked, they go, oh shit, okay, it's time to smoke. And they turn around, they'll start going, right? And it's funny as hell because, it's not as effective as a full team smoke, but it's enough that you can, 2 of you can kill 1 hero and you can get a ward up, right? You can move forward with that. So I think like it just, you can do the like inventory pings, like, hey, I have a smoke. You can like aggressively draw lines on the mini map and be like, we're going here, we're going here.
I don't even know how to do that, so
I think it's just a control click on the mini map, I think. and you know, there's like, and the other nice thing, and I think the reason that Venno is a really good hero for us to focus on here, is that Venno kind of allows you to creep your way into controlling space, right? Walking up.
Is that because of the wards?
Yeah,
or...
exactly. Walking
Okay.
up this high ground is absolutely terrifying for most people.
Yes.
But
that is
with
the
Venno,
scary zone.
you throw this ward up here, and you can see your next, 200 units of space. And you can just kind of inch forward. And what you'll see, like, really good Vennos do is, like, they just kind of have a ward everywhere. And actually, it's funny, because I was talking about this while I was watching the TI finals, I was saying LGD needs to fucking pick Venomancer. Like, and I don't know if they play Venomancer, but Venno is so good at shutting down heroes like Earthshaker, like Magnus, like, anybody that, like Mars, anybody that needs to be this big tanky hero that blinks on you, because at any given point, Venno is going to have a ward that covers the entire blink
it's
radius
preventing
around
your
him,
blink,
right?
yeah.
And it's preventing your blink. So I was like screaming at my TV. I was like, just pick Venno. Like, I know it's not like meta right now, but it'll win you the fucking game. Like, it beats the shit out of Magnus. Pick Venno. So
I feel like that's kind of what the
I'm smarter
Undying
than
did for them.
is what I'm saying. But yeah.
I feel like that was some of their, if at least, in my like ignorant opinion, I thought that's kind of what the Undying pick was around. And I thought that's, that was so successful for them because you had things like his little zombies that were kind of applying that sort of, I guess, maybe similar thing to the Plague Wards, like maybe not the amazing vision, but like at least preventing that kind of blink initiation and mobility. So
yeah, exactly.
It would have been cool to see more Venno.
Yeah, so as we watch this replay here, like, I think one of the things that, like, you'll start to see is now that these wards are level 4, and now that DM is a really high level, he'll just be dropping these, like, off cooldown, out in front of him. You see this one out here. He's always basically got this radius where he can see stuff. This lion gets caught off by this ward and can't progress forward to chase. So he gets off his hood, he gets off his pig pole, and he's safe. He's totally fine, right? If this lion was able to walk in and chase that down, he gets hexed, that's a dead Venomancer, right? So it's always about controlling the space around you and, disallowing heroes to come out. And actually, this will be a really good tool for you in pubs, because every single player in Dota thinks that they can be collapsed right now. Like, Magnus's pick rate went up 16% in the last week. It's insane. So you're going to be dunking on Magnus players, like, forever here.
All right, let's go.
So yeah, and again, like, he's inching his wards forward. He had one up on the cliff here, and this Earthshaker is sad as hell because, he got his blink canceled. Actually, yeah, if we go back about 10 seconds here, you can see this Earthshaker is Shadowbladed, or he's in this room, and he walks over a sentry, and now his blink is canceled, and he's the saddest motherfucker on the planet.
Oh, yeah, because that ward, the Plague Ward, right, that was right there in the camp.
Him, and now he's just stuck, and they group up on him and let him back up, but, like, he's dead, right? So,
yeah.
Again, by being good at controlling the space, like, he's got tanky items, but he's never needed them. Like, he's full health here, because he's just controlling the space around himself so well. And this is why Venno is big, annoying piece of shit.
It's interesting to think about the Plague Wards for that, like, because honestly, I hadn't thought about them being kind of like that great sort of first line of defense to pop links, but then also as kind of this litmus test for you as a squishier person of, is there someone here?
Yeah.
So that's really interesting to see kind of how he's
and a lot of times on lane, like, especially if you kind of get left alone on lane, you'll see Vennos, like, not even place the wards in the lane. They'll just be laning back and forth here, but they'll always have a ward over on this side in this triangle here to prevent the support from walking forward at them, right? And that gives you that space. It gives you that ability to, keep yourself covered. And you can see he's getting wards up on the high ground here. He's got ones on the ramp. He's never really vulnerable to anybody walking forward on him. He's always got this line of wards ahead of himself.
And like with the Medusa, right? Like if they try to right-click the wards, then the enemy team is kind of giving them information about where they are and who is where. So even if they try to get rid of them and de-ward, they're still kind of giving up.
Yeah, and at max level, it takes more time to kill a ward than it does for the cooldown to come off. So you can literally just keep placing wards on top of somebody that's attacking your wards, and it gets real annoying real quick.
God, that's gross.
And
Okay.
actually, like, if we, you know, if we go back to this fight that just happened here, and we, like, scroll out to the maximum size, you can see this kind of nice, like, radius of plague wards around him. You can see that this Weaver and Lion are coming in from the top from the shrine because they know that that's the only angle that they can approach at. And so they go in on him, and thankfully the team's there to kind of save him, and they force it away. And he kind of backs up, and you can see that, like, mid-fight here, he's repositioned already. So there's a ward here, there's a ward here, there's a ward here, there's a ward here. This Medusa is trying to approach, but she's getting, like, slowed. She gets used up by the Void Spirit. And way on the back lines over here, Venno is 100% safe at more than half his health after getting jumped on by 2 heroes, right?
I mean, he's confident enough to use a clarity right there, or at least have a clarity used on him and not have that popped, so that's pretty...
Yeah. And now that the fight turns and they realize, like, oh shit, we're walking into, you know, snake territory, then everything starts crumbling, right? They walk away. Lion gets an Urn Charge thrown on him. Doesn't have a blink yet, but still too scared to walk forward. Earthshaker's trying to retreat. He gets blocked out by another ward. He can't blink forever. Like, this is just... Like, this blink is canceled for a year and a half. It's the most annoying thing ever. And, yeah, they just control the fight. And now he's able to inch forward and take more of that space, right? Puts wards up in the lane. The wards are going to clean up this creep wave. He's going to be able to move on to tier 2, etc., right? It's all about control and just being annoying and taking away as much of the map as possible. And again, all the while, this Dawnbreaker is able to farm elsewhere and, you know, ulti in when she's needed. So just the amount of space, the amount of tempo that DM is creating by just constantly pushing forward and applying that pressure, like, it's suffocating, right? Like, T1 just feel like they're getting choked out. They don't have their own jungle. Anytime they want to go anywhere, they've got to go through this wall of wards. They need to, like, smoke or invis into them to be able to do it successfully, and that doesn't even work because there's sentries everywhere that are also catching them. So yeah, I think
So this is like super helpful because, you know, one of the pieces of advice that I've heard from folks is like, you want to get better at Dota, like watch the pros play. So I'm like, okay, and I like queue up a game and I sit here and I'm like, cool, they're doing great, but like I don't know why they're doing great. And so having you kind of break it down for me and explain like why he does certain things or like what is successful about what he's doing helps so much because now I'm like, oh, I understand. Not just that this person is good at Venomancer, but like why his positioning and his ward usage and all of that is successful in this game.
Yeah.
Are there heroes, like are there any strong counters or things where you're like, oh my god, never pick Venno against X? Because I don't know hero like counters and stuff well enough to really draft, I think, as intelligently as I'd like. But if I'm going to be practicing, I'd like to know what the never do this situation is.
Yeah. So any hero that has a way to innately get directly on top of Venno is a big threat to him because he's a squishy-ass hero that has a really hard time getting away from people that are already on top of him, right? He's good at controlling the space around him, making sure that he can't get blinked on, slowing heroes that have to run at him, like a Sven or an Ursa, but he's really bad against heroes that have innate jump. Like, Void Spirit is a really good hero against Venomancer because he's got his dash, he can silence you, he can control you. If you're starting to get away, he can use you up in the air, he can catch you with a stun. It's just really hard to play. Like, Void Spirit can just burst you down. Similarly, in the same vein, like Storm Spirit kind of does the same thing. You can't cancel a Storm ulti with Plague Words. He's just going to be on you and murder you. Similarly, I think that's why this Venno or this Weaver got picked this game, because theoretically Weaver's a good hero against it. Weaver got played as a support in this game anyways. But yeah, Weaver as a core, he can just invis Sakuchi on top of you and then throw bugs on you and just murder you, right? You've got similar things in heroes like Ember Spirit, Anti-Mage, for example. Anti-Mage can blink without getting cancelled. He just gets on top of you, and then because you tend to build intelligence items on Venno, you have a bigger mana pool, you get mana voided, stuff like that. Spectre, also another one where, as soon as Spectre jumps on you with her ultimate, what do? You just die, right?
Yeah.
So in cases like that, you can itemize for it as well. Venomancers, a lot of the times you'll see them go for Force Staffs or Hurricane Pikes in those situations. If you've got somebody that's just getting on top of you and you need to get away, a Hurricane Pike is a great way to just create that space, and then you can throw a Venomous Gale and set up wards and then kite after they've made that initial initiation. For a hero like a Ember Spirit, for example, you could build a Yule Scepter because you can Yule's him up, it purges the Flame Guard, and then after he's come down, he's not as scary, and you can, throw out the Venomous Gale and start wriggling your way away from him, stuff like that. So, in each individual game, you can kind of think of what your threat is and then how you can deal with it. But yeah, the scariest things for Veno are uninterruptible gap closers. Spirit Breaker, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, Spectre, stuff like that.
Cool.
And
That is good to know.
I think the reason that Veno got picked in this game was because there was none of that. There was an Earthshaker to counter, fuck your Blink Idiot, and they had this Medusa who, I wouldn't say Veno is the hardest counter to Medusa, but what it does is slows her down a lot. She's not a mobile hero that wants to build Force Staffs or Blink Daggers or anything, right? So as a hero that tends to just rely on movement speed and walking in and out of fights, being slowed and being kind of hit with this mass overtime damage is going to burn her mana and make it really hard for her to navigate fights and be in good positions. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. With her mana shield and stuff.
So yeah, I think we can probably wrap up on this replay here. I think we've got most of what we want to get out of it. You can see the big effective thing that DM is doing here is he just controls this entire jungle, right? This at any given point. T1 are just scared to walk out on their own map because they're just always going to be seen. They're always going to be hit with these plague wards, and slowly this tier 2 and this tier 2 are falling as they move forward. Meanwhile, Dawnbreaker is just farming up a storm. She has an entire half map to herself. She's got a Radiance up. Yeah. She's just a monster. And I think eventually, actually, the outcome of this game is that T1 wins it. And their Dusa just gets big enough. But you can see this is kind of the tempo setting we're talking about. And this is why I kind of talked about Profit and Pango and stuff, because they kind of play the game in this similar way where they control space and they make it hard for you to fight into them. Whereas the heroes that I like to play, like the Earthshakers and the Centaurs and stuff, we like to chase people down and start fights, right? We want to be in your face, blinking on you, casting our ultimates, being absolutely horrifying. And Venomancers are my worst fucking nightmare. If I play Earthshaker and somebody picks Veno, I want to disconnect. It's the worst thing in the world. I fucking hate it. It is so hard to play. So again, this is why we talked about playstyles in the beginning, because a lot of the stuff I would have taught you if you wanted to play like me are going to be different from this playstyle that you would have on, Venomancer or something else.
That makes sense.
Cool. So, do you want to jump into a game? How are you feeling? You want to just give this a go?
Yeah, let's do the comparison between me and a professional Dota player on Venomancer. Let's go.
Right I don't think I can coach in ranked, so you might have to queue unranked and then.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'll pick. Okay, all set.
And then we'll just have to hope Veno isn't banned and that somebody else on your team doesn't try to take your lane.
Yes. Okay. Wait, why is it pinging? Oh, because you're the coach. That's why.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's splitting the difference between us.
Yeah. Send it to EU because I can deal with ping as a coach.
Okay. Let's see. Europe West. It's making me pick 3. So hold on. Europe West. Oh, well, this is interesting. Let me refresh the pings here. My ping, despite being in Stockholm, my ping in Europe West is far worse than my ping to US East.
Wait, really?
Yes. My, a difference of almost a factor of 2.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Wait.
I don't know what's up with that, but okay.
Wait, your
okay.
ping to Europe West?
Yeah.
is-
I'm looking at my pings. Yeah, my ping to Europe West is greater than 150, and my ping to US East is 90.
Highlight where it says MS, because it's showing my ping to Europe West. Your ping is
Why is it
less than
showing
20.
me your ping? Oh my. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go-
I see the little like Canada
Yeah,
symbol.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. I see that now. Okay.
There
I was like deeply confused for a second. Like, I'm sorry. What? Nothing makes sense right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Routing from Stockholm goes
Whew.
to Detroit to get to London or something like that. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah. It's like yeah, that should work out. Okay. Wait, what is it? Whatever. I give up. I literally picked Russia, EU West,
Wait.
and E.
Yeah.
I picked the 3. So when I select regions, it says you have to select. Oh no, up to 3. Oh my god, I can read. I'm sorry, it's been a really long day. All right, I can.
Yeah.
No, it won't let me because it keeps saying selections could result in a poor connection to the game server for one or more party members.
that's
so it
totally
won't let
fine.
me pick.
I think you
It
just
won't
have to
let
hit
me.
What?
Oh yeah, there
Yeah.
we go. Oh my. Fuck.
There we go.
Okay, all right. You know what?
Beauty.
Just it's. I got like 4 hours of sleep last night, so.
All good.
Yeah, we'll just. Whew, I can read. There we go. And I'm gonna quick turn up my volume of the game and ban. I like to ban the anti-mage. I do not want to play against anti-mage. I hate anti-mage. Anti-mage can go die in a fire.
Yeah, he could. Especially if he died to an Ember Spirit.
All right. Yay!
Alrighty. Just, yeah. It was...
Who is mid?
I don't know, but this person thinks they're playing Dawnbreaker offlane. Maybe just like type 3 in chat and scare them away. Yeah. Maybe Dawnbreaker will go mid. No problem.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
jeez.
you've definitely got a ban mid now.
Yeah. Oh, welcome to.
Sick.
Oh yeah, no, this is like the classic taste of Herald and Crusader Dota. Is your lanes are fucked, people are disconnecting left and right.
It's
Like
the entire game, top to bottom.
Yeah.
This happens in my games too. It's the worst.
All right, so starting items, it recommends 3 iron branches, a salve, tangos, a fairy fire, and a quelling blade.
That is what DM just played in that game that we watched. The other option is you could go like, I think Ring of Protection is a good starting item. Like you could go Ring of Protection, 2 branches, tangos, salve, mango. I think works.
Okay, so 2 branches, ring of protection, tango, salve, mango. Yes, that works.
Okay, cool.
No, I'm not going mid. Yeah, I fucking suck at mid. Don't make me go mid. Oh.
Alright, abandoned. Take 2,
Ah.
let's go.
All right. Woo. The chaos. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. That is one of the things I almost wish there was like a roll queue for all pick.
Yeah.
Because just the
Wait,
the disasters.
Can you try queuing ranked really quick? Let's see.
Yeah,
I
of
don't
course.
think it lets you, but maybe it does.
So let me queue off. Coaches are not permitted.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
in
yeah,
ranked
all right.
matchmaking.
That's what I thought.
Alas. I will have to fight my way through ranked the swamp that is my MMR bracket alone. It's like, I don't know, have you seen like what is it, Neverending Story? And there's like that whole scene of him like walking through like, I forget what it's called, but it's like the bog of sadness or something.
No.
And that is
I have not, but
that
sounds
is-
apt.
I'll send you like a GIF or something later. I loved who was it? Was it OG who played Dawn? A really good Dawn mid, I think. Was it Tops? Yeah, it was a Topson
played mid.
Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
I liked that Dawnbreaker. I'm not sure I'm down with the like sort of supporty Dawnbreakers I've seen. I just don't think it's, well, this is uninformed opinion, but I just haven't seen it be as successful. But
Yeah, it's interesting because you definitely have to play mid Dawnbreaker a lot differently than other positions. You know, you kind of have to just be fighting nonstop, and Dawnbreaker is a very strange hero. I haven't played her a lot, but like a big part of a successful Dawnbreaker player, I feel, is like having a team that you're allowed to play away from because you can always ulti in. You kind of have that same like Spectre idea of like Spectre just farms on the other side of the map and then ultis when there's a fight. And Dawnbreaker kind of operates the same way, but she tends to play those positions like 2-3s where you want to be the one starting shit and you can't be reactive to fights, you know? So.
Yeah.
I think that's why a lot of teams latched onto one position Dawnbreaker in TI, because theoretically you have that tool to just be able to like you have tools to farm, to clear waves, to, you know, do a lot of damage later in the game, and then you're actually a pretty good hero against techies, so
Okay.
you'll be okay. We'll see. We're in for a long one.
All right. Stretch. Hydrate.
Yep. Hydration check. Everyone in chat, take a drink.
Oh god, techies. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We'll make it work.
You know, techies in the
Oh, what?
Alright,
Okay.
you're really good against Tiny, you're really bad against Spirit Breaker, so...
Right,
so,
because the will the wards, do they not, does his like charge thing not get affected by the slow at all?
so,
Or is it just like so powerful
yeah,
that it
so
doesn't
charge
matter?
does get affected by slow because it's based on his movement speed. So if he's running at you and you Venomous Gale him, he'll like slow to a crawl for the last like few feet of the charge, but it's not gonna save you from that charge eventually hitting you. But the other thing is, like, when I play against Spirit Breakers as Veno, I will often I'll often get something to help me avoid that fate. You know, either a Hurricane Pike or a Yule Scepter, or honestly, it might not actually be a big deal this game. You might just be able to build tanky and let the charge hit you and then just kite afterwards, right? If you're strong enough to avoid that initial, like, charge ulti combo, then you can just Gale back and chase him down and start fucking hitting him.
Okay.
So.
Let's see. So, okay. But I'm probably, okay, yeah. No, all right. I've actually never seen what the coach view looks like, so that's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, it's very weird. There's a lot of things, like, I wish I could just, like, click on you and see your, like, screen here and help out with starting items and stuff. That's always, like, a problem when I'm, like, coaching, is, like, I can't see what anyone else sees.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. They did well in their last match, so we can be hopeful. And we win the cosmetics battle, so there you go.
Oh,
GG.
yeah.
Cptn.Canuck.
What do you want?
The time for preparation is short. Use it wisely.
Oh yeah.
This person is a joy.
Yeah.
So, I think I noticed in that thing was 1 point in poison sting to start, or is it?
It depends. So in that last game that we watched, he went Venomous Gale first, because Gale, because they went for a first blood basically, and Gale is infinitely better at getting that first blood off. Poison Sting gives you basically extra damage on your last hits, which is better at level 1 if you're just like last hitting against a hero 1 versus 1. But if there's any kill potential, you want to go Gale. So I would just hold the point and kind of see if you have the option to murder someone, and if you don't, just go Poison Sting for that level 1.
Okay. Oh boy.
The next level play.
This will be fun with this gyro.
Okay. I don't know how to block the creeps, so this is going to be very
you're
sad.
doing it. Oh.
There we go. Whatever. You know what? If I do it once, it's a success. All right, so I think 1 point instinct.
Yeah.
Then.
So watch that tiny walking from below you there.
Yep.
But yeah.
I'm also very not accustomed to last hitting, as I usually play, so...
Yeah.
Oh,
This
boy.
hero is admittedly pretty hard to last hit on, so...
Okay, that will make me
but
feel better.
The other
while
team is
terrible.
being, you know, pretty aggressive with the wave, which is actually really good. This is exactly what you want. You want the wave to come back to you. So just kind of like let them keep clicking the wave, and if the wave kind of comes back to this area, you're happy.
Okay.
In between hits, like click on the tiny and make sure that like he's kind of feeling hurt for walking up and daring to last hit near you, right? Because they do have the ability to kind of chase you down and hurt you in this lane, but if you're kind of constantly chipping them down, they're never going to feel confident enough to step forward, right?
I see. Okay.
So just keep clicking them, and honestly, if you aggro the creeps, it's actually okay, because it'll mean
Yeah, I'm
that your
trying
creep
to
is
pull
not
them back to this ranged
Yeah.
creep, but I'm not sure. Am I not close enough? Is that why it's not working?
I think you were just barely not close enough. So now that you're able to grab your point in Gale, and yeah, now your lane's in a perfectly good spot. You're happy. So just try to let's focus on your last hitting.
Oh my god, as you say that. Bad at the video game. Okay.
Yeah, with you not having played Venom for a while, maybe you should have done the last hit challenge first, but this is okay. Learn on the fly.
Exactly.
Now, stand there and take the creep damage. Don't let it under the tower.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Let me...
Still getting last hits. And the range creeps aren't going to come back. This way, your creeps will, like, kind of
Oh my god.
get held there until this next wave comes, and you're super content with this spot in the lane, right? Tiny doesn't want to come anywhere near you, and you're just farming up a storm. I would buy that urn. I think you can afford it, and just get that flying out.
Okay. I'm so bad at multitasking the shop and... Oh!
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect! I would just Gale that tiny and just click him. Like, yeah, there you go. Snake.
Do I want another point? Like, do the 2-2 thing that we talked about?
I think that's the ideal build for this lane. Yeah, like 2-2-2. A lot of Venom, because your ulti costs so much mana, a lot of Venos will just skip the ulti until like level 8 or 9. Oh, this guy's
Okay.
in so deep. What's he doing? Click, click, click. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kill this guy. Kill this guy. Yeah. He fucked up. Big time. Nice. Tiny 2.
Your downfall.
Yes. Oh, and you got an urn charge from that. You got urn charge from that too.
Tower faces a terrible
Beautiful.
Sweet.
All right, and because they burst down that wave, you get to control the creep wave again when it was going to push nicely into their tower. So you're in a great spot.
Besides missing my last hits, yeah. Oh my god, self. All right. Okay, I gotta stop being bad.
Yeah, this is definitely a hero that you might want to like just go in the last hit trainer for a little bit. It's really, really hard to yeah, like he's got a very weird attack animation and he doesn't have a lot of base attack damage.
I love this. He just runs away.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
After playing such squishy supports, man, this is a flex.
yeah, and like I said, especially like beefy carriers are just scared the shit of this hero. Oh, double gale attack back. Oh,
I
all
missed.
right, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
We're good.
well, bad at the game.
Oh, good.
Game is hard. Oh, can we pop that? Come on. Nope. Okay.
Zeus has no mana.
No worry. Nice.
Alright, so looking at the game here, you've got a lot of magic damage from the Techies and the Invoker, but you also have a decent amount of physical damage from the Weaver and the Tiny. So the item build that you want to go for here is probably going to be some split of like physical and magic mitigation. So
Okay.
I like the idea of getting like maybe both a hood and a vanguard, or a hood with some other sort of intermediate armor item, like I don't want to say mechanism, but even like a solar crest or something could be good. It's not great this game.
Okay. Some of this, I'll just warn you, I will probably need you to repeat.
Yeah,
I don't know what's up with my,
totally,
like,
no worries.
Dota hearing while I play, but for some reason I have, like, very selective hearing.
Yeah, you can turn this. You can turn this. Fight him and throw an urn on. Yeah. Throw an urn on that guy and click him. Yeah. Once they've thrown their spells, they can't do any more, right? They're not going to be able to charge at you. That guy's going to burn down to the poison, and you got the Tiny as well. Whoop. Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, I think we'll get him.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
you're still
We'll get
good.
him.
You're
All right,
still
this
good.
actually is great because it gives me a chance to mute all of the assholes on my team.
Yeah.
All right. Screaming about their penises. All right. And also put my boots actually into my backpack.
Yeah, I was gonna say
my
if you had your
MMR
boots in
is
your,
like negative.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you had your boots in your inventory there, that Tiny wouldn't have been able to get that last attack on you. You would have been fine.
What kind of boots do I want on?
Go power treads.
Or do I want to go treads? You said?
Actually, you know what? Finish your like just stick on brown boots
The
and finish your spirit vessel first. Yeah, it'll
Yep,
be really
you got
solid for you this game.
Cool.
Oh, oftentimes I find that like when you have to deal with like split damage mitigation, when you need armor and magic resist, it's really good to just get health, because it functionally gives you more effective HP against both. Kill this guy. Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
Okay.
So remember what I was telling you about earlier when I said, like, you know, as soon as you take that charge damage, Spearbreaker's got nothing left, right? So, you know, as soon as he does that, you actually are happy, because the second he's hit you, then you just turn it around and you start hitting him back, and he just has to run away like a, you know, stupid dumb cow.
Poor cow.
Exactly. Yeah, and keep clicking on that Tiny, make him miserable anytime he tries to get near you. Those are your creeps, not his creeps. Yeah, and Spearberry's doing it again. Oh, nice. Gale. Burn charge, just click. Oop.
Oh shit, I misclicked because I had it on the wrong fucking button.
Throw down a bunch of wards.
Like a
Just get-
dork.
Yep, that extra bit of damage. And that's fine. Like, he's chasing you, but he shouldn't be, right? Like, you just can kite for days, You don't care. Burn charges on him. You're gonna have another Gale up in a second. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got them both. You got them both. They think they're scary. They're not. Woohoo! Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Have I tainted the
You
way
can heal up.
discourse?
No problem.
All right. Okay. I'm liking the Venom. This
Yep.
is nice.
If that chip vest is available, if the lion's gonna drop it, grab it because it's a really nice item for you. And then I would say get your spirit vessel recipe flying out to the secret shop as soon as you can.
So one of the questions I have is, you know, when do you push the tower, and when do you just want to keep the creeps like by you? You know, like
so
by your tower.
I would say it's a matter of kind of posture on the lane, right? In this lane, oh, just ulti kill him, kill him. Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah, you're so fine. Just kite him. You're stupid. Stupid! Beautiful. Awesome.
Right.
Grab
Okay,
your spirit vessel,
deep
fly that
breaths.
out, heal yourself up, and you're so good.
Oopsies. I'm sorry, friend. I'm very bad at doing the high five thing.
So yeah, like what I'd say is like, it's a matter of posture on the lane, right? Like if you are in a dominant position, then starting to push is ideal, right? Because
Okay.
right now you know that if that Tiny and Spirit Breaker come on you, you can literally just kill them both on your own, right? Like the Zeus is gravy, but like you are stronger than both of them combined at this point. So start pushing the wards up. Spirit Breaker's charging again. Just kill him one more time. Like I don't know what he's doing. This guy's insane. Drop some wards. Drop Spirit Vessel. Like yeah, he's dead. This guy's a moron. You're so good. No problem, right? Like so just push. Stock up the wards here. Get as many wards as you can, just like outside of the tower vision. Yeah, like right there. That Tiny's getting poked. He hates his life. No problem. And then you start getting those wards up on
Oop,
the
that
tower.
one was in tower.
All good. Yeah.
Okay.
Get him on top of the tower now. Again, Tiny fucking hates his life. Fly some power treads out to yourself. Maybe just bring a preemptive clarity as well. You don't need it quite yet, but you'll probably need it as you start spamming more wards. And maybe a magic wand too, because magic wands are always just good.
Someday I will be fast in the shop, but today is not that day.
Yeah. That's good to know. And yeah, look at this Tiny. He's like running around trying to kill wards. That's going to expire before he finishes it because he has no attack speed. Big, stupid rock idiot. He just like Gale and trap him in there. Yeah, he's stuck. Like this guy hates himself so much right now. It's a miserable lane. Like I said, like when I said you're good against Tiny at the beginning of the game, like this is why. Tiny has nothing until he has like, you know, maybe a Shadow Blade and a Blink Dagger to try to sneak up on you, and even then, you're already too tanky for him.
Alright, so I do want to be careful. Aha!
Fuck him.
What's up, bud?
Invite him to fight you
Yeah.
at this point. Like, you were so strong. And yeah, you can do exactly this, right? Like, farm the side camps and stuff, too. Like, at this point, you own this lane. You own the creeps. They're all yours. You know, if they want to come at you, again, just ulti fight this guy. He's dead. You don't have to be scared of shit. You a badass motherfucker that doesn't afraid of nothing. Zeus takes your kill, whatever.
That's fine.
And there's that
So
preemptive
do I
clarity
wanna
coming
be-
into play. Oh, sorry.
Save the day. In terms of skilling, do I want to be putting kind of like get my plague wards up to their max first, or
Yeah, I would say max up your plague wards and then put a couple more points in poison sting. 2 points Gale is usually good. The reason
I'm
for
so
that.
greedy. I want it. All right.
The scaling on Venomous Gale is really good from level 1 to 2, and it's not as good from level 2 to 3. So you'll see a lot of Venos go for 2 points Gale to win a lane, and then they'll max the other two abilities out.
Oh, did I miss the
Alright,
stack? I did not miss it. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
That
I think
might
I'm
be a
dead.
problem. Just Gale backwards and run. Oh, the bash. That was unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no avoid
And did I
that
miss the Weaver missing? I think I might have. Okay. All right. Well.
You good? Finish up my magic.
Yeah, shit happens.
Magic wand, and then Let's see. What else do you want this game?
Oh, hi, Super. So one of those like really patient higher MMR players that has been very nice to play with me is Super in chat. So he's very
awesome.
sweet, and does not mind queuing with terrible players like me. Okay, buddy, I do not recommend this, sir.
Oh yeah, get him! Oh, the Spearburger is so sad. Nice.
Okay, so talents. Venomous Gale cooldown or health.
I would say
Oh,
health this game. Gale cooldown is nice, but you're really in a position this game where they're gonna make you the focus of their attention, right? This Weaver's gonna run at you, the Invoker's gonna cast all the spells on you. The longer you can survive and the more wards you can put down, the more effective you are in this game. So health is gonna be really impactful for you.
Gotcha.
You must decide what comes next.
I'm just trying to push a little harder since we
totally.
murdered some of them. Alright.
Yeah, and you got a lot of people coming there, but yeah, you can just be annoying like this, right? Like, be out of vision, keep dropping wards, this tower is going to get obliterated, this creep wave is going to slowly go down, and I would also make sure that you just drop some wards behind you, right? You want to keep that full radius of vision around you so that nobody can walk up on you from the river, right? That one ward right here will save you a lot of grief just in case an Invoker decides to walk up the river. Yep. And tiny blinks on you, you just don't care.
The enemy attacks your middle tower. Sparks that may blaze into a skirmish. The enemy attacks your middle tower.
Yeah, just ulti, no cares. You got your magic wands,
Faces a temper test.
and Tiny, you can just kite him forever, right?
Woo!
No!
Oh,
The
maybe not.
Sunstrike! Oh, no! Yeah, that's tough.
That is tough. Oh, all right. What? Sorry, you'll have to remind me. What items were we talking about next?
Oh, good. I was trying to, like, think that out myself. I think you want to go for a Hood of Defiance. In this lane, it doesn't matter so much,
that's
but
not what I
as the
want.
game goes on, Techies Invoker are gonna be a nightmare for you,
Oh, god damn it. I forgot about the techies.
so... Yep.
Shit. Oh, all right. Well,
The enemy's middle tower has been destroyed.
so I guess I keep coming here, right? Because my carry is bottom.
Yep.
And,
Yeah, and... Oh, hit the Tiny. Yeah. You can kill this guy. Just ulti both of them, you can kill.
I'm not sure if the range is on this. I'm going to try, but...
It's pretty big. Tiny's TPing, that was a smart TP, but you're still fine there. Nice. So yeah, and just keep stirring up shit
Nice.
as far away from your carry as possible, right? The more people come to the more people come to the lane that you're in, the better it is for you, right? As much as it sucked having that Weaver come chase you down, the Weaver being there meant that your Gyro was not getting attacked, right? And your Gyro's farming.
Yeah.
So your Gyro seems to be going for a pipe, which is interesting. So I think you will want to turn your Hood into an Eternal Shroud versus finishing the pipe, but that's totally fine.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. I think you want to take the tower now. You're in a position where, like, the other team is scared to death of you. Weaver's coming. I don't think you're super scared of him.
I don't have vision is the only thing.
Yeah, oh, okay, they're
Oh,
all, yeah,
oh,
they're
oh,
all
oh,
Alright,
oh
now
my
you're
god.
safe.
Alright, well, that's
Fine, just
okay.
activate the Hood wand and, okay.
Nope.
All good, all good.
Faces a
But this is still good, right? Because they see you as the threat.
Space,
They're all
right?
coming for you. Like, you know, it sucks that you die, but this is legit space, right? They're focusing on the wrong thing in the game. They're focusing on shutting down an offlaner who's just going to continue putting wards up and chunking your tower. And in return, they're going to get a fat-ass gyrocopter with a pipe, you know, flying down. Yeah.
That's the hope. Let's see.
The enemy attacks your top tower.
Now, in terms of itemization from here, it's kind of hard for me to say exactly what you should buy. There's a lot of things you need to deal with this game. I would say right now the biggest threat to you is going to be the Weaver. You have some magic resistance and health for the Invoker. Weaver's going to be a big pain in your ass. So, to me right now, that's telling me Heaven's Halberd is probably the item you want. Gives you a bit of status resistance for the stuns, and it gives you the ability to disarm the Weaver, which makes it so that he can't fuck with you. Ooh, okay. Yeah, be aggressive on these guys a little bit. Like just kind of keep throwing those words up, and again, kind of invite them to run at you. You don't see the Weaver, which is a little scary, but like, yeah, this is kind of what you want. You want that Spear Breaker to just throw himself at you, and then you can just ulti now and... Alright, you don't need to ulti.
Do I need to? He's TPing.
He's gonna die in base.
Sorry.
Yep, no, you're good.
That's why I ulted. I hope that's
Yeah.
the
That
right
was
thing.
exactly what you
Alright.
wanted to do. Now Invoker's come up here as well. Again, yeah, this is exactly it, right? Like, you see Invoker, he's coming top because he's like, this Venom's fucking killing my whole team. He comes, he dies as well. Your game is, like, you're making your Gyro's game so easy right now. Now think about that thing I was talking about in terms of next steps of the game, right? Moving forward, what's the next thing you want to do? This tower's going to go down in a moment here. I would just Gale this wave and clear it out, like, or well, I guess Gale the stupid Spear Breaker that just won't stop charging you. This guy is actually insane. He just...
The problem is usually those types of people are on my team.
Well, and I mean, the other part of it too is like I said, Spirit Breaker is theoretically good against Venomancer, but because you played this well and because you drew him into a bunch of shitty positions where he was walking into creep waves and taking extra damage, he ended up under-leveled, and now you just want him to do it, right? So you're in a great position. So anyways, next steps. This is what I was
really
talking
quick,
about.
really
Push-
quick. Life, talents. Talents.
Oh yeah, you're on 15 already. Holy shit. Both are really good. I would say Poison Sting's slow, just because it's really impactful against the Tiny and the Spear Breaker.
Okay.
But yeah, both of those talents are good. I don't think you can really go wrong there. Yeah, okay, so this is perfect, right? Like, this is what I was talking about. Next steps, pushing the tempo. You want to get into their jungle, start controlling it, and make safe space for your team to come help you out, right? So make sure you're just kind of inching forward with wards. You want wards up here, you want wards up here, you want wards up here. And, you know, ultimately you do need your team here a little bit, because if you do get charged and a Weaver comes and an Invoker comes, like, you should be a little bit scared right now. But as long as you can kind of keep that spacing up, and, you know, you do have your Lion here to help you out, your team's going to get naturally drawn towards this, right? Your Ember is going to see that you guys are in a good position. He's going to run forward. He's killing the techies right now. He's having a great game. If this guy charges you again, okay, yeah. Yeah. Alright, cool. Go pick up the top wave. Just make sure you're kind of cutting and continuing that pressure, because if there's no wave there for them to move up with, you're in a better position. They've kind of moved in to retake the jungle, so just watch out for this Weaver. He's kind of nearby. Him and Spear Breaker are probably going to make a play for you right now, so just start walking backwards. And I think the Lion, if he's there, will be able to help you out. And again, they all stopped to deal with wards, right? Like, you were able to see that because you had those good aggressive wards up. So now you can kind of loop back around, move in, start taking that hard camp, that small camp, and then again start placing wards and you know, zoning them out of that space.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, you've almost got 4K gold in your bank, so let's buy
Oh,
you an
Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm used to being like,
You're farming
again,
up
the
a storm,
support
yeah.
life of like, I never have gold, so why would I ever worry about, you know, how much gold I have?
Okay, I've been racking my brain
Yes.
over what your item is all game. Shiva's Guard. Shiva's Guard is an amazing item in this game.
Ooh, okay.
Gives you a lot of armor, gives you this slow for the Spear Breaker and the Tiny, and gives you the... Ooh, alright, that's a dead techies. Get him. Yeah, just keep chasing, keep chasing. You doesn't scared of nothing.
Oh, am I scared of that?
No. And he's a bitch. Well, and again, like, just keep placing wards, and he can't blink. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You're good. As soon as the Spear Breaker gets there, just ulti and keep fighting. Edge one. Hood. Run.
Oh no! I forgot the hood. I forgot the hood. Oh god. All right.
Oh, they canceled it. All right. Well, they got 3 kills out of it, anyways. I mean,
Here you die.
it's funny because
Okay.
that was a 3-for-1 trade, and it could have been a 3-for-none. And that's just execution, right?
Invisibility.
Oh, I mean that's also like yeah. Let's get the. Oh yes,
Yep.
yes. All right, I will trade my life
Yep.
for that.
And
Let's
meanwhile,
see, how
your
is
hood
our-
gyrocopter is farming up a storm.
And I'm out leveling him, so suck it, Gyro. Because sorry, he was the really like toxic person in the beginning.
Oh,
so like,
yeah, that's
I
right.
want us to win, but I want to win with him being a failure.
Shit.
So
Yeah, that's weird.
yeah.
Yeah, you're 12 and 5. Holy shit, yeah.
Dire structures
Slaying it.
fortified.
I'm doing my best. All right, so he is mid. So if he's mid, I can't really go opposite. I want to pick up these items, but I could of course send my courier.
So I would say you still definitely want to go top.
Okay.
Gyro is moving into their jungle, but this is kind of the point of the game where, you know, like at 25 minutes, your team should kind of be together, right? And your objective right now should be to dominate
Oh,
the
I
enemy
knew that was
space
there.
as much as possible.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Oh god. Oh god. I'm trying to get here, friends.
no problem.
Oh well, never mind. I am not needed to be here.
But yeah, so get
just
wards up as aggressively as possible. Get them up on this cliff. Get them like over at the entrance to the jungle here. Entrance to the jungle here. Here. Make it so that they don't ever want to walk forward. Again, like remember that final kind of scene we were looking at in that VP game, like yeah, where this jungle was, right? Tiny is kind of in that same position that Earthshaker was, where he just like is walking up and then he just gets plinked, and now he doesn't have a you know, he can't enter his own jungle, right? Doesn't have a blink. He's sad as fuck. They're just getting chased away. Just keep doing it. Keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
I didn't think I was in range for that. Okay. Oof, lordy.
Yeah, you can ulti this fight away. This fight's looking bad from your team, but you can kill this Tiny for sure.
Oh, I think he'll go down. Yeah.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Your team could have played that a lot better, but like the idea of what you were doing was absolutely right. You know, you want to be sitting on that high ground, spamming out those wards, and making it impossible for them to enter their own jungle.
Gotcha. Okay. Use spirit. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Also, chat. I forgot the spirit vessel. That's on me. Is Pupil's Gift a good pick?
Pupil's Gift.
Because there's two
Oh,
tier
right.
2, so I don't know Brigand's Blade or Pupil's Gift, which is
Yeah,
better for
actually,
me.
Pupil's Gift is really good on you. Gives you int and strength, which is... Veno's one of those heroes that like doesn't actually like their own primary attribute. Like, it's not often that you buy agi items on Veno. So
Rune of illusion.
So here, I see one of them. I see the Weaver bottom. So I'm inclined again to go top, but the rest of them are all missing.
yeah, I would actually go mid here and start kind of pushing up that mid wave. Again, the thing that your hero is good at is kind of inching up on vision and kind of creating space for your team to follow, right? So your team is on the bottom half of the map, and theoretically you want to start creating space for them to join you at mid. So if you push out that mid wave and then get wards up kind of around the side of the lanes here, your team will feel comfortable joining you, and then you can move up into either the triangle or back into that top jungle, right? So
Gotcha.
you're in a
Okay.
good spot there. Just make sure that you can't kind of be jumped by anything. Make sure you have your wards up on either side of you. Get that kind of radius of control around you. You know, Techies is mining up their jungle right now, so that's maybe not where you want to go. But you can pressure this tier 2 and convert that into controlling their triangle, right? You can take this, you can place some wards up in here, and then kind of move over into their jungle from there and start farming their ancients, getting a ward up on that ward spot high ground, and then your team can like rally around you and start pressuring both tier 2s.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see.
abuse this guy. He wants to click your ward and go away. Go away.
Oh, I'm in some trouble. Oh boy. Well, is that
I should have told you.
good space?
Yeah, it's decent. Honestly, like I kind of just like high MMR brained that. I was like, oh yeah, if you're up there, your team will naturally kind of follow you, but your team is just sitting on top.
So this is the challenge, that I keep running into is getting that kind of like, you know, I will try, and even in my low MMR brain, I will try to make a play and think it's like obvious what we should do, and then I can assure you that it's apparently to the rest of the team it's not obvious.
Yeah,
So.
and like I think
no.
they will get it. They just get it slower. Like I said, when you were like when you were playing top and you were dominating that lane, your Ember did just come naturally join you because you wanted to get kills, and that's what the kills were, right? And you're seeing it now is that they're kind of reacting to the space that you made. You got a kill on the techies mid, you opened up the triangle a bit, you got a ward there, and they saw that, so now they're chasing it. Gyro went for that kill there, Ember's now showing up. So it's one of those things where like it's just delayed at lower MMRs where they recognize where the action is, they want to be part of it, but you know, they're not on top of it with you, they're not pushing that pace with you. So I guess to that I would just say, like, you know, move forward and create that space, but then just back up and kind of wait for them to like clue in, right? You can egg them along by pinging and stuff, and just like ping the tier 2 tower a bunch. Like, we gotta go tier 2, whatever.
A fitting bounty.
Okay.
So yeah, now you control this tower. I would get like another ward up just in here in this spot, just because that's a popular TP spot, like right here.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, now they like really can't show us.
Ah, damn it.
They
Right as
don't
they-
want to be. Shiva's ulti, fight that, like. And but
I am silenced.
yeah, you're good. You're good.
Right.
And that's why we build all that tanky shit, right? You survive the burst, and you're able to get your spells off. Spirit Vessel on yourself to just heal up, and this is a good position to be in. Maybe go help out with that Weaver. Like, you can throw some spells and maybe try to help your Ember Spirit there.
Oh, I don't know. There's like 3 of them.
Okay.
Do I really
Okay,
want to?
back.
I'm sorry. I just saw like all of them kind of coming in, and we've got other
your
people
Ember had
who
a
will
DD
remain
and
nameless.
okay. Yeah, your Ember had a DD, and I was like, oh, maybe you can pop something up. Oh, grab that neutral item if you can. This is a good fight, but yeah, okay. Yeah, you're good. Nice. Yeah, there you go. We'll fight.
Okay. Whew.
Cool.
All right, let's do
Yeah,
it. Come on,
and-
team.
Yeah, and just keep posturing on that tower. 3 dead, I think you're mostly good. Weaver's showing bottom, so you're not really scared of much. And wards off cooldown. Just wards.
Oh, yep.
Yep,
Sorry.
there you go. No worries.
As the cooldowns decrease, sometimes I feel like I don't always adapt to that
Yeah.
as well as I should. Oh
Kill this
boy.
guy. But Shiva's.
Oh, there's. God damn it. And the Weaver. Alright. Ah, boy. Alright, I could have played that much better.
Oh, good. Deep breath.
I think I need to explore some alternative key bindings for the items, because I don't know if it's just me having like weird EDS fingers or just like sucking, but
Yeah.
I really struggle to hit like consistently as I'm doing other things like hit Z and hit N and stuff.
Oh, okay, you use ZXZ. Yeah, okay. I use 1
I
through
use
6
the
of
defaults,
mine.
which is ooh. Okay, so 1 through 6 for me are my micro control
Yeah.
groups. So
And I moved those to ZXC because I use those far less frequently than items, right?
yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so here I'm nervous because I see the Weaver and the techies, but like we don't have great vision, and
Yeah. You do have vision
when
in the
I'm
enemy
up-
triangle. And
okay.
again, I think you want to be the leader in your team in terms of posturing. So I would TP to your shrine, walk across the river, start just slowly throwing wards up the high ground, and then controlling that position, and ideally your team will follow you. And as you cut the mid and side waves, you'll start to create creep control there as well, right? Because your mid wave will push in, your bottom wave will push in, and you'll see a lot more of that side of the map. Also, I would buy up a Eternal Shroud when you get a chance, and fly that out, and then I'd start working on an Aghanim Scepter, I think.
Okay.
Spirit Breaker charging your team. Oh, Weaver's right on top of you. Just hit that guy. Alright, this is a really good fight for you guys, I think. Yeah, nice. Oh, nice. You got the Weaver too. Hell yeah. The Spirit Vessel
Right,
uses.
and that is why. Oh yeah. This is why you carry dust.
Yeah.
Eternal Shroud. Okay. Next talent is up, so I can get cooldown on wards or something with Poison Nova.
I think you want ward cooldown in this game. Poison Nova cooldown is really nice, but I think you just want to be just like E button, E button, E button, E button all game long. Just have everything everywhere. You can just walk up and hit this tier 2. Like, I would just kill it. I think it's one attack, 35 damage. Yeah, you can just kill it. Schmeck it. Schmeck it. Oh, I just barely can't. Okay, I thought you could one-shot it. Alright, so your final objective is going to be that the outpost, the tier 2 top, and then Roshan. So start moving up to the top. Posture your wards up there so you can see everything coming at you. This Spirit Breaker is insane. Yes, kill him, kill him. Nice, beauty. Yeah, go straight up into top. Yeah, just start farming these camps, get the outposts, get wards up. Your gyro's already hitting the tower, so he's kind of got to pipe Sanjin Yasha into Glepnir. This guy is wild.
Hi, Yam. Oh, Jesus.
Okay. You might want to start walking away here. Oh, your team's coming.
Yeah, people are
okay,
TPing.
Yeah, your
people are TPing, so I'm going to have to just...
Okay, yeah, walk away, walk away. You're in trouble.
Yep. Do they have... Yeah, they do. Alright. Oh,
Ulti?
fuck me! Oh!
So your the Eternal Shroud gives you that little bit of spell lifesteal too, and I think in that scenario, if you maybe ulti and Gale backwards and you get enough, maybe you survive. It would have been close, but yeah, this is why Venom wants to be tanky rather than like utility, right? Because 4 staff there, you just get chased down, but you lived for so long with all of that. Yeah,
that felt, yeah, even though we died, that still felt kind of good because we were able to, or at least I was able to kind of survive a bit. I'm sorry, you said work on Aghanims yet? Next,
I think so, yeah. I think that makes it. Well, so
let me look at
and here's where Veno is one of those heroes where you can almost buy anything on him, right? What I would say is Aghanims, Halberd, or maybe yeah, Aghanims or Halberd here, I think.
Okay.
It's hard to say. You could even go for something like an Assault Grass even too. That might be a little goofy, but...
Yeah, there you go. The Spirit Breaker is so bad. Okay.
Yeah.
That's helping. Okay, so let's see. I also want to make sure if things go disastrous, I do have buyback. But... so here,
As soon as you spawn, I'd say TP to top, pick up your point booster. I'd say set your treads to strength. You just want that extra health right now and just keep it there. You don't need the agi, you don't need the int. Your other items account for that.
Yeah, that was me panic switching, trying to tread swap while I was dying, but it didn't.
Fuck, what's happening there? Is your gyro trying to solo rush?
Oh, Jesus. Well... Oh boy. I've shown, so I just want to pull back maybe for a second and go over here. Oh god, great.
Right.
I maybe should pull back.
Yeah, I would just chill. Yeah, that Weaver definitely beelined it straight to you. He's got a BKB right now, which is going to make your life really tough. Yeah, just kind of keep trying to play that positioning game, right? If you can see the Weaver by having a bunch of wards around yourself, you'll hopefully be able to find little nooks in the trees where you can go, or you can TP before he gets on you and kills you. You can survive a Weaver long enough to TP. The only problem is worrying about, you know, a Spearbringer charge.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can defend and push out top. I know he's there, and I'll stick near the tower. I don't know if this is a bad idea, but I don't want to give this up without at least somewhat of a fight.
Yeah. Yeah, good ward placement.
Okay. Let's see. I see the tiny. I don't see anyone else, but I've got the lion TPing with me. Ugh. Don't really know where to go right now. I don't want to do the dance.
No, I think like just kind of sticking around where you are is good. You can kind of back up to your triangle because you know your triangle's safe. And like, you know, if you, again, with Veno, it's about inching forward, right? Because you have these two wards up ahead of you, you can see that this space is safe. So you can walk up to here, place another ward here, and then you can kind of see the, you can see what's next, right? And you can kind of just keep doing that, right? Okay, there's an Invoker there, you back the fuck up, right?
And techies.
Yeah, so just kind of always moving yourself a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further. You know, that's the way to play Veno safely.
Okay.
So now you can start doing that a little forward. You see Weaver and Invoker on the map at mid, so you know this lane's pretty safe. Clear out the wave, start pushing forward a little bit, move towards that small camp, move towards the medium camp after that, and just, you know, slowly advance the wave, give your team some space. Ultimately, because they have Aegis, you don't want to fight right now, but if you can still take away some of their map space and make them feel like they have to address you, and then you safely retreat, you're going to end up in a good position.
Okay.
Game's in an awkward spot. I really kind of like... It's always awkward when games get to this point because the other team is super far behind you and shouldn't be able to fight, but the Aegis just barely makes them strong enough. Alright.
Oh, business is happening. Do I want to try to push top tower and force them to rotate?
I would just kind of keep pushing, but be aware that they'll probably just come straight for you.
Oh my god. So much.
Oh, you just blew up the line. I was watching the fight.
He had them like right in the middle of the lane, and I honestly just...
You might actually be a good hero to hold a gem this game, but it's always dicey.
Yeah, that's... Oof. Oh god, alright. Well... Okay. Let's think this through. Okay, 1 minute.
Oh, you can get better neutral items here for sure. I would maybe upgrade to
Oh god,
Cloak
yeah.
of Flames, or maybe Ninja Gear is honestly really good on you. Ninja Gear is like, what's that, 3.5 agi? Or 3.5 armor versus the 4 from Cloak. And then you get the movement speed. Yeah, that's probably the enemy one. And it's really good for moving around the map. It prevents you from... getting charged by Spirit Breaker as you're walking around the map, which is really nice.
Okay, let's see. The classic backpack Daedalus on Weaver.
I think I maybe made the wrong call in telling you to go Ags over Halberd. I think it's still good, but you'll definitely want to get a Halberd ASAP as soon as you finish this. Because this Weaver is the only problem. If Weaver can't attack, your team is okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This gyro is just like feeding.
Yeah, this guy is
just
something else.
Extra special.
If your gyro used all the space he had to build like an Ags or anything of impact, he...
That's good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And
I
we
think
did
it's
it
just
right
expired.
as... Yep. Alright, so let's
Alright. Now, I think everyone can see this. I'm gonna like draw on the map and be like, whoosh. Because yeah, you just want to like get this wave going. And do what you were doing just before this, where you're pushing up that lane, but just do it hyper aggressively. Like, yeah, gale the wave, put a bunch of wards down, walk ahead, go to the next wave, do it like, you know, just snap.
Oh yeah,
because
I can also see somebody getting murdered.
Yeah, you
in
see the whole map.
Jungle, so.
Oh, there you go. Techie's dead. Tiny's gonna be dead in a second.
All right.
BKB lost forever.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think you would have to show up to this fight, but your team kind of blew it, and that double damage was a big thing. Oh yeah, yeah. I would definitely like ninja gear yourself and just kind of run away right now. You run the risk of just Tiny TPing and Blink killing you.
Gotcha. 25 talent.
25 talent. Plague Ward HP and damage is disgusting, and because you took Plague Ward cooldown, it's going to be big for you. You can place wards without breaking your smoke too, so you can kind of just drop them everywhere.
Oh shit! I thought it would break it. That's my bad.
No, only attacks break it, not abilities. Buy out your full ags, and then yeah, I think.
And queue up the halberd.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the halberd will be big for both Tiny and for Weaver.
I just worry, like, not having vision. I don't really know. I'm doing the dance. I don't know where to go.
Well, like,
where
again,
do I inch when I feel like I'm kind of surrounded?
Oh, go help your lion here first. You can probably.
Well, where?
Oh yeah. Okay,
Oh.
Yeah, that's great.
Not sure how many more ways I can tell this fucking gyro to go home, but.
Yeah,
let's see. So I can. All right, Pink Invoker's headed more top, but I did just see them all there. So I think I might be safe to place.
Yeah,
I've got the ninja gear, so I can.
Yeah, like I would just ninja gear right now, so you can't be charged, and then just like you don't have to attack, just keep placing wards, right?
Ah, yeah, okay. I think I just saw one of them in our triangle, but let's see if I can get a few wards. Oh nope.
Oh yeah, they're coming.
A ward breaks it. A ward
charged.
breaks it.
No, it was Spirit Breaker was charging you. He charged you before you activated the smoke, and then it broke when he got too close to you. Yeah. That was okay. You were still fine though. Like, he's too weak to do anything to you. So, but yeah, just keep placing wards. Like, you have more mana regen than it takes mana to place wards. So like, there's literally no reason to not be pressing E every second.
Okay.
Yeah. Just keep throwing them down. Make them everywhere.
I will become the techies.
Your team is going for the smoke. That's nice. Maybe you'll find a Spirit Breaker charge with a Zeus or something like that. Yeah, just keep going. Walk forward. Place wards ahead of you. Throwing up the high ground here. Nice. There you go. When your smoke expires, I would just pop that ninja gear and just keep doing the same thing. Oh, techies, you found him. Yeah. Nice. Good stuff. Easy kill. There's somebody TPing on the outpost, so just watch out for that. Make sure you're getting wards up around you. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. I'll do it. Nice. Oh my god, another double damage?
Oh my god.
Wow, they got 2 double damage with their BKBs.
Right.
That's unlucky.
All the line's trying. Okay, our Ember's buying back. Just hang in there, Mr. Line. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? They're right there. Why did you smoke? Oh no. No.
Unfortunate.
Oh no.
Oops. You didn't see the one.
Oh god. All right.
Uh-oh.
Well.
All right.
Shit.
I think you're in desperation territory where you're gonna need it. So I would say, at this point, buy a gem, and as soon as you spawn, ping it like a fucking madwoman and make sure your team walks around you and is surrounding you, because with that gem you can see the techies, you can see the charging spirit breaker, and you can see the weaver. So
Okay.
just try to be at the beginning, try to be in the middle of every fight with this gem, and pray to God your team doesn't throw another fight like this that, you know, causes it's a bit of a Hail Mary play, but it is kind of getting necessary, because otherwise you're gonna keep just like walking into mines, and this is gonna turn into a nightmare. I mean, it's already almost a nightmare hour-long techies game, but you know,
techies.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, we got a 15-minute BKB, so we're good with the gyro.
Yeah, there we go. Items.
Oh, gyro, buddy, dearest friend, you love to be this like super aggressive. Oh my God, careful, tiny, or not tiny, lion, because of the tiny.
Alright, so right now, oh yeah, go catch that tiny. Gale goes through BKB, so you can use that on.
Oh my God, did this person just leave me? Okay.
Good.
Never mind.
Gale could go.
Alright.
Weaver there.
Oh shit, on a brick. Alright.
Nice. Get out, yes.
Now I gotta
Jab!
Gem.
Ping
Gem
Roche.
for days.
Oh, and you got the spear breaker. Ping Roche like crazy. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm
D-line it to
taking this just
Roche.
so they don't get it.
Yeah, oh, I'm so scared that they're gonna just blow up to Techie's mines in there. Ah, God! Get the gem over there as soon as possible. Lion didn't put a scepter in the pit.
Oh Jesus! All right.
Okay, there's no
Hi,
mines.
friends.
All right, you're fine.
Why is he TPing away? Why did
he
he
wanted
try to
to
TP?
heal and fill his bottle, but he got bashed like a dummy, so...
Oh, okay. That's not good. Right.
Engineering
Alright, cool. Yeah, go top. Your Zeus is getting the outpost. You can kind of push up there. And then you want to live kind of in this area. Like, just keep throwing wards at either lane and try to cut both lanes. One thing that I don't think a lot of people, like, register is, like, the closer you are to the enemy base, the closer physically that like, all of the waves are. So if you can kind of get into that space where you're right next to them, you can kind of walk back and forward, and in a second or two, be placing a ward in either lane. And then that gives you the control of two waves, which allows you to kind of jump back and forth a lot easier. So,
Okay.
yeah. So, clear out this creep wave, and then I would just, like, walk back up to top and, like, you know, get wards up on that. And you really just want to control this whole zone and just be dropping wards nonstop, right? Yeah, do exactly that. And, yeah, you just try creep wave. Get up on that top one. There you go. Just, yeah. Keep that going. You want to be cautious of getting, like, tiny tossed into their base, so use that ninja gear if you're kind of, like, near their base or anything, but yeah, you've got the right idea right now, so. Fuck, does Zeus have, like, an AoE lightning bolt tower? He does. Oh, that's interesting. Alright, cool. I think you guys want to start sieging in one lane or another. Your cores are at bottom, so I would actually, like, move away from top right now because you're alone there.
Okay.
But, yeah, move over towards that mid lane, I think. Looks like Spear Breaker is just going to get killed there. And then, you guys can probably go for mid. I would just, like, ping the mid tower right now and just, like, try to get people to rally over here. They're going to clean up that wave just because they're greedy and they want to farm, but mid is kind of where you should be pushing.
Okay.
And you'll want to get just close enough that you can spot out if there's wards with your gem. you can actually highlight the gem and see the radius that it
Okay,
provides.
yeah,
So
all right.
with that, you just want to get like just so that you can see like this spot here. Yeah, you see a bunch of mines right there.
Yep.
And thankfully, because of your hero and Zeus, he can bolt and you can throw down a bunch of plague wards and you can clear that out. Yeah, just start getting like a wall of wards here. Like you want the wave to just get killed anytime that it spawns, and then yeah, plays like this can happen, right? Yeah, just keep going. Inch those wards up to the high ground, and pray to God your gyro doesn't walk up onto those mines. Oh god.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh god. Oh god!
God, what is he doing?
Okay. I don't know. Oh, he's got the Aegis. I think he just wanted to blow it up on purpose, but... Alright. There we go. What do we want? Salty that. Fuck this tiny. I got the buybacks.
I'm gonna die here. I am so fucked. Yep, okay. I tried to hide the gem in the trees.
Yeah, fly your courier. Fly it right across the map and fly it up these trees. I think you can still get it. I don't know if they know it's there. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you risk losing your halberd too, but I think it's worth it. Oh god, you flew it right over a weaver. Oh god. Okay. Alright. Get over to the trees on the side here. Don't go into the base, go straight to the trees.
Yep.
Creeps!
Oh god, no.
Okay, you got it. Take it right back down the Yeah. There we go. Woo! Techie's looking for it! Holy shit! You're good.
Okay.
Straight down the side of the map. There we go. Beautiful. Yes! Holy shit. Alright, you might need to buy back for this shit mid. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You're gonna lose a Rax, but just defend tier 4s. Just set up as many wards as you can. Oh god, that's so funny.
Okay. Ooh.
That was a Mission Impossible theme. Go again.
I know, right? Like, Loaf, you better clip this. The one time I feel cool with my courier ever, and I'm not just like feeding it. What do I want to replace with my halberd?
Ooh, that's a tough call. I mean, in a scenario like this with a team, I would like try to get the gem over to like Lion or something like that, so that you can hold the halberd. It's hard. Like I would honestly,
upgrade Ags is what
I would
the
honestly
Ember
like.
says.
Yeah. You could upgrade your Ags. That's probably the. Oh yeah, you've already bought back. Yeah, okay, upgrade the Ags. I was gonna say you want to like save for buyback right now, but yeah, if you already bought back, so upgrade the Ags.
Okay.
I was gonna say you could replace your boots because the ninja gear kind of gives you enough movement speed that you can almost offset it, but yeah, that's also dicey.
Okay. Oh shit, alright.
Why is your gyro still holding a paladin sword and not this fucking leveler? Come on. Hey, deck speed.
All missing.
Yeah. It's super dicey. This is a spot where you'd want to smoke, but I think you want to wait till your Zeus is up for that. Roche won't be up yet, so you're good for now.
Oh, my bad. Okay. I need to start making better,
get that halberd in there. Yeah, you got it. You're good.
Yep. Oh god, people. Get me nervous here.
Yeah, you guys can just be patient now and just like wait this out.
I'm trying to like very delicately sort of start dancing and trying to find weird. Oh.
Yeah, while you're doing this, I just say keep using your ninja gear too.
Yep.
Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, just in case. I mean, if they have a stray ward and Spirit Breaker's on the ball and he just starts charging you and there's a tiny nearby, like, it can just get ugly. So, might as well just not even give him that chance. Okay, yeah,
Oh, we just saw them. Okay, good. All right. Since we saw them, am I good to stay here for another sort of
yeah, I would
bit
say
just
like
to
one
push
more
this up?
wave, and then like I would just gale it, put up a couple wards, and then oh god, all right.
Oh
Spirit Breaker just starts wave.
boy! All right.
Kill.
Oh.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm too slow.
Yeah, because you knew his team was on the other side of the map. I think he was just farming, and you could have just nabbed that, but
Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, I did know that. There's still, I think, this like panic when people go on me, but yeah, my whole team's here, so.
low phone. Yeah, I think you can post the link. Do I have? Is it disabled? Do I have to enable something? I think you should be good. I haven't set up any rules. No rules in my chat. Only cool people here. Arcanus armor. Ooh, Arcanus armor is fucking good. You shouldn't.
I don't
okay, you're just gonna wear
even
that.
know what that is. I feel very ignorant. Is that like a neutral? Or that's
Yeah,
that's
it's your
because I
5
never
neutrals,
play games
yeah.
this late.
Yeah.
Buddy, you're playing against a fucking techies,
Techies.
and he's just zooming around.
Techies.
Like, okay, so that's helpful to kind of see them.
Yeah. Oh. Got the invoker.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah. Nice. We're good. And they got Spear Breaker mid.
Oh,
Well, maybe they don't.
going on our Zeus. Going on our Zeus.
Zeus actually doesn't give a shit. He's rich as fuck. Ion?
Oh.
We're fine, kill time. Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, God, that guy. Halberd him. Can't attack. Yeah. Dick. That's a dead tiny. Yep, beauty.
Oh!
Alright.
Our end is good, but alright.
Yeah,
The
there's giants
techies
from
and
tiny.
the weaver. Alright.
Yeah, there we go. Get that midwave pushed.
Oh, my mouse. No, don't be like that. Alright. Oh,
Nice,
friends.
weaver down.
Oh, no.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
friends. You do you, friends.
Hell yeah.
Whatever you like.
Go top with the gyro.
Yep.
This is one of
I'm
those,
gonna
like,
base,
ideally you should be taking the lane with the shit gun, but you gotta just follow dumb course sometimes. Yeah, of course.
Like that?
Of
Oh,
course,
God.
of
Alright.
course. Fucking stressful game. I hate techies.
I mean, it's only the techies up, so hold on. I think...
Yeah, you're good. All the wards are gone, or all the bombs are gone. Just wards. Your wards will do so much damage
Oh.
right now with the talent, so just like base. Yeah.
Destroy the enemy's defense.
Invoker's trying to click him down.
Why are we
Just
splitting? Why are we splitting up? Guys, what are we even doing?
What about the? Oh, we got the Book of the Dead, the Necro Book. Techies down. Yeah. Just keep getting those wards up. Invoker can't handle this. As soon as Tiny's back up, you're gonna want to just like back up and ninja gear the fuck away though.
Okay.
You're going a little early. I don't think you're like super scared of this, yeah. Alright, yeah, I think you want to back up, just like X-ping your whole team and maybe grab the outpost on your way out. My bladder is exploding. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna run right back.
Go,
You're on your
go.
own for a sec.
Oh, shit! All right, time to throw, guys. Let's go. Chat, help. What do I do? All I know to do is press E. Press E everywhere. Okay. I've got 6 seconds left on my smoky thing. Ooh, I got an invis. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Invisibility.
All right. Take the force boots. Force boots. What do force boots do? Christ, I have a lot of money, but I don't know what to do with it. I'm gonna wait for Kieran to come back before I do anything with that. Stay smoked because I'm not going to be a noob! Well, he can't see that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Flee. But I do really like the smoke, but I can go for smokes. Dearest lovely teammates of mine, can we not split up, please? Or try to solo the Roshan when we don't have vision. Alright. Just keep warding. I'm trying. Actually, I think my ward will take care of it. I'll just put 2 there just in case. Okay. Here. Oh, my mouse. I need a new mouse. Like, my pro Dota career is being hampered by the fact that my mouse is all over the place.
I'm back. All right.
Okay.
Oh, you got force boots. That is like amazing.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's really good.
What do these do?
It's a force
I just
staff,
go super fast.
but boots.
Oh, word. Okay.
And it dispels you when you activate it as well. I don't think there's really anything to dispel, but like,
Can I just dispel techies out of the game?
yeah. Well, you can dispel Techie's silence on you, which is nice. There's actually like
It was
non-stuff
more
to
of
purge, but-
sass.
I know,
But yeah.
I know.
I just want to get rid of the fucking techies.
Okay, so you got 4,000 gold surplus. You could sell your boots now that you have the force boots, and get something more interesting. I want to say, like... I actually don't know what your item is here. Octarine is okay. Wind Waker might be really good for you, because it just means you can, like, control out the Tiny and the Spirit Breaker and stuff even more.
Okay. Why do I keep walking into that? This is like watching a car wreck or something. I just can't, like, turn away. Okay.
Okay, I think what you're going to want to do is catch Top Wave and get that outpost. Your team should want to control this lane. So get the outpost and then, like, either cut the wave or go back and, like, push it. Is probably the way that you guys succeed here. You just did Roche, so you got an Aegis and a Cheese. So yeah, you and Lion are kind of alone right now. I would definitely back up and like just go chase the gyro.
Yeah, I just got worried about the... Oh my god, video game. Alright. Oh my gosh. There we go.
Ooh, you know what? Sheepstick might actually be your item.
Oh, okay, hold on. Sheep. Or scythe buys.
Yeah.
Alright, I love that you start to write sheep, and Dota's like, yeah, I know what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, let's get my courier to the little secret snoot, and...
Yeah, Sheepstick's really good against the Weaver and the Tiny right now. As soon as their BKBs are down, you just control them and they can't do anything. The big thing that you want to focus on right now is just, like, keeping their right-clickers from right-clicking.
Oh god! Alright,
that guy
nope,
is
nope,
dead
nope,
as
don't
fuck.
panic, Jess. This
Yeah.
guy is completely dead.
Big
There's no need to panic.
stupid idiot. That was,
Duffy.
like, the most suicidal Spirit Breaker I've ever seen in my life. That guy wants out of this game so bad.
He wanted out of the game from the start then. No, don't walk into it. Alright.
This guy is 0 and 29. Oh my god. Alright.
So
inching it
when you
forward.
were like, you should think about like learning Spirit Breaker. that's the kind of spirit breakers I usually play against or play with. And so...
Yeah, Techie's just wasted his mines. This lane is clear. Yeah, just wards. It's not stop. Fuck you guys.
I can techies too, you know. Oh, boy.
I would also like. Okay. Oh, all right. Gyro really wants these rats. He's psycho. All right. You got Hex on the time. All right.
He's got a buckaboo.
Yeah, chase me out. Nice. Strong ass Tiny. Panic Heart, Giant String.
Okay. That's a buyback on Tiny,
Yeah.
so I feel like we should probably... Oh, no.
Yeah, you're gyro.
No, I will be good.
Yeah, just back up. I would just regroup with your team, and then like as soon as Gyro's up, you go again. You guys are like clearly way stronger. That Gyro just like wastes his BKB by running up there and doing that though. He like spent his BKB to get the tier 3 tower, which is really low value right now.
A decision.
As soon as you got
our
1400
Zeus.
gold
Our Zeus is just baby. What are you doing, little boy? Don't be doing that. No, we're not gonna do save a buddy syndrome.
You can kill this Weaver though. Hex him. Yeah. Oh, Sheepstick.
Alright.
If he's scythed them there, he's dead.
He's gone. Yeah, I missed
Yeah.
the sheep stick. I really gotta change these bindings because I can't
yeah.
reliably
Right. Yeah.
click shit. And that's on me. I should have like changed this forever ago, but
I would, oh, what? Ember chased him bottom, kill him. Okay.
I need to get back. Sorry, Tiny is right there.
Yeah. You can force stab yourself
Shard.
too, with the boots as well, and just make a little bit of distance.
Shard.
Yeah, your shard is actually really good. I would have told you to get it earlier, but I think when I like screwed up and told you to get Ags over the halberd, I was in a panic. I was like, I've got to get a halberd first. But your shard is super good, especially with the talents that you.
Sorry, I'm gonna take just a second. Causes venomous scale to summon 2. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is beautiful. Yes, please.
Yeah, and it does it on
Yes,
each impact.
yes.
So if you hit a gale on 2 heroes, you get 4 wards, and yeah.
Oof.
Oh, how'd that Rax go down? Is that just siege creeps?
I'm actually not sure.
Oh, wait, you got dire top melee barracks. What? Just wards, I guess. Oh, cool.
Oh boy.
Whatever,
Oh boy. Wait a
kill
minute.
him. He sucks at throwing. Big stupid idiot.
Oh, this maybe is not the... Oh, okay. I got some... No, why did you stop? I was just... Okay, whatever.
Pick up the bottom outpost and then just go behind your Ember on bottom.
Okay.
Where's my pension?
$400 gold for a ward this late in the game. Yeah.
Gotta help the supports out somehow.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to click that. Whatever. Sorry, little creeps. I don't want to murder you right now. Okay, where's the gyro? Oh, okay.
Just cut over to the bottom wave and start hitting it.
Oh, that's...
That's fine. Lion's gonna get out. He's okay. Go help him. Yeah, you do so much damage. Yes! Weaver behind you. Nice!
Nope.
Yes!
Alright,
Yes!
let's go. Let's finish
Alright,
this,
you
please!
guys definitely walking
For the
into a
love
nest of
God.
mines right now, but... Okay, you got the gem. Yeah, there it is. Okay, you can see it. Yeah, just click those down. Yeah, nice, there you go.
Oh no, little friends. Okay, can we just not
Oh
feed,
god,
please?
those mines. Okay, blew it. Go! The buybacks. Yes! The banana comes! Let's go.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, just wards it up. I think you win. Your Ember's gonna come back. There we go.
Oh my gosh, it's the feeling of being at my rank in Dota where it's like you win despite your team, not...
Yes! An hour and 15-minute unranked game! Victory!
Oh my god!
Fuck Techies players.
Oh.
Fuck them all to hell.
Oh Christ. It's like a different game when you play against the techies.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. I can't have a coach in ranked. I don't even get MMR for that, right? So. Oh my gosh, I got 2 whole levels on Veno from that. You can, but you have to do it funny. How do you do it funny? Oh my god, 131 and 19, little bean! Oh my god. I mean, this is like... 12 deaths is probably some of the most I've died in a game, but still. Goodness.
Yeah.
You get in the game, then the
your
coach
kill
requests to
distribution
coach.
is hilarious. 2, 11, and then 5. Or, yeah, 2 on Techies, 11 Spearbreaker kills.
Yeah, he just fed. I'm proud that there's 5 on the tiny too. That feels kind of nice.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot that we can do it that way. Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. It's you can only do it with Dota Plus. That's the thing, but I do it Dota Plus.
I got the plus. I'm gonna grab something to drink really quick, but I will be right back.
Sweet. Sounds good.
Yes, that will give me a chance to sort of plug in my headphones.
What's up, chat? Thanks for hanging out, friends. That was a fucking hell of a game, eh? Jess did 72, almost 73k damage. The Zeus did 137. This guy was a fucking madman with his Refresher Orb, Ags, Octarine. But yeah, Zeus just does a ton of damage no matter what. Zember was a baller. Like the Ember was pretty good. I liked what he was doing, but this gyro just boggled my brain. What ranks this guy? Oh, okay, Herald 3. All right, forgivable. Herald 5 on the Zeus. That was a Herald 5 Zeus. That's a Smurf Zeus. Maybe a Herald 5 Zeus. Who knows? Oh yeah, this gyro was a piece of shit, wasn't he? Oh yeah, I was waiting for the replay. There we go.
All right, what I miss?
I was just downloading the replay.
Do they still exist?
Oh, I muted my Discord. Yeah.
Oh no, what happened to my headphones? Hold on.
Wait. Okay, I am unmuted.
Yeah, it's my headphones. Give me 1 sec. I think they just randomly disconnected. Oh, is it not gonna let me like charge them and use them?
Land some scourge of the battlefield.
All right, can you say something?
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello.
Oh yes. Okay, sweet. I can.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
All good. Okay, so there was one moment in this game that I wanted to kind of jump forward to.
Sure.
Because I think, honestly, everything from kind of the lane through getting the first tier 1 was, like, really, really solid. You were, like, posturing well, you moved into the enemy jungle well, you were kind of controlling the space, setting up wards, and farming with it and stuff. Like, if you're watching the stream, kind of where you're at in this clip. This is all perfect. I think I remember just as this fight was happening, I was, like, telling you, like, this is exactly what you want to be doing here, and, like, this position right here is, like, the ideal for an aggressive team, right? You have an enemy team that's trying to fight up high ground. They don't have vision. They're scared as shit. This guy's running away because he's already gotten burst to half health walking up the hill. This, by all accounts, is the dream fight. You end up getting caught here because the Ember walks into some techies' mines and gets bursted.
Is that why I got caught? Because I thought I was far enough away from it where I wouldn't.
Yeah,
or was that
I think
just me
he
not knowing
jumped
the
in
range?
And the radius hit you. Your gyro ends up dying because he doesn't pop his pipe here, and all of these spells getting poked up the high ground kind of end up screwing you. Get a good ulti off here, kills the Tiny, but the Weaver's out already. And basically your cores just allow themselves to get blown up way too quick. Otherwise, like I said, by all accounts, that's the dream fight. And honestly, that was a 3 for 3 or 3 for 4, I guess, here, because the line gets caught. But that wasn't the fight that I was looking for. It was, I think, just slightly after this. So at this point, like, again, you're in pretty firm control of the game. You got about a 7k advantage. Getting up here and kind of controlling this mid area is pretty much, you know, this is where I was kind of telling you to go. This is what you want to be doing. And right now, your team, like, gets a big pick on their carry. There's 2 more heroes dead. You should be owning the triangle right now, right? Like, your Lion and your Zeus should kind of already be over in this space, and the Ember should not be over here, right? From where you went there, you know, you cleared out the wave. You don't want the Spirit Breaker to see you, so from here, I would have just said, like, walk straight up into the triangle and don't be on the map anymore. And this is kind of a specific thing to Spirit Breaker, right? Where if Spirit Breaker sees you, you're in danger. So you want to play off map, you want to play in the jungle, you want to play in the trees. And actually here, I kind of, this was my call, this was a mistake again, was I was like, get that techies off your ward, tell him to fuck off, like walk up and hit him. I hadn't realized that the Spirit Breaker would respawn, so obviously this guy is charging you right now. And if we go to, how do we see all vision? Where's the, I muted myself by accident. Where do we see vision options?
I think if you click down on the, oh, no.
Oh, yeah, if you go to free camera and not player's pick.
Yeah,
okay.
and then the fog, yep.
Okay, there we go. New controls are weird. But yeah, so obviously, like, this guy is just spawning, and immediately as soon as we go onto the fog, you are charged, and Weaver's already running over here. So by posturing up here, this is a bad call on my part. I told you to do that, but, like, what we wanted to do was get down into this triangle area and then just start farming this, wards up in here, and then creating a safe space for your team to come over. And I think at this point, when you lose this, when you get killed here, it's not actually that big of a deal. You guys are still ahead, but your team takes a fight here. Oh yeah, we got this. Okay, so this was all good. I think it was when you spawned, and we tried to do it again. We said, like, okay, hey, let's get in the triangle. And all of this is good. Getting the wards on the tower is good. You're chipping it out, keeping wards on either side, blah, blah, blah. And then Spirit Breaker charges. Right, your Ember allows himself to be kind of versatile here.
I didn't use my stupid vessel like a noob. Look at that. An entire freaking engagement. Like I could have just vesseled him, and that would have been a much easier kill. Yeah. Okay. Well, good job.
Oh right, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this whole engagement was the weird one.
I felt.
Yeah, I think this is a bad idea to go in. And the only reason I was like, maybe it was because of the DD. I was like, if you throw the Gale and he gets a DD hit, like maybe these two heroes die or something. But yeah, this fight, I want to kind of analyze this a little bit, because really this fight was kind of where you guys lost steam. And it turned into that like long techies game. But realistically, it shouldn't have been, you know, like... and I think a lot of it was just execution, so we're going to kind of run through this slowly and we'll just figure it out. Because, yeah, like, your Ember is up just way too far hitting the tower, first of all. Like, Ember never really wants to be the hero hitting the tower. He should just be letting your wards do it. Your Gyro should have TP'd mid and came here, and your Zeus should also be at mid, but they got, like, tunnel vision on techies or something like that. And, like, even then, this fight isn't so bad, because he BKBs off the Meteor. Weaver gets hexed up, Lion gets pushed out of this fight a little bit, runs into the Tiny. So this is still fine. I mean, you guys get Invoker and... Oh, you don't get Invoker there. Oh, okay. He gets away with the Ghost Walk. Oh, the buyback. Okay, that's the piece I was missing. I didn't realize the Spear Breaker buyback. I was like, how does this Ember end up getting fucking here? Yeah, if Gyro was doing anything but farm hard camps, you guys are probably better off there. It's a really good ultimate. You get a couple good kills. Was this fight actually that bad? Huh.
I think, like, from my perspective, as I'm watching it, I see, like, a lot that I could have done better that I think would have allowed us to get the Invoker there, which probably would have made things. Oh yeah, this is just techies.
Right.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Okay. This one, and I mean, this was a little bit of just execution, not.
I think I see.
Too, right? Because like here, you're actually pretty good, and if you just click the mine and then click the techies and then walk back this way while hooding, you're totally fine. But you allowed the mine to explode. You didn't kind of click on the techies there. You probably just misclicked or something, and that allows him to get away, and it causes you to kind of stick around and get blown up here. So, I think that one was a little bit of a shift there, because you again are the highest net worth hero on the map, I'm pretty sure, or you were pretty close to it, so that was probably a pretty big gold swing for them. You went from 12k bangers to a 10k one, but honestly that's not as bad. I think I remembered in this game going like, ooh, this is where the game gets ugly, because again, it's a little bit more about momentum than it is about net worth, right? If a team that's behind trades evenly, they're getting ahead.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I think in that scenario, it was just a matter of, like, you know, a lack of tightness, partially because you're playing a pub with people that you can't talk to. And, you know, these people are uncoordinated and crazy, and Herald players running off to side lanes to farm on the pipe. But, like, you know, it's a little bit of the chaos of Dota, but I think just, like...
Also, I think I could have used my items a lot better.
Yeah, items a lot better, and controlling the space a little bit better, too. Like, again, I think... One of the things I noticed was at the beginning of that fight there. Oh, wait, this is...
You just gotta rewatch me dying. The dead body just flopping on the ground.
Yeah. This was, like, perfect. This was exactly how you want to play it, right? Like, you back up when your ability to off cooldown, you got your ulti off, you retreat away from it. Right, here. So with the Ember, like, I think, again... You do want to just be out of vision. Your auto attacks don't really do a lot, right? So you're mostly relying on having a bunch of Plague Wards down, and then being out of vision so that when the Spirit Breaker, the Tiny, or whoever comes in, you can be kind of protected from them, right? They have to go on somebody else. But in this scenario, you're kind of standing right on top of their tower. So if we look at their fog, and we see what they see, right? They can't see any of this or any of this, but you're standing in the middle of the lane, right? And you can be doing the exact same thing you're doing, but from the trees, right? And because of this, if I was a Spearburger, I would have actually charged you, because you would get 2 stuns, right? You would hit the Ember on the way through, then it would hit you, then he could turn around and focus on the Ember. He's dumb, he goes for the Ember, and you end up okay instead. But as you're like walking forward and trying to gale the wave and stuff, you're opening yourself up, and it allows like the Invoker to like line up his Tornado so he knows he can hit you. This Tiny is TPing to the outpost because he knows he can swing out behind and get the real target, which is the Lion and the Venomancer, while the frontline initiation goes on, right? And you dodge the Tornado there, but you do walk right into a Meteor. This costs you 500 HP there. If you were off in the trees here, that just goes on the Ember, he BKBs and you're fine. But right now, you're already down to 500 HP, when you could have been full health at this point, right? And you walk away from this fight totally fine, but had you just been like here, you're full health.
Yeah.
And the same thing happens, right? And when that comes around, then, you know, this fight, maybe you're more confident walking in on these guys. You do end up going into this fight, which is totally good, and you're kind of healed up now, but still, at half health, you really don't want to like progress super far forward. The Weaver comes in, he's looking for you. It's all just, managing those resources. So, little things. That was one of the fights that I noticed. Honestly, everything else in that game was pretty fucking stellar. You had a really awesome, I think you had a really awesome game. Your lane was basically the dream Veno lane, like 2 melee heroes. Super easy, right?
Yeah.
And you can see why. Like, and it, you know, in your future games, if you ever see like, you know, a carry that is some dumb melee hero like a PA or a Spectre or a, you know, whoever else, this is the type of thing you can do to them, right? You control the lane, you pull the creeps back, and then you gale them and laugh as they struggle to walk away from you.
So I think this is, you know, this might sound silly that this hasn't been the way that I've thought. Like, I've thought maybe when I'm alone in lane, oh, they can see me. But in kind of what you were just talking about positioning and everything, knowing that, okay, my right clicks aren't actually that great. So that's, you know, that's good to know. But also this kind of like, what information am I giving them?
Yeah.
In like where I'm standing. I think that's not a way that I've really kind of conceptualized positioning. Like, I have thought, oh, like they see me right now, but I haven't thought about like, oh, well, if I stand here, I'm denying them that information.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something I can focus on.
Yeah, and you'll hear high-level players talk about that a lot. Like, if you ever like watch a pro stream or something that pro players will call out is, I'm showing on bottom lane. I'm visible mid. They can see me here, right? Because as soon as you walk into a wave and you reveal yourself, that gives the other team information. Like, we went over that a few times in the game, right? Like, you were saying, I'm scared, I don't know where to go. And then as soon as they showed on the lane, you said, okay, now I see Tiny, I'm okay. And you walked forward, right? You did that subconsciously. Well, not subconsciously, you consciously did that. But thinking about it in reverse is just as important, right? They see me here, they know that I'm doing this. And the minimap is a big part of that too, right? If you're spamming wards, yeah, they could see you with the wards. But they could see you by moving their camera to that lane and seeing the wards. But it's not often that people actually do that, right? If they see the Venomancer icon on their minimap, then they go, okay, Venom's top. But if you're just like in the trees throwing wards and you're pushing the wave, you're having that same impact without seeing them. They'll be like, oh, I don't know where Veno is. He could be anywhere, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a lot more tense. And staying off the map like that is a really big key to playing these positioning heavy heroes like Venomancer and like Lion as well. Like this 5-position Lion, right? Like, you always want to be as far away and tucked in trees as possible. If a ward can see you, you're probably in a bad spot. You need to be moving around. That's also part of why, like with the ninja gear later on in the game, I was saying like just walk around with it on, right? Because if they don't see you on the minimap, then they're gonna have to play with some fear. You're denying them that confidence that they could have otherwise, right?
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because that kind of like anxiety, especially for some of the squishier heroes, of like, oh, I don't see these people on the map, the more that you can create that kind of almost like presence through absence, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's the.
Sorry, my game crashed, so I had to reboot it.
All good. Sweet. How are you feeling? You want to keep going?
Yeah, I mean it's Dota. Like this is my secret addiction. So.
Cool. Yeah, I know it's late for you. I wasn't sure, but.
Yeah, it's Friday night.
Sweet. Oh yeah, it is Friday.
All right. Okie doke. So do we want to try more unranked? Do we want to try the weird ranked coaching thing? How do we want to do that?
I would say
Up to
let's
you.
go ranked, because then you can select your lane, and then I will just like do the request coach, and that should work just
Okay,
fine.
so I think I have to leave party. Yeah, okay. Because I don't think we're allowed to be partied. So let me ranked. I'm only queuing for offlane. Okay. Oh. So I think one of the things that tripped me up a little bit that game is there was one item I built that I had never used before, or if I have, it's been a really long time, which was the Eternal Shroud. So I wasn't even sure when to use that or how to use it, because I should have moused over and taken a second to learn what it did, but I treated it basically like my Shivas and just kind of used them together. But
Yeah.
let's see. I'm looking at it now. Okay, spell shield, spreading damage to mana. Oh, that's cool. Last 12 seconds. And the life steal. Okay, all right. That makes it. It of course helps to know the items, but especially playing kind of the limited hero pool I have, there are definitely items I've never built.
Yeah.
So.
I
I don't even know what a mage slayer is, but okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's.
I don't think most people know what a mage slayer is. Not a great item.
Never built one of the fancy blinks.
Yeah, and so and this is, there's some heroes where your item build is like just super static. You just get the same things every game. Veno's one of those heroes where like you do really have to switch it up every game depending on what you're facing, right?
Okay.
And I was like, if you watch the stream back later or something, you'll see that for like your entire laning phase, I had the shop open and I was just kind of staring at it, trying to think of like what it was that you needed to buy this game, right? Like, and I do that in games too. Like, I will literally just have the shop open while I'm laning and hitting creeps, and I'm like looking at things, trying to think about what the fuck I'm gonna end up needing this game, right? And it's hard to say. I think like I made a wrong decision on your behalf in this game, because I was looking at the game. I said, okay, you're gonna be running into Invoker and Techies. You're gonna need some of that magic resistance. So Hood right off the bat makes sense. Spirit Vessel's really good because you're up against some tanky people. You want to be able to do that bit of extra damage. And it, and you're gonna be getting a lot of kills, so the charges make sense. All right, cool. And then like I was like, okay, who's gonna be a bigger problem right now? Are you gonna run into issues with Techie's Mines and Invoker blowing you up? Are you going to need to do enough damage to bring down this Tiny? Or is Weaver going to be blowing you up? And I was like, do we need armor? Do we need health? Do we need more damage? And like, it's this really tough process of figuring that out. And when I called for the Ags, I was in my head, I was thinking, okay, you've been surviving fights pretty well. And it seems to be that like Invoker and Tiny are limping away on lower health. So let's get that Aghanims. Let's do a fuck ton more damage. And then your Zeus can just ulti and kill everything, right? I thought, the Lion, the Zeus can deal with the Weaver. And then the Weaver got like a Daedalus and he stole an Aegis like in the same fucking span of 5 minutes. And I was like, oh fuck, suddenly this guy is the problem, right? We need more armors. And so like going into the Shivas and then the Halberd ended up being the that's fucking weird.
Really quick, I'm in a game.
Oh, you're already in? Shit, let's go. Cool.
So far we have drafted, let's see, me, of course, Veno, and then let's see, we have a mid lane Jakiro.
I can see the draft now.
Oh, okay, you can see it now.
Okay.
So do I go the same beginning items that we talked about, or is that something where I need to wait and kind of see what I'll be laning against?
Well, I would say right now you're probably laning against a Disruptor Slark. So I would say the armor is going to be less relevant here because Disruptor is going to be putting his Q on you, and Slark theoretically shouldn't be attacking you because you should be able to kite him. So I would go for maybe like Circlet 2 branches and then Mango Tango South.
Yep. Okay.
That gives you a little bit more stats, so you'll have a little bit better last hitting potential than last game, and it'll still build into that urn.
Okay. I hate our draft. Just
Yeah, it's a little funky. The Kunkka will help a lot, and if you build tanky, it should help your team not get trashed too hard, but...
okay.
You could also buy another mango. I didn't realize you had money for it, so yeah, maybe just fly one out on your courier right now, too.
Where the fuck did the mangoes go? Alright.
Oh yeah, so someone in chat mentioned earlier, and this was something that I didn't quite explain, but I kind of just said, oh, it gives you more damage. So Poison Sting, the way it works is it does damage per second on your attacks, but the first tick of damage happens on the attack landing, so functionally you get 6 more last hit damage from skilling Poison Sting, which is why you would go for it level 1 if you're in lane and you don't need to get a kill with Gale.
Okay. So kind of hold off on it because there's a chance that, I might need Gale during kind of the rune skirmish to get a kill, but if I don't, then you go Poison Sting for that additional.
Exactly, because then you'll end up starting the lane with 53 damage instead of 47, and that just helps you last hit a little bit better, get off to a better start, get your first item quicker. Alright, yeah, I would go get the top bounty room bottom if you... Or the... No, sorry, the high ground bounty room bottom. You're good now, but yeah, just go.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure what you meant.
Yeah, no, that was poor wording on my behalf. I couldn't remember the word high ground for a second there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're... just get over the lane. You're just gonna get distracted by this disruptor who's gonna just take your health.
Okay.
Okay. Force TP, that's good.
Alright. I hate Slark.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a tough game for... Well... Yeah, this is definitely a tough Veno game, but we'll try to itemize well for it. Slark is... You can break Slark's tether with a Force Staff, so we're definitely going to go for a Force Staff this game. Probably a Heaven's Halberd. Or not a Heaven's Halberd, a Hurricane Pike.
Okay.
And, yeah, just where we fit that into the build is going to be the question here, but... You're already last hitting better than you were last game, too, though.
Oh, yay, okay. I'm learning!
Little trick when you're playing against Disruptor, if he ever Thunderstrikes you, stand on your range creeps, because it'll do enough damage to get the range creep into deny range, and then you can pull your way back that way.
Ooh, okay. Do I need to be, worried about this, helping my Moran at all, or...?
I think at level 2, you're gonna want to just, Gale the Disruptor as soon as he, walks too close, because it'll make an easy arrow for your Morana. Well, if she doesn't waste it. Yeah, so... Ooh, alright. He's dewarding
that was bad. He can just hit faster than me, and so I am struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it is tough. In this scenario, I would also say, do exactly that. Separate the wave a little bit, because now you can focus on the creep that's closer to you without having to compete with the Slark, right?
Alright, let's see. Oh no. Oh no. I goofed. I goofed. Get stuck on my courier.
Denied.
Spoil that shot. That is ours.
Yeah, just pull the creep wave back. You're good. And now again, like I said, you're in that kind of comfortable position back here where you can farm easy. Like remember that last game you like were having a rough time because Tiny was out last hitting you. You were like, you're all frazzled and stuff. And then the lane came back and then suddenly they just couldn't run away from you when you galed them, right? Like they had so far to go to get back to safety. So that's what you're aiming for here. I think you can mess. Yeah, okay, just less it.
God damn it.
I was gonna say when that disruptor was still visible, maybe throw a gale on him and run and you turn it, but you're cool. Yeah.
Denied.
Nice.
No, I missed that. That was bad. God, he could just hit them. Like his, I don't know, his like attack speed is better or something. And there we go. I got that one. That's good.
Yeah, his animation and his attack damage is higher, right? Like he does 62 damage to your 49. So he has a bigger window to hit the creeps as well as having faster attack speeds. So.
And I just keep spamming my click like a dork, so that doesn't help. And hitting wrong feet. Alright, there we go.
I'm going to the disruptor. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Back up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because the Slark can purge, it's rough in this lane if you ever have to use Gale on Slark.
Okay.
You want to kind of, like, you want to be bullying the Disruptor, right? When the Disruptor starts shit with your Mirana, you should just, like, Gale him, chase him down, and then let Slark just try to, like, you know, chase you around in circles. It's a rough lane, though. Like, you have to play nearly... Oh, what a shot. Yeah, Gale that guy. Kill. Yeah, that's a dead Disruptor, I think. Oh, maybe not. That was a pretty good wall. That's alright.
We need vision.
But again, yeah, your lane is in a comfy spot. Like, you can kind of happily farm here forever. And then when you start getting your wards, you can start taking away some of that Slark space.
Do I kind of want to scale my abilities in a similar way to what I did last game, or is there an adjustment that I need to make for... Oh my god.
I would say so. I actually might have skipped the second point in Gale this game simply because Slark can purge it.
Okay.
But, you know, it's still good for killing the Disruptors, so, like, it's not the worst thing in the world that you put that point there. So, you're mostly good, I think.
Okay. I am last hitting terribly. This is... I gotta, like, slow down a little bit. Come on, Jess. Alright.
Don't even think
Oh.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just able to...
Yeah, that's one of those things where, like, just the nature of Benno, you really just have a hard time last hitting. What I've seen some, like, really high-level players do is they just try to, like, augment their last hit damage as much as possible just for this thing, where instead of going for an item that gets you into an urn, they'll just go for, like, double slippers of agility and 2 branches or something like that, because that just gets the maximum possible amount of damage. Leaves you a little bit squishier on, like, strength, so you are more vulnerable, but they see it as beneficial enough to force that. Yeah. Yeah, just go on the Disruptor. Yeah, just keep chasing that.
I know, this is getting... Alright. I'm probably gonna die for that, though. Yep. Alright.
That was okay. Like, your decision to go for that, I think, was alright. It was just a matter of, like, positioning, right? Like, you can kind of keep
that was terrible.
Like, you can keep that, like, maximum distance between him and you by, like, just spamming wards out to slow him down, but then just, like, staying at your max attack range. Yeah, I think just walking in a different way gets you that kill and gets you out safely, which... But it's okay, because you now have urn charges, so you can come back to this lane a lot stronger. And, oh, actually... Yeah, I think he thinks you went back to base, so... Oh, okay. Yeah, you're fine. be really careful with this Lark now. He just hit 6. Yeah, he's gonna want to go on you.
Okay. Oh, I missed that. Alright, let's see if I can get back. Oh.
This Jakiro's a baller.
Yeah, this is nice. Ooh, there's a... I know this is probably a waste of time, but... Oh, alright. I was hoping I could get his career, but...
Yeah. You can micro your wards, by the way, if you weren't aware of that already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No,
so
I didn't know
you
that.
can micro them, and like what I tend to do is just like use the control unified orders option to just like, as soon as I place a ward, just like control right click on whatever you want to hit, and they'll all hit that thing. So you can use that to focus towers, or like in that case, you could have used it to like attack the courier. I don't think it would have killed the courier, but like, yeah. Do that sort of thing.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Getting caught in trees like a door. Alright.
Gift from the goddess.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
You
this is
purged-
bad.
oh,
But, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he purged the, he saved his purge for the Gale, and it managed to purge the arrow at the same time, which is really sad. If it was one or the other, you would have been fine.
Yeah, that
alright.
was...
Cool. So,
Okay, so-
game is a little bit off track because, you know, and again, Slark is a pretty good hero against Venom. So, like...
Really
it
quick,
ju-
I'm sorry, do I want to go Spirit Vessel first again?
No, I don't think you want that this game. I think you're going to want a Force Staff basically as soon as possible. And then I think you're going to want to go into your tanky items from there. It's a little annoying
Okay.
to have to do this because ultimately you don't want to, but yeah. I'm going to say, like, don't try to, like, take this lane head on anymore because Slark is just going to run at you, and yeah, this
Oh
sort
my
of stuff's gonna
god,
happen.
alright.
That's really important. I think that was... Oh, alright. Yeah, okay, you're good.
Alright, so this might be a...
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I love you, Marana.
Yeah.
Alright.
So get your wards leveled up as soon as possible, and just try to farm as much as you can away from the Slark. So I would like get kind of some wards up here, so that when the wave pushes, you get it. Then creep your wards over to this area, and like pull the
Okay.
hard camp over, and just like start hitting that. And if there's no creeps in either position, then walk over to your triangle and just start farming that hard camp.
Okay.
Because yeah, you can't be near the Slark anymore, because if he lands a pounce, you're just dead.
Yeah.
So, you know, just use the wards as kind of a spacing tool, and just stay away from them.
The enemy's middle tower.
And you can see what it's doing to him, right? Like, he got up there, he tried to farm some of your wards, but there's enough of them down that he just started taking chip damage, and he said, ah, fuck this is too much trouble, I'm gone, right? So yeah, like a couple more wards here, and then like go aggro this camp. Ooh, if Slark's not running at you, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you can start chipping those out, you're starting to get some gold there, like, yeah, beauty, okay. That's good. Yeah, I can see you're starting to get that feel for, like, the controlling the space around you, right? Like, going back and throwing that ward near the secret shop because you knew the Disruptor was walking around there, that's exactly what you want to be doing, right? And then, yeah, you've got all these creeps that are coming to you because it starts pushing the wave. You can soak those up.
Marana, please. Like, I'm not last hitting, like, at all. Can you not try to hit? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this earlier when we were looking at that Virtus Pro game. was like what DM was doing was like splitting the creep wave and separating it so that he didn't have to be near the enemy carry, and that's kind of what happened there. The Slark kind of pulled the wave for you, and you ended up with your own little creep wave. Perfectly nice. Cool. I wouldn't pressure this tower. You're not going to do a lot of damage to it. Your creep wave's kind of low, so like, just I would honestly actually walk back to the triangle at this point. Go farm the hard camp there, and like maybe even just like stack the ancients around the 50-second mark, and then just farm that.
Okay.
Yeah, and you just place a ton of wards like right in this little area, farm the hard camp, and then when the ancients are about to stack those, and then you can farm those as well. Just really focus on your own economy now. Lane's kind of whatever at this point. Don't worry about Slark. Just farm so that you can match him later, you know. And go stack this. Nice. Yeah, just keep dropping the wards. Yeah, beauty. There you go.
A gift from the goddess.
I don't think she realized I left or something, but okay.
I think she was just like lurking in trees trying to like throw arrows at creeps, and then the disruptor like found her and glimpsed her back. That's the obnoxious thing about the Slark disruptor lane too, is that you theoretically actually could probably play against Slark alright, because if he pounces you, you just take the damage, then you slow him, and you walk away. But with the glimpse, it gives them a second chance after all of your spells have been spent, right? Which really sucks. But yeah, got that bounty. And so this is actually like something we didn't really talk about, but this is your backup plan, right? If your lane ever goes bad, this is what Benno can do well. Your courier's just kind of chilling on top of you there. I think he might get it weird.
What is he even doing? Courier, go home. You're drunk. All right.
But yeah, like this is the Benno backup plan, right? Like you 4 points in wards, and you just farm, right? You can do ancients, no fucking problem. You're farming the triangle like you're a carry, and look how fast your 4-stack came up, and you have enough money for like power treads and stuff now too, right? So you can, accelerate your game really rapidly and help your team get neutrals and stuff. Like I would grab that fairy trinket or the pig pull as well. Get your bounty, your power treads, and then now that you're kind of stacked at level 9, you can get your ultimate, and now you can go do your normal game plan, right?
Okay.
Your team kind of came bottom and cleaned up, and they're pressuring. So if you go join them right now and throw a bunch of wards on that tower, you can get that tier 1, and then you can, find your way back into this game basically.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh! This Jakiro's a baller. Might actually be a smurf. This guy's playing like it's crazy. First match 2014, 2000 commence. Not a smurf. Wow. Playing like it. Your courier's just chilling over there again.
What is it doing? I don't understand. Buddy, little friend here.
Cool, but yeah, Slark's dead. He's scared of this lane. You have a bunch of heroes down there. They actually rotated more. So again, this is what we were talking about. Play away from your carry. They'll respond. And Dota players are so stupid, right? Like, they won't go chase your carry. They'll just show up where you're stirring up shit, right? So, if you get pounced on by the Slark, you can force staff out of it. It breaks the tether. So, have that ready in your back pocket. But all this attention on bottom lane is really good. And I would actually stick around. Just make sure you're getting wards up and, like, don't really show. Like, be in trees and just be annoying, right? Like, keep throwing those wards up, and you can...
Like, show as in, like, lane, or
no,
show as
or like,
in,
yeah, try not to, like, reveal yourself. I mean, they see you now, it's fine, but, like, yeah. Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble. I would just, like, force staff and try to get away. Oh, you're getting forced, okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So, what I kind of meant
I
was
should have
like,
ulted there, maybe?
maybe.
Okay.
What I was gonna say was like, as you were walking down toward that hard camp there, you really should have kind of just like ducked into the trees, thrown a couple wards like here, and then like backed up and controlled this area, right?
Okay.
By walking too far forward, you were opening yourself up to vision. They could have seen you. You know, there's that glimpse possibility where that disruptor could just pull you away from where the disruptor could just like pull you away from the team, right? So by yeah, it's just a little bit. Right, that's good shit. Yeah, get on that tower.
Okay. I think... Yeah, okay. So let's... Ooh! So there's a sniper.
Yep.
I'm gonna wait for the lane a little bit and then maybe sneak around this way. And... Yes. Thank you. So now I'm getting there.
Yeah, just a ton of wards up around the tower here. Like, you got level 4 wards, so just get those down and chip away at the tower, right?
Okay. Let's go. Alright.
Good positioning, good positioning. You're keeping a really good spot there, and you can see the wards are just starting to do work, right? They're piling up, and this tower is definitely going to go down, and you didn't really have to risk all that much. You can probably walk in and ulti now. Now that the tower threat is gone and they're chasing a little bit too far. Yeah, there you go. Nice.
I'm saving ulti until I get jumped, maybe. Okay.
I was gonna say, you can start chasing, but zoning ulti, I guess. Yeah, go for that disruptor. That guy is in so much shit right now. There you go. Alright, next steps.
Alright.
Where do we go? What do we do?
Alright, so we take their the fuck do you call it? This jungle area with lots of vision and wards and stuff, and try to take over that and continue to make space.
Yep.
By inching, but also not letting the lane. Well, we got the Chikira. He'll get the lane, I think. So I'm just gonna inch my wards up.
Yep. And honestly, like right now, because you know that they're dead and retreating, you don't really need to inch. You can walk all the way up to like here, and I would place like a ward here, a ward here, a ward here. Like, yeah, just spot everything, right? Make it scary for them to walk in their own jungle. And just own that space, right? You can farm this camp, you can farm this camp while you're standing there, and if they come anywhere near you, you're kind of holding down the fort, right?
Do we want the same sort of talent and scaling, like skill that we got?
See the Slark. So your team's not with you, but like, ping it out and try to get them over there. For talents, this game, I think you do want health again. Venomous Gale CD is really nice, but ultimately I think it's going to come down to you wanting to be able to survive the Slark, survive the glimpse damage, you know, and get away with stuff. So.
Okay.
Okay. So you are alone down there. I would just be.
I feel like I'm getting nervous.
Yeah. Again, theoretically, your team should be playing on you around your vision, but because they're not, you do kind of just have to walk away from it, which is unfortunate.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Yeah, they're playing in the wrong space, and because they played into an area where they didn't have vision, they got caught, so. Alright, let's look at items for you. This is a tough game for items, because...
Marana, get this.
Actually, it's not. Get another Hood of Defiance. You're gonna want that.
Okay. Hood.
I would deny that tier 1 too. It's gonna go down with the next reclaim.
Middle tower has been denied. A tested
trying to kind of stick with my team
Yeah.
here.
Now your team is kind of like
Just-
looking at the enemy jungle again, so go kind of regain that posture that you had before, right? Get another ward up onto the high ground and start pushing into the jungle.
Is that something I do by sweeping around from bottom, or is that something that I do
I would have
by
gone
just
up
kind of going
with
up
that
here?
Venge as you walked up there, but like, oh, there you go, nice.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh,
It's okay,
uh-oh,
it's okay.
uh-oh.
Ulti.
Alright.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
They're gonna burn though.
I think, yeah. I think if we can get, especially if we get the Slark.
Yeah, Jakiro should get the start kill. Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. That ended up alright. Yeah, I think that was good. Like I think you kind of got scared because you were walking up high ground there, but just in terms of what you saw on the minimap, I think there was 2 heroes mid, and then you saw the who is it, the witch doctor that was up the hill there. So when the Venge walked up this hill first, you probably were good to just follow him and get like a obs up on the ward stone there, or like a plague ward up on the ward stone, and like start controlling that space a couple seconds earlier. And because he kind of hesitated and walked around, they were able to come in and challenge you. And it still ended up fine because your team was there and ready to go. But yeah, just being assertive and again making it so that if they want to walk up, they're taking a bunch of damage and they're getting poked at by wards and blah, blah, blah. Like they're going through that tedium and that pain to get towards you.
Gotcha, okay. So here, I think I need to be doing the
Yeah.
same thing.
You're separated from your team a bit. Again, they're playing the wrong side of the map, and I mean, you can see the results of this almost immediately. Like, they're just playing into high ground where they don't have vision, and they're just dying for it. Oh, well, got 8 kills.
So this is where, honestly, I was a little confused. So I looked at the map, and I thought, okay, I see my Kunkka top, and everyone else was kind of like mid-ish, so I went bottom to try to create that space. But then I guess people rotated to help the Kunkka, and then I'm suddenly not in the right place that I need to be.
Yeah, and your team is kind of doing the thing that I said that dumb players do, which is that they when there's pressure on their carry, they respond directly to it versus applying pressure elsewhere, right? Like your team should be on the bottom side of the map, pressuring a tier 1 so that your Kunkka can farm. But instead, they went and they played where the Kunkka was because he was getting attacked, and because of that, they end up in a scrappy shit fight where they're playing in the bad side of the map, and they end up paying for it, right? If you're there, maybe you snag 1 or 2 more kills, but you're not gaining the right space. You're not getting the right momentum, right? It's a headbutting fight where the other team who is behind is coming out even, right? So in that scenario, it's tough because this is one of those things that like I bitch about in pubs as well, where I'm like, how do you do this, right? How do you play with a bunch of guys that are playing in the wrong space on the wrong side? And my only like reasonable answer to that I've ever found is like, you know, just go with them and see if you can like win the scrap fest, you know? Like sometimes if they're not gonna cooperate with what's smart, then just cooperate with them doing the dumb thing, because it's better to do the wrong thing as 5 than it is to do the right thing as 1 or 2, you know?
Okay.
So
Your bottom tower is under attack.
so in this situation, like, the Jakiro's clearly kind of dictating the pace of play, right? He's going to places, he's starting fights. This Venge is trying to get vision up, so I would help this Venge by just, like, following her a little bit, and as she's warding, just drop plague wards around her to make sure she's safe. And then when the Veno shows up, or the Jakiro shows up and tries to fight, just throw ultis and, you know, be insane with them.
Okay.
Yeah. Jakiro's,
This is shit. I can't get there fast enough. Like, I don't think we should go in on this, because now, like.
Stark's ulti's wasted. You might be able to. No, he's. Yeah.
Okay. I just think this is. I don't want to get save a buddy syndrome or whatever. So.
Yeah. What can we do for you here?
Oh God. Okay. Okay. Get her in time. All right.
You never felt no shit,
It's a
did you?
level 20
Aye,
Slark.
aye.
Jesus.
Yeah. I do have some gold that.
Yeah. Just thinking about what to do with that. Yeah, I don't know. You got a hard game this game. I would get that. I would finish the Hurricane Pike.
Okay, I think we should have like
Okay.
pushed forward
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
But okay, what?
Yeah,
what,
that is the
what are
right
we
play. Your
doing?
Kunkka's got to lead that though, because he's got the Shadow Blade. So,
Oh,
man, that Slark has done that 4 times now. He's just walked into the exact same spot. Oof.
Your top tower is under attack.
sorry, you said Hurricane Pike. Okay.
Yeah.
Your top tower is under attack.
Okay, so my Venge is in the triangle. My Jakiro is respawning.
Alright.
Slark is here, so I don't want to get too close.
Yeah. Okay, I would say go to
okay,
your Jakiro
mid.
now, because
Yeah.
at this point you've got a bona fide dummy who's gonna just run at the enemy team because he thinks he's invincible because he won his lane. This is kind of what core Jakiros do. They win their lane, and then they suck for the rest of the game because they're a fucking 5 position playing 2. And so that's exactly the mindset that this guy is in. He's like, I won my lane, I'm a god, I should be able to kill anything. Doesn't realize that the other team is way stronger than him right now. So,
Wow!
force up. You're good, you're good. That was the right play, that was the right play. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't really cancel that kind.
Yeah, because you can get away from Slark, but he can't. So that, oh, nice. That's actually.
Oh no!
I think you're okay. But when you come out of this,
Where is the Kunkka? Oh no, a sniper with a DD again? Like our rune control too just is like absolute shit between the 2
Yeah.
games. Alright,
oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I like.
game is hard.
Yeah, I wanted to say that like that was a good looking fight, but your Jakiro was just like down on that low ground. He like if he had circled around to kind of the high ground, was like behind you and the Venge, he would have been fine. But he just kind of kept inching forward trying to kill that disruptor, and then that let him get picked off. Yeah.
So, where do I go now?
Middle tower.
I don't think I can really...
Yeah, hard to
Do
say.
much
So like I
damage.
think the same principle applies to Venno in a game where you're behind, right? Your job is to control space and control the area around where your team wants to farm. Because you're not attacking towers and because you're not invading the enemy jungle, you're gonna need to basically use your wards to inch into your own spaces, into your own jungle, and to kind of support your team as they go. So I would say at this point you want to be with your carry. Again, we're kind of past that 20-minute mark. You don't need to make space for Kunkka to farm. He is farm. He has a BKB, he has a Daedalus, he has a Silver Edge. So wherever he is, wherever the Jakiro is, be with them and put wards around them so that they can see things coming, so they can't get blinked on by the Enigma, and be ready with your utility items to try to save the fight. You should upgrade
Okay.
that hood into a pipe. You should, like that Hurricane Pike, you can either use it on yourself to get away from the Slark like you just did, or you can use it to get other people away. Your teammate just dropped the... Oh, okay.
Your top tower is under attack.
Can you force that?
What?
Oh, not anymore. Okay. Oh, you're fine, you're fine. That's good, that's good, that's good. Yep, there you go. Now, abilities are wasted, you can chase them down.
Okay.
Thing in. Yeah, walk away if you can.
Shit. 2, 1. Okay, friends. Oh, Kunkka's going in now? Alright, I'm gonna pull back just a smidge. But he's going in by himself. So, oh my god, he just died. Alright. What? Okay, alright, so I gotta think this through.
안녕. 안녕.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Neutral items. Pupils. Alright.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
What other items could you use this game? Yeah, this is a really tough game to itemize. They have a lot of different types of damage. The one nice thing is that Venno is a high ground nightmare. If you had real cores, you could just hold the game forever until they farm their way back into it, but you have a Kunkka and a Jukiro against a Slark and a Sniper, which is sad proposition.
Yeah, game is hard.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, this Marana also is like... I don't... okay. Is this like a... we should smoke? Once the... I guess we have the ults for a little bit, but like...
Yeah, it is actually a smoke thing. Okay, so I think for your next item, you actually want to go Aether Lens this game.
Okay.
Eventually, maybe Octarine Core. The reason for that is what I'm seeing a lot of right now is that the enemy team has way more reach than you, right? Their Enigma has a blink, their Slark can pounce, their Disruptor can glimpse you from a million miles away, and Sniper is Sniper. What you're having a hard time with right now is that you can't walk forward into anywhere that's safe because to place wards and stuff because their danger radius is way higher than yours, right?
Okay.
Anywhere where you can place a ward that'll hit them, you can be shot by a sniper, blinked on by an Enigma, or glimpsed by a Disruptor, right? So by increasing your effective cast range, you can increase the range at which you can stand safely and still be effective in fights. So to me, that sounds like the best thing right now. And you can just, like, yeah, set up wards like this so that Slark feels scared and can't ever quite get far enough forward.
Yep. Alright. I think I gotta D this tower.
Yeah.
Like...
just force out.
I need to retreat just a little bit for a second, I think.
Bottom tower is under
This is very bold, Marana, almost TPing into like
bottom tower has fallen.
3 of them, but...
Oh, nice. Disruptor down.
Okay.
Chase with your team there. You're definitely gonna get some kills out of this. Yeah. Good, yeah. Keep the vision on the high ground so you see more. Nice. Yeah. This is good. This is good. You can force have a teammate forward to try to catch Slark later. No, he's gone. He's gone. Alright. No worries. That was actually really, really solid. I like what you did in that team fight too, like throwing the ward up on the high ground to your left. Like, you knew that as you were walking forward, the scary place was that kind of unknown area to the above you, and just by throwing that down, Slark had to stop for a couple seconds. He had to attack the ward, and he wasn't able to just like jump in with impunity. So that's absolutely the way you want to play it. Oh, nice! Got a big arrow on Slark. I got dead as fuck. Hell yeah! You're back in it.
All right.
Ping Roche like
Okay,
crazy.
team.
Oh, alright.
Oh, no!
Sniper was just
Alright,
soloing
well.
Roche that whole time. That's,
Oh god, okay.
yeah, wow. How does Sniper even solo Roche right now? That's nuts.
The radiant glyph is now active.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Can we not give that to them for once, please? Okay, whatever.
Morana wants that instead of Kunkka? Okay. So yeah, their carry's down. You can definitely pressure this mid tower. I would just like start setting up your wards. Again, control the space. Yep, these are good. These are good.
Oh, that was rough. Alright.
Okay, that actually ended up alright-ish. I mean, not great, but ish.
Okay, alright. Alright, careful, 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 guys. The sniper, the sniper, the sniper. I think, you know, Jakiro's got the, like, the liquid frost and the no, it's not the liquid fire. Yeah, it's the attack slow from the liquid fire that I feel like we just need on the sniper.
Yeah,
He's
it's
also
really hard to
huge.
hit the sniper because the sniper's just too far away, but...
But, alright. So I think it's good that we are, it seems, able to defend the high ground.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have a really good high ground team. Like, Kunkka is an amazing high ground hero, Jakiro's an amazing high ground hero, and...
Oh, this is good!
Nice, that's
Okay.
good, that's good.
Oh no.
Yep, yep, yep. Beauty.
Okay, that's good. Yep.
Yeah, clear out that bottom wave. Alright, what do you want this game? I would maybe...
Yeah, what are you thinking?
I was thinking maybe Spirit Vessel upgrade at this point. It doesn't feel great, because, like, you really don't... Yeah. Yeah, go for the Spirit Vessel upgrade, I think. The health will be nice, and you have a lot of charges built up, so you can use it to heal and sustain fights and stuff a lot. Ooh, your team just got slaughtered. Yeah, go meet the mid. Beeline
Yep.
it.
On my way.
Yeah, that's huge. Sniper and Slark down for a while. How is this pause?
Okay. Alright. Sweet.
Nice.
Okay.
That's easy high ground. Yeah. Wards, E button off cooldown, get that, get up on that high ground.
Oh no, I got caught in it. Again?
Oh no.
Bastard. Oh god.
Ulti?
I ulti before I died. Hopefully it does something okay. Alright. Whew. So, as shit as this was... Oh! 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 Alright.
They're all dead!
Everybody's dead.
Where's
Just the whole...
voice line?
Everything's dead.
I don't think I have it. The farming buyback.
Yeah. And also I think maybe to keep that giant
Yeah.
wave from pushing.
Probably the right move.
Fair enough. Ay. Alright. Game is hard. Alright.
Upgrade your neutral item. There's a few good options here, like Ninja Gear or Telescope would both be really good on you. I would maybe say try to leave the Telescope for like Venge or something, and then you can get the Ninja Gear.
Structures are fortified.
And you can kind of do the same thing you did last game, which is, you know, use that to maneuver around the map and.
Shit. All right. I popped over here hoping I could like Hurricane Pike her, but I'm just gonna get up some wardy wars. I did not mark Roche timing.
I don't know if anybody did. God,
I
this
feel
is
like we
scary.
burned it. Yeah. Alright. Wait for the Jakira.
Maybe just
I
like
knew where
ping the smoke in the Vengeance inventory for when Morale spawns.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, shit, shit. This is quite a lot for...
This is good, I think. Supposed to be Enigma.
Oh my god! This is very bad. The double black hole
Yeah.
screwed me up. Alright.
That's a fight that we
Shit.
can look at in the replay, because I think there's some stuff you could have done there, but like there's a really
Okay.
hard fight to play. I guess we'll probably lose.
I think my positioning was just really bad. I made the mistake of assuming there was one black hole again, so when it went off, I like stepped in closer, and I should have remembered that.
Yeah, that shard that he has makes it really hard too, because like I think both of those black holes in like that fight and the fight at their base, the black hole didn't actually hit you. It just was the shard radius that pulled you into it.
Okay. Venge, you have buyback.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is falling. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, or you can just not do anything, Venge. That's fine too. Oh.
Jakira by back.
Jakira bought back. Okay, so I think this is last
Yeah,
fight
this is
here.
good. You guys make that sniper, I think. All right, so
Oh boy. Oh boy.
yes, interesting. So the thing that I was saying about last fight that is going to be relevant going forward here is your one and only job is making sure that Enigma cannot blink on the fight. So everything
Okay.
you need to be focusing on right now is making sure that there's like a solid radius around your team at all times of just wards. Every
Okay.
angle, like, you know, if you're standing at mid, there needs to be like wards like down here, like make sure that that hero has no way to walk in without getting plinked by a ward unless he's like smoking, in which case, you know, you just yeah, focus only on the Enigma. Like, don't worry about these heroes, the Slark or anything, the sniper, your team will deal with that. You need, yeah, that's good, that's good.
Okay.
Right on.
Ooh.
That's good for stuff.
I'm like, oh, I need to set up my wards for the creeps, and then Kuka just one-shots them all.
Yeah. Yeah, focus on the black hole cancel. Like, play over to this side and get wards all up in these trees down here, so there's no way for him to enter.
Okay. God damn it, I didn't do my job. I didn't do my job because I'm bad at this game, and now I'm gonna die. Alright.
My back, he wasted his 2 ultis, so maybe you guys turn this down? Kunk goes back in as well. 1 big silver red shit, 3 kills, I believe. Oh, you got 2. Come on. Where's the rest? Yeah, go chase.
Chase?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, you got big fat Kunka there.
What?
Is he Indus or is he BKB?
Oh.
Oh, both, I guess. Nice, well played.
Okay, alright, somebody needs to do that, but let's...
Yeah, Mirana's got it. Maybe go throw a ward in Roche to see if it's up.
Okay.
I don't know if it is. It should be, actually. Yeah. Ping it. I think your team should come through. Machka? Nope. Alright. Team wants to walk down mid and force buybacks first.
Oh.
Lofun, I do not believe Enigma has like this. He said BKB. Yeah. BKB, agriculture, link.
Let's go Roche. Look at all this amazing vision I have for us, team.
Yeah.
Can we Roche, please? Yeah.
This is good. I would get wards up around like the top side of the pit as well, because there is a wave up there that you could potentially boost travel to, and then, you know, walk in from a side angle. So like, just, yeah, wards there, and then like wards up the high ground here. Yeah, I think you're good. Yeah, easy.
Okay. I'd really like to just push this just a touch, because this is going to creep in.
I would just like gale the wave and then just immediately TP home. That's a little scary. Okay, you're good. Yeah. Might be worth buying your shard now too.
Okay.
Since you've already spent your buyback, and then that'll just be a good small value add for your high ground defense here.
So now that, you know, we do have some, we've spent some buybacks, but we also have, the Aegis. So this is where I'm kind of confused. Like what, oh shit. Well.
Yeah. I mean, so this is kind of the opposite of the game that I was talking about, or the last game that you played, when I said like, oh, this is kind of awkward because you're the stronger team, but the other team has the Aegis. And we're in kind of that same inverse position now, where the other team's stronger than you, but you have an Aegis and cheese, so they don't really want to fight you. But if they do, you know, what the fuck? Stark's getting, I think Stark's dead here. Fucked up. Oh, deflection.
That was stupid.
Alright, yeah. Get as many wards up as you can here. Yeah.
We need some... Oh.
We'll get super out. Watch out for the Enigma.
Oh my god! No, 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 I refuse to die. Oh shit, on a brick.
Stark's just going.
Okay. Okay, come on, Venge. Oh, good stun, good stun, good
Yes.
stun, good stun.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Still in it, still in it. In to win it.
Someone needs to
Yeah.
get these though. Someone needs to get these though. Alright. Oh my Christ. I just want a normal game of Dota.
Well, okay, so your first game was a techies game, but something that I noticed when I started increasing in MMR a lot, like, and especially like when I was better than the level I was playing at, is that my losses would be longer.
Okay.
And it's kind of indicative of the idea that if your team's gonna lose and your team is full of dumbasses, and the other team is simply better in that matchup, or the draft is simply better, the longer you hold the game out, the more indicative of how strong your performance is. So, and in this game, like I said, like there's a lot that we could, you know, work on, that we can pick
For
apart.
sure.
But fundamentally, like, you know, you have a one-position Kunkka and a two-position Jakiro. And so this game was looking pretty fucking sad from the get-go. And the fact that it's a 55-minute game shows that you've been, you know...
Fuck on an absolute... Oh my god! No! Alright, well, the Jakiro's dead, so... And the Mana's must be dead too. Oh, so close with her lead. That's... game. Oh, the Jakiro can... No, I thought he just popped back.
Yeah, Jakiro bought back already. Oh,
All
wait.
right.
He only needs 60 gold for buyback.
I know.
So...
I don't know how to get it to him.
Yeah,
like,
well,
how
the
to,
bench
like,
just
we-
grabbed that bounty rune, so that might be all you need. Passive gold should be enough. It's like 30 gold now, so almost there, yeah. Alright, 10 gold on Jakiro buyback. Fuck's this thing? They're so antsy to just go throne. They're gonna get fucked here, I hope. Oh! The sniper headshot pushed them out of the disruptor field. What?
What is happening? No! My fucking mouse died!
No.
Oh my god! It literally just...
Oh.
That was the worst! I was like, why do I keep moving? I'm not clicking there.
Cook is a beast, though. The cook is a beast.
Go, Kuka! Save us! Oh, kill the sniper, kill the sniper. Or, uh-oh. Nope, rip. Why did she swap the fucking Enigma out
You got
of
buyback.
the...
You got buyback. Go! The arrow hit! Moran is a god! Let's go! Woo! What the fuck is happening?
Shitty Dota! Alright.
Oh! What the fuck? What is happening?
Oh my god, I don't... What even is my life right now? I just don't even know.
Jesus Christ. What do we get? What do we get here? What deals with any of this? Like Octarine, I guess? Like Octarine just make more wards? I guess you get Octarine, yeah. I think you can push up mid right now. I mean, there's a lot of other items that I think, like, might theoretically be better, but, like, I think just the way this game is going, if you have any chance of having an impact later, you just need to stay super far back and just plant as many wards as possible, and then, like, force staff yourself into the middle of a fight when the black holes are down and ulti. Like...
Okay. This I can do. Oh god, somebody's gonna have to defend bottom though. Like, look at that. I think that's gonna have to be me.
It's okay for now. I would push and try to get a Rax, and then just head back after the Rax. You're not ending the game here, so. Just spam words, let Mirana click, and then just like be ready to pipe and force stab people out. Because this Enigma's definitely gonna go for a play right now, so like just be cautious of that. Oh yeah, Kunk is up to defend the base actually, you're good. Easy Rax. I would just get back from here. There's no reason to stay. Just ping back a bunch, like these guys are fucking insane. Okay. Mirana good at it? Mirana insane. The Kunkka didn't go back for that creep wave? Yeah, Mirana is insane. Just TP with your team's fine. Oh god. Neither of them needed to die. Whew.
Oh god, okay. Alright, so
Oh yeah, somebody in chat said Aeon Disc. I kind of forgot that item exists. That should definitely be your next item.
okay. Kunkka, be careful, Kunkka.
Yeah, don't worry about that outpost. I don't know who's pinging that, but it's not worth your life.
Okay, and
I would just scan the pit. Like, I think they're, yeah.
you just read my mind.
Oh. Kunkka's like 500 gold off his buyback. He needs to wait for it.
Yeah, alright, I'll give him that.
Seer Stone. If Shakira doesn't take Seer Stone, that's a good item for you. I would grab that actually, yeah. It's just more cast range, so again, just like spam the fuck out of your wards and make sure that you have the widest radius possible of vision.
Oh shit, look at him go. His health is.
Whew. Yeah, so watch Enigma, who's down on that bottom side there. Just make sure you're refreshing your wards down there. Yeah, he was approaching, and your ward caught him. You've got him kind of right where you want him. You know. Make sure you're keeping that this area.
Oh.
So the Enigma actually got a ninja gear, so he was able to smoke himself for that, which unfortunately shit.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a god. Mirana.
Don't know.
Yes. Yes. Base.
My ward! My
Team.
ward! Go, little ward, go! Go, ward, go! Oh, oh. Careful.
Okay. This Kunkka needs a rapier yesterday.
No.
What the fuck is this guy doing?
Oh, God. Alright. No, no, no. Oh, shit. That's it.
Oh.
Yep.
Rep in pepperoninos.
Oh my gosh.
Ugh, bummer.
Lordy. That was rougher. That was rougher. For sure.
That was rougher. Like I said, that's one of those games where, like, I kind of feel like from the draft you were a little doomed, and it just ended up, you know, like you gave your team the best chance you could have. Definitely a couple things that we could have worked on, and I will pop up in that replay in a sec when it's available, and we can look at that one fight that I was calling out.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I know I made some mistakes in that one. Positioning for sure. And also forgetting Enigma can have 2 black holes. Oops.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Enigma took over that game. Without some of those black holes, that was brutal. While I wait for that replay to load, I'm going to just hit the bathroom and grab another bottle of water. I will be 2 seconds.
Sounds good. Oh, this was tough. All right. Not a stellar performance by me, but let's see here. Okay. Not bad. That thing. Ooh, yeah. I know, 42 assists, right? I really like Venno. I'm having fun learning the Venno. And honestly, like, I thought I died way more than I did. So, I mean, if you look at the, not to point fingers or anything, but the 2 supports on their end died 20 times each. So that makes me feel a little bit better that even though we lost, that was tough. Yeah, that was a bit of a rough one. Gracious. All right. We were so close. We were so close. I hate Sniper. I hate Slark. That was nastiness. Nasty heroes. Nasty hero 1, nasty hero 2. Oh, goodness. Oh, I need to get some shards for Venno. That's why we're losing. Duh. Should have known better. Oh, I know. T-Dot, we were so close to... We could have gotten tier 5s. Which feels amazing and also sad at the same time because you're like, Jesus Christ, why is this game going on so long? But... Also, I didn't have the banana dancer taunt. Okay, see, I just set us up for failure, and that's on me. You know, I don't need to learn better positioning. I just need to buy this taunt that I'm going to buy right now. Don't tell Kieran I said that. Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
Cool. I didn't want to leave chat, so I'm going to use the restroom as well, but I will be right back.
Cool.
Chat, don't tattle on me.
Tattle, what'd she do? Couldn't find a container to keep them in, so I got a little China gravy boat full of mini eggs. Healthy snacking. Said I was a great teacher, and she said don't tattle on me, which makes me think she said I was an awful teacher. The fuck is a mini egg? Cadbury mini eggs? They're just little, like, candy-coated chocolate eggs. They're like Easter candy, but they got so popular that they just started making them year-round. And they're amazing. Just like a little, like... Yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe it is just like a Canada thing that they have them all the time, or I mean, it could be elsewhere, but yeah, I fucking love these. They're like my favorite, one of my favorite candies. I like to keep them in the freezer because I like chocolate when it's cold, really hard, and then it like literally melts in your mouth. So good. Freezer chocolate's always bad. Oh, that's a terrible take. I love, honestly, I just like when there's like more chew to stuff. Like, I really like putting jujubes in the fridge too. Like not the freezer, but like fridge, so they just firm up just a little bit and then they get really chewy. Jujubes. Or like, I really like, Milk Duds. Milk Duds are one of my favorite candies. You're definitely spelling it right. Jujubes. But, yeah, no, I really love Milk Duds. And Milk Duds in the fridge, so the caramel hardens a little bit, and then you put them in your mouth for a second, and they just soften up. Is there a hockey game on tonight? Ooh, Oilers versus Vegas. 7 o'clock, hell yeah.
Okie doke.
Oh, hey!
Hey!
We were just talking candy while you were gone. I got a big bowl of mini eggs here.
What's a mini egg?
It's like a little candy-coated chocolate egg. It's like a kind of like an Easter candy, but they just sell them year-round here now.
Okay.
Used to be seasonal, but they're so popular that they're just there all the time.
So, I know why we lost.
Yeah?
I didn't have the Venom taunt. So
Do you have it now?
Yeah. So
Right,
so you know I'm feeling the win streak now.
I got my taunt button bound to a mouse button, so it just like doesn't stop all game.
It's in the bag.
All right.
Let me grab the stream real quick. Yeah, okay.
So, so what I was gonna say was, I think like in general, I think the thing that you struggled with the most this game was dealing with like a carry that that doesn't care so much about Venom, right? Again, you kind of have this weird
30 seconds.
lane matchup with Slark, where Slark in particular is really good at dealing with Venom because he can pounce on you, so he has a gap close that's not dependent on damage, right? So again, like those are the types of heroes I was saying are a pain in the ass, like the Slarks, the anti-mages, the Ember Spirits, etc., right? They can get on top of you. Once he's on top of you, if you gale him or poison him with Poison Sting, he can purge it off and continue hitting you, so it's really, really hard, right? In terms of what that means for your game, we came out of the lane okay, because we went to the jungle and we recovery farmed. And, I think
if maybe I hadn't fed so much to the Slark, there wouldn't have been that, like, momentum that he got, but...
Yeah,
like, I know we caught up, but I feel like that was just bad positioning for me, and...
Yeah, and that was what I was going to say is, like, I think what you'll start to realize as you play more offlane Benno is that you'll come into a lot of scenarios like this where, you know, something happens, like say for example, like a Juggernaut or something. Like, you know, you gale him and then he spins on you and he starts running at you and you're like, oh fuck, like I'm kind of screwed now. And in a case like that, you need to know what kind of the flow chart of the lane is going to be, right? So,
Okay.
there's a handful of matchups where something like that is going to be relevant.
Sorry, what do you mean by like the flow chart?
Yeah, so think about the order that all 4 of the heroes in this lane could use their spells in, right? If you're going on the offensive, you could throw a Gale at Slark, right? If you throw a Gale at Slark, Slark is going to use his Dark Pact, and he's going to purge it off. Then, Slark's going to turn around and pounce on you because you've used your only ability that creates space in the lane. And he's going to attack you. And he's going to win because his Essence Shift is going to stack up faster than you can kill him with your weaker auto attacks, right? To the inverse, you know, the flow chart, if Slark pounces on you, is, you know, Slark pounces, you turn and attack him once, and then maybe you throw your Gale. And if he waits, then he can throw his Dark Pact out after and purge the Gale after it hits you. Right? Then, you know, he's again in the clear and he's attacking. Then there's the other option of, like, okay, if he Dark Pacts for any reason other than Gale, you can immediately Gale him and start clicking on him and chasing him down, right? So
Yes.
there's kind of all these, like, you know, if statements of, like, if this, then that, if this, then that, if he does this, then you do that. And by kind of breaking that down, you can think about what is going to happen in this lane, right? And I said this kind of at the beginning of the game when we were talking about this, was that the Disruptor fucks with that a bit. Because if you are thinking about that flowchart and you're being really patient with your Gale, you're like, okay, I'm not going to use it until he jumps on me. Slark jumps on you, he Dark Pacts for some damage, then you Gale and you walk away. You're great, right? Okay, cool, I escaped. I'm good. He can't chase me anymore. But then Disruptor comes and glimpses you. You got nothing left, right? You got nothing left in the tank. So I think this is kind of the thought process that high-level players go through in analyzing their lane, right? As they're walking to their lane, they think about who they're up against. Okay, Disruptor Slark. What can happen here? If I get glimpsed, then Slark can pounce me and he can, you know, purge off my Gale. But if I save Gale and then I, you know, throw it on him after he's Dark Pacted, then I can walk away. But if he's smart, he's going to hold his Dark Pact and he's just going to click and he's just going to click and then I'm kind of screwed, right? So the natural kind of ending of the smartest choice of all those different flowchart options ends up being you're pretty fucked, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is a naturally bad lane for you. Especially considering kind of Mirana is super unreliable, right? If an arrow hits, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And
yeah, we have nothing.
Yeah, exactly. You have nothing, right? So automatically thinking about the lane this way means that you get to that you can make some smarter choices about how you want to engage with it, right? The thing that breaks the lane is Disruptor adding that extra step of control on you, right? Pulling you back when you're slithering away from the Slark, when you finally got him under control, when you finally slowed him down. And to the flip side, on the offensive side of it, if you ever Gale Slark, he purges it, he pounces away. If you Gale Disruptor, okay, that's something, right? He could throw up a kinetic field, which he did that one time, which actually, you know, stopped you from getting a kill, but still, he has to use it defensively. He's not doing anything back to you. And you and Mirana can click like crazy. If he's slow, he's a way easier arrow target, etc., right? So the thing that I would think about in this lane is, okay, if we're going to be aggressive, we need to be aggressive on the right hero. It needs to be the Disruptor. And we need to make sure that we're not engaging in... or we're not opening ourselves up to that flowchart of aggressiveness that they could put on us, right? We can't... You can't get leapt on by Slark, which I know is way easier said than done. But it gives a hint as to how you should play it, right? Keep yourself at a distance, split the waves, stand as far back as possible. And again, like right now, if you just right-click Slark and pull these creeps back so that they're hitting your range creep, then you're at a wider berth from him, right? Right now, you're in range for a pounce, but if these lanes were split and he was hitting melee creeps back here, and you were hitting range creeps over here, you would be in a better position, right?
Okay.
So, so the natural kind of like, basically what I'm saying is Slark is, you know, Slark pounce, Slark kill. You want to keep as much distance as possible, right? So, split the waves, back up, and then you want to be aggressive on the Disruptor. So, I was saying this kind of early in the lane. I was like, okay, at level 2, you guys kind of want to go on Disruptor. Disruptor actually kind of fucks off right at level 2 to go pull. So you're kind of alone here. And Mirana's playing the wrong side of the lane here. As a 4-position player, you, especially as a 4-position player that has more damage than the 5, you should be on the side that the 5 is at, battling, right? This Mirana should be over here, attacking the shit out of this Disruptor. But, because she's not, you're kind of ending up getting clicked a little bit more. Which sucks, but it's okay because the lane is pulling back, right? Slark's clicking the wave like crazy, which is actually something I've noticed in like low MMR games. A lot of your games, these carries are not going to understand lane control. And they're going to click, and they're going to click, and they're going to click, and they're going to click. And every time they do that, they push the lane back towards your space. I was drawing it out, I was like, now that you're in this position, you're, you know, happy as a pig and shit. You're feeling great when the lane is back. So let the Slark just keep clicking the wave. Now right here is actually, I think, I was like trying to communicate it. I was like, go get this Disruptor right now, because this moment is actually like perfect. Mirana hasn't spent her arrow yet. You can walk over here, throw this Gale. You're basically in range right now. Like, this is maximum range for Gale. You can take a step or two closer to guarantee it. This guy has no mana and no way to get back through the trees. So if you get over here, and you kind of like weren't sure if you were going to go, and you went back for a last hit, and in that time, Disruptor ducked back into the trees, and now your Gale is unreliable. You can't see it, right?
Gotcha.
But and it was tough because like the time it took me to say go kill him was enough time for all of this to unfold, right? Like at proper speed, you know, it's like, oh, she found him, go kill him. Like yeah, get over there, and you kind of like were looking, and then you're like, oh wait, last hit, and then boom, he's gone, right? So little opportunities like that. Making sure it's beneficial, but looking for the kill on the Disruptor is the key to this lane, right? Because you can't kill Slark. You have a naturally bad matchup there. Find the matchup that you know, kind of have some strength in, and then abuse that. Skip forward a little bit here. I think in general, you played the lane okay in terms of getting the last hits and stuff. Oh yeah, this was the like weird fight where I was like, oh, I think you can kill Disruptor. Oh wait, was this it? Oh, no, okay.
This is probably one of my many early deaths. Oh no, maybe I survived here.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Yeah, and yeah, once you're back under the tower like this feels great. This is what you want. Oh yeah, I remember when I saw this one too, I was like, and again, this is just kind of like a quick game sense reaction time thing, but like as soon as I saw this arrow going, I was like, go, 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 get the kill, because he's fucked. And like, you just stopped to attack one too many, and you got the Gale off, but like, if you had walked like just that half second earlier, he doesn't even get far enough to get that kinetic field, right? You get the kill. So that's the kind of thing you wanted to do though, right? Like, target that Disruptor, you ever land an arrow, that guy's fucking dead. Good stuff. But either way, like, the lane's actually pretty good here. You know, like, it's a bad matchup, but you have effectively, at this point, gotten yourself into a good position. You got your first major item, you got the wave pulled back, you avoided their first kind of like kill threat, which is, you know, that pounce, and now you're kind of happy, healthy, right? Like if you can manage to control the wave and keep it here, this is fucking great for you. You know, that they should be frustrated right now. They should be wanting to get killed. Disruptor should be looking for that glimpse so that Slark can pounce and catch you, but they can't because they've let the wave get to a bad position. So this should be really frustrating for them, right? Like, this is a really awesome position for these couple minutes here. Keep it going a little bit forward here. Oh, this is where he went on the Disruptor, which was like super unfortunate because this was partially just the Mirana getting out of position. She allowed herself to get Thunderstriked over here because this ward was spotting her out, and then when she went up and started fighting, she got her leap messed up by the kinetic field. So now it's just bad times all around. Mirana just has to run for her life, and of course she gets knocked back immediately. You're chasing down the Disruptor, and I think at this point, so, oh yeah, so what I was saying,
I should have gotten back.
well, no. So I think you were actually really good to chase this down and fight this, because this whole time they're focusing on killing the Mirana, right? Mirana's got a lot of health. She's soaking up a lot of attention. What I would have said is, like, at this point, you just want to keep maximum distance from the Slark. So as you're attacking here, I would, like, attack and then move down into these trees, and then attack and then move over, and then attack and move over, and then, like, whatever. But as you stood here and just kind of statically clicked, you allowed yourself to be closer to the Slark, which now comes into play. You see this? Now Slark can come over and he can hit you in less than a step. Whereas if you had kind of been moving through these trees over here, you cut off his escape path, and if he goes up, you can still do this following play that you're doing right here, but Slark isn't hitting you this whole way along, right? And now, like, he catches you, right? So if you're in this position, and, you know, because Slark, again, has to chase down that Mirana to finish her off, if you're kind of playing down, your attack moving downwards, cut him off, because, I mean, the logical way for him to run is downwards at this point. The fact that he goes up is kind of weird, actually, but he knows to run towards the Slark, because the Slark can hit you, but if you're, like, because your attack range is way bigger than this, so you could still be hitting him when he's here, even if you're down here, right? And then Slark has to land either a long-range pounce, or he has to, like, he has to walk through trees to get to you, which gives you options. You could, like, block him off with a ward. You have a lot more space, right? You get the kill, you end up dying. But I think I said in the game, like, you could have gotten away with that without dying, because you just needed to control that space a little better. And I totally understand the, like, impulse to be like, oh, I want to be on top of him so that he can't run. But because he's got an ally there that can turn on you, that's the fighting factor there.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, cool. So again, you get a gank there, that's really solid. Slark's out leveling you a bit, but... Oh yeah, you're a courier. Cool, this is all good. That was a good rotation by Jakiro. Lane feels okay now. It still needs to push back a little bit, but Slark is kind of happily pushing the lane for you right now, so you can kind of go back to your safe farming space. But, so now is kind of where I would, like, really... you know, take into account what we talked about in terms of the matchup, right? At level 6, this matchup gets even worse, because not only can Slark pounce on you and purge all of your poison and shit, but he can also just go invis so that he's healing and doesn't take damage from right clicks and blah blah blah, and, like, your wards won't target him. So, like, the matchup gets even worse for you once he hits 6. And he's up 2 levels because he got a couple kills. So I would immediately at this point be shifting my attention to, okay, how do I recover? How do I gain the gold back? How do I, you know, do this? Because one thing that, again, Venno is really good at is farming jungle. You can really effectively gather gold with this hero, and you don't have to do it in lane. You know, and I there's this compulsion as an offlaner to, like, be in the lane to suppress the carry. You're like, oh, I want to make sure Slark doesn't get off to a good start. Like, I want to be denying his creeps and stuff. But, you know, anytime you get that impulse, there's a chance that the carry's just going to kill you and then also get that free farm, right? So backing up and saying, okay, I'm just going to stay on pace with the game and understand that this is just too far gone is key. So at this point, like at this level 5, I would have just been over on this hard camp right now, just setting up a bunch of wards and attacking this. And you've still kind of got the mindset of, like, you know, hey, let's lane, let's harass this Slark a little bit, let's look for kills. But because he's so much stronger than you, boom, right here, exactly, right? You jump forward, and Mirana lands a great arrow, but he purges off both the Gale and the arrow, and then he ulties, and then he kills, right? And literally, as I would, like, I kind of forgot what happened here, but just by talking it out and saying, okay, he's level 7, he's got all this shit, he, like, what are you gonna do against him? And boom, he gets the kill, right? Jakiro comes in to help out, he gets the kill on the Disruptor, but it's not the carry, and, you know, tanks the gank, and Slark is happy, right? He gets a kill for his support, he'll take that all day, any day, offlaner's dead, whatever. So at this point was when I, like, I was able to verbalize to you, like, okay, hey, like, now your lane is kind of lost, so let's focus on getting gold as well. So, you know, let's kind of back up to these camps. And, you know, again, at this point, like I think I mentioned to you, I was like, oh yeah, you should go get that hard camp. And you went there, and then you saw them running, and you went, oh shit! And you ran away, right? And
Yeah.
again, this is partially because they have this ward that, like, normally wouldn't be there. So I think you thought you were safe here, which was fine. But also, by walking up and showing this ward, they know you're over here, right? So even if they didn't see you,
yeah, okay.
they could go chase. Whereas if you're standing back here and you just throw a ward right here and have that ward aggro the camp, then this camp starts walking over to you, and you can farm it in this area without this risk, right? The fact that you got glimpsed there was because you walked so far forward, whereas if you were just here farming, you would have been okay. And again, I think, yeah, you... Did you end up dying here? No, okay, you got away. And then you get the salve, yeah, you're good, okay. Alright, so again, this is, yeah, you want to just focus on wards. And this was good, like I said, like when you kind of set up this wall of wards and you just start raking in the gold from the wave, and then you can like pull this hard camp over. The hard camp will just pull infinitely because it keeps getting ticked by poison, right? So if you can hit it once with like one of these wards, it'll like walk over, and then you can just start like collecting that gold. Again, Slark's just pushing the wave like mad. And yeah, now that you've got this kind of creep wave coming, you can see that your wards are starting to clean it up. This is kind of what you want to do once you hit that like 2 points in plague wards, is just be a fucking nuisance, like pull that hard camp, get these waves that are pushing in. And I think this is where I told you to just like go triangle, because okay, now you've kind of collected the hard camp, you've collected all the lane gold that you can get. And oh yeah, okay, here.
No, I think I die another time before I go.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Oh yeah,
I just want to died again.
Yep. So now you're back up here.
Oh no, there we go.
Yeah, so we do this whole thing that I was talking about. You raked in a ton of gold here. This is your full 4 staff, so now you're safe from Slark. You get a few more levels. You're up to level 4 on wards, so like you can just do this till the cows come home. No problem. This is like I said, this is the recovery plan. Anytime a game goes bad at Venom, you can back up to the triangle. You can farm ancients. You can farm hard camps, and yeah, that's it. Now here, oh right, yeah, you guys got a really good kill here. Slark gets killed by the hero. That's awesome. The Witch Doctor shows up. It's
Yeah. No, I guess not.
Okay, sick. This is all good, this is all good. Okay. So now, I think, wait, is this your guys' word? What do you guys see here?
that's we didn't have much vision at all, to be honest. At least that was what I remember, is I remember really struggling.
Oh yeah, because you had creep vision down here. Because I remember seeing these two guys and going like, okay, Enigma Witch Doctor is here. And actually this is good, because again, drawing attention to the enemy carries lane, right? You want that Slark getting attacked, and you want your Kunkka up here doing whatever the fuck he wants. This posture in the game is perfect, right? This is exactly what you want to be doing. Now I think the execution ends up a little bit off, because definitely, like, here you can already see, right? You've drawn the enemy offlaner, you've drawn the enemy 4 position, and you know that Disruptor's going to TP back down here for sure, because you're applying a bunch of pressure. And so you want to just start setting up wards again, right? You make it impossible for them to walk on, right? And I think here you were, like, aiming to put a ward over here. Enigma, what happens here? I actually kind of forget how this fight went. Okay, this all seems good, actually. Oh, I think... Oh, right, it's when you came back. Yeah.
Why did I go back? That wasn't very smart.
Okay, yeah.
It was I saw him and I was like, how the fuck do I get out of this, honestly?
Yeah,
I was like, what the hell do I do?
Well, okay, so how you get out of this is, like, well, first of all, why is this fucking ward still showing? It's so annoying. I think the ward died after I fucking selected. Now it's blue here forever. Oh, okay, I just had to zoom in. Cool. Okay, Okay, so you're out. You come back in, and actually this is okay, because what I wanted you to do here was just make kind of layers of annoying wards, right? If you get like a ward here and a ward here, and then a ward here and then a ward here, and then like a ward here, here, it just like gives them so much shit to have to go through to progress the lane, right? They're never gonna get to your tower, and all these heroes that just came bottom are wasting their fucking time, right? Meanwhile, your Kunkka farming like a madman, right? This is what you want. So I actually wanted you to go in here and like place more wards, and this is actually like good. You get in here, you place this ward, and when you see the Slark, I think you just got way too scared. Because remember, you picked up this Force Staff not a second ago. So not only like you're not in pounce range right now, and he has to walk around these creeps to like get into pounce range. If you walk just straight up from here, you're fine, and you can maybe even dip into the river if you need to. But you could honestly just like walk straight back this way and just like Force Staff, and you're totally fine. Slark's not gonna kill you.
Okay.
The thing that fucked you was that you got so scared of Slark that you turned and walked left, and then Witch Doctor finds you. And at this point, you're like trying to get back here because you know the play is on Slark, but then Witch Doctor intercepts you, you're getting clicked, you're like, oh, maybe I can kill Witch Doctor, and you missed the gale there. You could have killed Witch Doctor. But then you're off on the side and you get picked up by the Disruptor and stuff. Slark gets a kill on your Venge, you force that away, but then you're glimpsed. So like, just if you had kind of just like walked back with the lane and just kind of protected that
just walked
position.
away.
Yeah, like
okay.
you were totally fine. But honestly, like your idea was right there, right? Get up forward, get some wards up, be annoying, take some space up. That was the right idea. You didn't recognize, like, you were too scared of Slark was the thing, right?
Yeah,
you could have just walked over, clicked Slark in the face, and then forced that back to your tower, and you were 100% okay.
It's just really funny to watch, like, seeing their positioning too, because I would have been totally fine, and instead I was like, oh, I should do the smart thing and walk around.
Yeah. And the place that you went to was the place that was dark, the place that you didn't know where they were. Right?
I know, right?
Yeah, and so it was like a matter of just like understanding what the capabilities of the heroes that you were right next to actually were. I think you guys get a couple kills here. This is great. Be like hyper aggressive on getting up to this tower here. Like you guys should be crushing this tier 1. So like getting these wards up is good. Like just drop wards on the tower. And I think I was praising you in the game here because this was like really good. Like again, this play right now looks exactly like that Virtus Pro game. Remember when we were like looking at that game and I said like, oh, the Ember's diving under the tower, he's going fucking crazy, but Venno is staying to the side and placing his wards? That's exactly what you did here. Your team dives. You don't need to dive because nothing you do is going to change the outcome of this fight. No ward that you place is going to kill the Slark. You know, maybe you get an ulti off or something, but he's solo against 3 heroes. Chances are you're not turning the tide of this. And your focus, your objective here is the tower. So you played this really well to, like, I think stay on the far side and just, like, stack up the wards. And at this point, I would have maybe, like, stepped in here and, like, tried to ulti this or something. But, you know, you're playing defensively, which is good, and you're taking away space. They don't want to come to this tower because it looks dead already, right? There's 6 fucking Venom wards and 2 heroes hitting it. This tower is gonna fall. And now that it does was when I was like, I would go in right now. Because they just leapt forward to initiate on a dead building. They don't have the armor bonus anymore. They don't have the creeps there. This Witch Doctor is way too far forward. You get on him. He's an easy kill. You guys pick that up. Disruptor gets stuck in here. He casts his zoning ulti. It's fucking garbage. You get in there, you murder him. This is all fucking great. This is exactly how you want to play that, right? And that all happens because you focused on the tower instead of diving, right? You get the tower down, then they're vulnerable. They have nothing left. You chase in, you clean it up. And then this is great. We were talking about this in the game. We were like, okay, where do you go? What do you do? You take away their jungle. Boom, you own this entire jungle. And again, this is where, you know, pub 2K dummies are just not going to help as much because you own their whole jungle right now. This ward, I think you get one up here later. This ward, this is fucking great. They can't enter their own jungle right now. You see everything. This Mirana should, like, clear this wave and then run right back across this river. This Venge should be right behind you. This Jakiro should, like, be throwing a dual breath and then running directly to you right now. And we'll see what they do. Venge goes here. Mirana's just clicking creeps. Shakiro's like, oh, hey, I'm gonna go get a hard camp and pick up an energy booster, and blah, blah, blah. All this time, you're controlling the jungler, right? There's a Slark here that you guys see. You have a creep wave that's basically on a tier 2 with a catapult that Shakiro could be throwing, like, liquid fire on the tower. And they're just chilling, right? Mirana kind of gets the idea. She's like, oh, maybe I should go help in there. And then she's like, oh, wait, more creeps. And she turns around and fucking farms. And so, like, here, you're totally in the right, but it's just the nature of dumb pup shit, right? So we're kind of stuck here, and, like, Disruptor starts coming in, and now you start getting in that, like, you know, actually, and you can see it right there, Disruptor's pinging you out. He's like, I want to go get this Veno. And so, like, leaving right here is a good idea, because if Disruptor starts just walking at you, he could glimpse you, Slark could catch you, you're dead. And, again, what the wards do, you see him here, he sees you, he pings you out, and he walks forward, and he starts clicking, 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 and he walks forward again, and he's clicking, and he's clicking, and he's clicking, and he's clicking, and he's clicking. You know, like, all that time, that Disruptor could have been chasing you for a kill, and you've created, like, this much space by just having these wards down, right? So, again, just control the space, control the vision. It'll keep you safe, and you'll be able to just, like, you know, wriggle your little snake butt away from anything that comes your way. So yeah, you get over there, you help out. And again, this is where I was kind of saying, like, your team is, like, just kind of playing the wrong side of the map. Because it's never a good idea to walk up this high ground. Like, look at this position. If you saw this in a pro game of Dota, you know what the fuck is happening, right? Like, this sniper is going to rain down hell.
Yeah, the sniper's going to go ham. Yeah.
And you've got, like, an Enigma with a blink coming in from the wing, and their carry is rotating. The triangle is, like, the most easily defensible position in Dota. It's why carries want to farm there, because it's got the Ancients, and it's impossible to die there. You see,
and and they have a sniper. Like, oh.
Yeah. So, and this is why, like, at this point in the game, I kind of rolled my eyes. I was like, okay, you kind of have to go with them, but it's not good, right? And in, like, a team environment, if you were playing with your team for the Valkyrie Cup or something, this is where you'd be yelling at them and be like, don't fight up high ground, don't go up there, like stay back, you know? You can make those calls and be like, that's a bad fucking fight. But because you have Mr. like Jakiro who dumpstered his lane and thinks he's good, he walks right up the high ground into the triangle into 3 heroes, gets stunned, fucking bursted, and like then swaps herself in, and like everything's a fucking nightmare, right?
I death swap too. Like I don't know what the purpose of it was.
Yeah,
but
like, oh yeah, and then Kunka came in after because he, I don't know, Save a Buddy syndrome or whatever. He thought maybe he could help out. So like, again, at this point I was like, well, you kind of have to go with them, but they're stupid. Like, yeah, you know, it's kind of rough. So blah 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 blah. Okay, so again, you're up in their jungle, and ooh, actually, let's look at this one.
that was the
okay,
Jess sucks at Dota and walks into a black hole fight.
No. So this one actually, so this was what I was talking about in the game here, is your Venge actually walks forward, sees this Witch Doctor, and gets like a decent aggressive position. She throws this fucking weird sentry up here, but it actually ends up being a good sentry. But like, you guys are postured well, right? You've got a Mirana coming, you've got your Jakiro and your Kunka in the wing. You know that this sniper is elsewhere, and I think you had some other piece of information. I remember in the game being like, oh, this is good, this is good. And right here, you kind of walk up, you throw a ward right here, and I'm like, yeah, get up further here. Because like, if you get a Serpent Ward up here, you get to see this Witch Doctor, you get to see this Disruptor, blah, blah, blah. You, like, open up this opportunity a little bit, and then if they go on you, you can just ulti and 4-staff away, right? You're in a pretty good position. So I was, like, telling you, like, go up here, like, scare them off, like, put down some wards. And you got a little chicken, and you walk back here, and you, like, went to meet your courier, and you still had the right idea, right? You were like, okay, we're going to go in and control their jungle. But because you gave them those couple moments, right, they start moving forward. Disruptor is kind of clearing out your Veno wards. These Eidolons are scouting out everything because they're ahead of the fight. These 2 wards are seeing you guys because you came around from the other side. And Witch Doctor's now able to, like, kind of glimmer cape if he needs to and get away. You start going on him, which is the right play, but because they had all that time to read this, the Enigma's just standing by with his blink, right? It wasn't even that you walked into the blink, or walked into the black hole. It was that you gave them an extra 10 seconds to think about where that black hole was going to come, right?
Yeah.
And the fight ends up kind of okay. Like, you know, the Jakiro gets in there with a Macro Pyre, gets a couple kills. I think we get the Slark here, maybe. Yeah, Slark dies. So, like, ultimately, 2 for 3, not bad. That was actually kind of, like, again, like I said, the right idea. You want to walk into their jungle, you want to take away their space, you want to be up in their shit. But had you been a little bit more aggressive and just like thrown these wards up here and like chase that Enigma out, maybe he has to defensive blink, right? Maybe he has to jump away from you guys because he's not ready to fight because his team's not there yet. But by waiting a few seconds, Slark gets to finish his TP, Disruptor gets to come in, they get to place down a ward, and things just get a little bit uglier for you, right? So just like being assertive and kind of taking that space, that's the right thing. And then again...
Yeah, I think what threw me there, honestly, and I know this is like, I obviously wasn't thinking it fully through, was that when we started to come up that high ground, I remember you saying like, okay, like this is where we're going to do the same thing again, where you like take over their jungle. But typically, like what we did when we took over the jungle previously is we kind of like pushed the wave out, and then we kind of crept into the jungle from like what to me was a safe space. And so even though obviously we have our creeps pushing, I should have looked at the mid wave. I looked at the bottom wave and was like, oh, we need to push that out to the tower before we take over their jungle. And that like is kind of what threw me a little, is I thought that for some reason I had it in my head like I had to go around. So I don't know, obviously not right. But
totally. And I think like, because the reason I was calling that, right, is because you did just shove the mid wave, right? You got this creep here that's kind of scouting out this area. So you know basically all of this is safe. There's nothing here. Then you also have this ward here, which shows that basically the deep jungle is pretty much empty as well. There's definitely potential for them to be in this area, but this is, you know, again, your job as a Veno is to kind of creep forward and, you know, get ultimately like you want a plague ward up on this hill, right? Because this hill fills in the entire empty space that you're missing. And then you own the jungle, right? You own it in terms of vision. So if instead of, you know, and actually you see a hero here, like if this was, you know, me, I'd be like on that, which I'd like, if this Venge, I'd be swapping him, I'd be like, let's fucking go. You know, if you'd walked a little further forward to place that ward and drop this, you would have seen the Enigma right here, you would have seen the Disruptor right here, right? But you get a little scared, and you like back up, and because you didn't get the vision there, now you're walking up into a place, and they've seen you, right? They spotted that you guys were coming, and started prepping their jungle, and now the Eidolons see you. So all of this unravels in the matter of a handful of seconds here, right? Where you just don't quite capture that space in the little opportunity that you had it, and because you didn't capture it, it got kind of nabbed back by them, right? They got the tempo on you guys, right? They were able to prepare, and now you make the exact same play that you would have. Like, again, you saw the Witch Doctor over here. You could have done that same swap, that same Gale play. All of this could have played out almost identically. Enigma was by, he maybe black holes you, but it all happens without maybe the Disruptor or the Slark thing, right? That same exact team fight could have happened, you know, 10 seconds ago. And maybe with like one less casualty on your side and one more on theirs. So, yeah, just little things like that. I'll kind of get off this one and think there's one other big moment here. Oh, right. Okay, so, right, we were talking about this in the game as well, where like...
Oh, so this was where, if you look at when right before I respawn, am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead. So I'm watching and I see the Kunkka top.
Yep.
And I saw the Jakir going to kind of jungle, and I saw the Mirana right there. And so I TP thinking, let's go bottom because we want to make more space for the Kunkka. And that's when everybody starts going the opposite direction, like as I'm TPing. And then I was like, well, fuck. Like now I'm completely out of position and I should be with my team.
Yeah. And so again, this was like what I was saying is in high-level games and in games where the players are smart, or even just coordinated players, like, you know, your team in a league or something, again, the 4 should be aiming to stir up shit where the enemy carry is, right? So, or where the enemy carry wants to be, rather than where they are, right? Slark's dead right now, but you want to be in his jungle so that he can't farm there, right? So, again, you have the right idea here, and your team should be on that same track of like, hey, let's go do this. But because your Kunkka's in a dumb fucking position. He's a solo hero trying to farm the enemy triangle when 4 heroes are not visible. Like, this is just a stupid fucking position. He should not be here. He's getting caught, right? And
Yeah.
he actually does get out there. I thought he got black holed in that scenario, but your team goes back up in there, right? And this is just kind of, I think, that hubris of like this Jakiro having such a good lane. He thinks he can go anywhere, and he had it in his head like, yes, I will just play in the enemy triangle because fuck them, I'm stronger than them. But it ends up in all these fights where, like, yeah, they're playing into this shit position, and then, like, you know, how are you going to fight around their ward stone, around their high ground, blah, blah, blah. You know, the Kunkka connects over here, and I think this ends up actually not being a bad fight for you guys. Oh, Ben's getting picked off as well. Sniper is going to town on the hero. Okay, yeah. And then, back, black hole maybe? Yeah, so a bunch of guys. So again, like, you're just getting walked around, and this is the tough thing, because, you know, ideally you'd be able to call them back and be like, yo, guys, play around bottom, like, we just want to control the game, we want to control the game, we want to play slower, we don't need to chase into their triangle. But because they do, this was the point in the game where I was like, I think you kind of just have to go with your idiots, you know? You gotta, you gotta follow them and, like, just do as much damage as possible. Which sucks, because that is a recipe for a losing game. But, like I said, it's better to do the wrong thing as 5 and hope that maybe you just wipe them 5-0 with a good team fight than it is to just be split and get picked apart like this.
Yeah. So I remember seeing the sniper coming in with the DD here.
Oh, yeah,
No, is it? Am I fine here?
Yeah. He's 9 levels higher than you with a DD. That is, yeah, you just leave. I also don't know how the sniper got that fucking high level. I think he just killed the Kunkka like 3 times and that was it. Comeback formulas are fucking.
Yeah, he got chonky.
Okay, so oh yeah. Yeah, this one drove me nuts too, because I think at this point in the game I told you, I was like, alright, stick around your idiots, like go hang out with this Kunkka, because he's just clearly not gonna play smart at all and like protect him. And then Jakiro immediately TP's bottom and walks into a fucking disruptor who controls him, Slark kills him. Like, you know, what do you do at that point? He finally gets the idea that he should play away from Kunkka, and then he does it after the game was like kind of already thrown into a disarray.
And then just everybody going in one at a time into where you just saw a freaking Slark and we have no vision. Like, they just one at a time are like, I'm your next meal. Like, come and get me.
So, yeah, black hole there, that one's I'm gonna skip ahead a bunch. There's one other fight that I wanted to talk about, because I think at this point we've kind of seen where the downfall of this game came, where, like, you did the right move in terms of, like, you know, kind of finish your lane off, you get the tier 1 tower, you move into the jungle, you start to control it, you start to control mid, you move around this area. This is what your game plan should kind of be, right? You want to go, like, enemy safe lane tower to enemy mid to enemy jungle, and you want to own that space, and then you want to leverage that to move into their triangle eventually. So all of that we kind of know, it's established. All these other fights are going to be kind of consequences of just like the state of the game in terms of items people have and all this shit. The fight I wanted to talk about.
I think I know which fight it is too.
Yeah, there's the one in your triangle at bottom there. Oh yeah. Okay, actually, let's look at this fight, because this fight was really good. I really liked what you did in this fight. So, so you guys find a quick disruptor pick there. That was just like bad position by disruptor. And Enigma is in the trees, but he gets spotted and his blink gets canceled. So, you know, you're great. And is this guy invis? Oh wait, does this ward not see him? What the fuck? What is happening here? I guess the ward doesn't see him. He's on the other side of the trees. But yeah, so your team's chasing down the Enigma, and I really like that
it
you
hits him when he moves.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's...
Oh, he might have been like shadow amuleted or something. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. So you were aware that at this point your team is chasing up through the trees. You mostly have vision of the lane here, and the only thing that's scary is the high ground to your left. So I really like that as you walked up here, you threw this ward, because it means that if anybody's going to come through, you're going to see them before they get to you. You might be able to get a Hurricane Pike off or whatever, right? Slark might get canceled. There might be a Blink cancel. Oh, well, there's no other Blink heroes, but, like, you know, anything.
Yeah.
Same thing, you walk forward, you get another one up on the side here, so that there's no way that you guys can be surprised. You own all of this space now. And now you're up on the Witch Doctor, easy peasy. Slark's coming in. You keep that ward, you maintain it, so that you can't be seen. Team farms Slark up, boom, 3 kills, and you were totally safe that whole time. Now, ultimately, there really wasn't anything up there. There was the Slark, but, like, your ward doesn't really bother him. But the fact that he had to stop and click it and you were able to walk away was really key. Then all of this shit happened. Oh yeah, Slark gets killed here. Haha, big loser. And meanwhile, somehow... Actually, yeah, what the fuck? I want to see what he actually was just farming Roche completely solo, eh? Possess Mask. That's fucking wild.
Okay.
Alright. Let's go find that first. That's whatever. Ooh, actually, maybe we should talk about this one. Let's see. Because
this one was bad. This was really just... yeah.
Well, okay, so he actually bought a smoke for himself to do this, which is, you know, this guy's a good Enigma player. Might even have been a Smurf or something, like, you know. I don't know good Enigma players that, I don't know 2K Enigma players that buy Midas, Blink, BKB, and smoke themselves into fights at your level. But so one thing is just don't group for the black hole, because that's kind of just key in general to playing against like Earthshaker or something. Like if this was an Earthshaker or whatever, like I'd be echo slamming the shit out of this. But as you're approaching, again, keeping in mind constantly, create that radius around you, right? You put a ward ahead of you, which is good, but you've got kind of creep control there, right? So where could this Enigma be? Where could that black hole come from, right? It could come from up here, or it could come from down here. And, like, he's out of the base, but I would expect him to be here, like, behind this tree, right? Because if he's tucked in behind this tree, he can't be seen by the creep wave, and he still has kind of the same ability as he does from this smoke position here. And so I would be, like, popping a ward maybe, like, right here, or, like, even over here. Because, again... think about that radius, right? You've created protection in front of you and kind of a cone up here, but you've left this kind of whole flank open behind you, right? So in this scenario, if you have a ward right here, and you can actually see it, there is a split second where he walks forward, his smoke pops, right?
Yeah.
And if you had a ward right here, he gets attacked, his blink goes on cooldown. He misses this black hole entirely if you had a ward just idly sitting on this side of the fight. But you tunnel visioned a little bit because you were like, people are dead. Like we'll just go up the high ground, no problem.
Yeah.
The other thing, I guess you didn't know he had the refresher at this point, but like after the first one, I would have just forced staff away from this. Like, you know, trying to walk, it ended up getting you killed. And actually, this ends up okay. Oh yeah, this was the fight where everybody died. So
yeah, literally everyone.
Yeah. So not the worst thing, but yeah, it was. Yeah, like you just again making sure that like blink initiators make their lives help, right? No Earthshaker, no Enigma, no fucking Axe should ever fuck with you. I think the next fight is the one I was talking about. Oh yeah, this one here. Okay. So let's back this up a little bit. Alright, so you're coming out to chase this fight down. And I think actually it's alright that you're walking here. It's Sniper's coming in from this side. As soon as this shrapnel goes down, you just 4-staff away, because, yeah, and you did actually there, which is fine. So I think actually all of this was okay. Would have, like, spear vesseled yourself there just to heal up. But
Oh, yeah.
at this point, what you need to be doing is, again, watching for that Enigma. Enigma is going to be coming from one of two spots. He's either going to be coming from over here or over here. And so instead of trying to contribute to the fight with wards, which I think, like, yeah, you throw, like, a ward over the hill, like, on the Slark here. You know, if you had just, like, walked down and placed that over here, you know, there's Eidolons and there's a Disruptor, so it's no guarantee that you actually cancel the Blink. But if you can see this guy, it opens up the fight a lot stronger than the benefit of, like, being divided. Oh yeah, you're trying to wriggle out of that. That shard is so good. Yeah. So, and again, this fight starts off a little funky because the sniper finds you and just chunks you for half your health, right? Like, unfortunate. I would have walked the exact same way. I think I probably would have done this the exact same as you in this scenario. Walk over here, get a ward up on this high ground. But immediately, my focus here would be on, okay, where's the rest coming from, right? I know the sniper's on the left. I know the Slark is in already. And there's either going to be a black hole coming from this direction or this direction. There's no other avenue. I mean, maybe from mid as well. But yeah, I would, like, look to have a ward, like, right here. And if you see that, and maybe they stop to click it or something, like, maybe you spot it out, but it gives your team a little bit. So I think that was the thing I was thinking of. And that fight actually happens a lot quicker than I remembered it happening in the game, so you know, it's tough to say that you could have pulled off anything there. But, yeah, that was kind of my headspace on that. When we were in the game
that makes sense.
So yeah, cool. I think that's kind of most of the stuff I wanted to look at in the game. I went into more depth on that than I thought, but...
No, it's like, it's really helpful, because I think going into that game, I was like, all right, I'm going to pay a lot more attention to, like, showing in lane and not showing in lane and trying to, like, remain on the other side of the trees. And I think next, I really want to focus on, like, kind of what you just said there. Even if we don't have any blink initiators or anything, like, not just putting the wards for a fight, but then trying to create, like you said, like, that radius around the team so that we do have kind of vision of all of the avenues where they could initiate on us.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there was an article that I was trying to write a little while ago. I never finished it, but it was about the idea of, like, space in Dota and, like, spacing and what I was calling, like, danger zones. And what I was trying to get at in the article that I don't think, like, the reason I kind of scrapped it was, like, I couldn't quite put it into words. But the idea being that almost every hero in Dota basically has a radius around them at which they're going to be, like, effective or do damage to you or whatever, right? And there's different potentials for danger in that radius. Like, for example, a Pudge. If he has a Rod of Atos, and you walk inside of that radius, you're going to get Atos, and then you're going to get hooked, and then you're going to get dismembered, and somebody else is probably going to finish you off, right? Like,
yeah,
that's kind of just the reality of being around a Pudge. If there's an LC in the game, and she's got a Blink Dagger, and she's got enough dual damage, if you walk in her Blink radius, you're fucking dead. You're just dueled, you're dead, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, it's the same for a lot of heroes, right? Like, Puck has, you know, Blink, Illusory Orb, and then the cast range of a coil to catch you, right? Like, it's really hard to avoid a Puck that's chasing you. So, my idea for this article is basically, like, you know, understanding what the danger radius of every hero in a game is, and then understanding how it changes as time goes on. Because as you level up skills, they gain more range. As you buy Aether Lenses, they get more range. You can get Seer Stones. You can get all these different items that increase a hero's ability to start interacting with you, to start fighting you, to start, you know, to stun you or to initiate a fight. And for every hero, it's different. It's you know, the range of their longest range spell or their longest range reliable disable, right? And what Venno does really, really effectively is he both reduces and takes away that danger radius from a lot of heroes, right? Because Axe is effective as long as his blink range is. But if there's a Venomancer spamming wards out, his effective radius is basically the range of his call. And he's a slow motherfucker because he's poisoned, right? So
Yeah.
what Venno does really well, and what a number of other heroes do, is they allow you to be kind of aware of that radius and protect yourself from those engagements much better. So he's a very solid hero for protecting a team's advancement, and it makes him a really good deathball hero, and it makes him a really good space creator. It makes safe zones for your team to farm in. It makes a good, again, when we went back to that example of you took over the whole enemy jungle, and then your team wasn't there, there's 4 camps that they could have just been farming, and then a tower that they could have been killing. And all of that was safe space created by Venomancer, and they just didn't take it because they were stupid. But, functionally, at a high level, that's what Venomancer does for you.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No, that makes sense. And I think kind of understanding how, even if my team doesn't make it, how that space is created, because through kind of that, the layers of wards and inching them forward and everything, I think Venno, at first, I was oh gosh, going up high ground or something feels really intimidating. But when you're kind of just creeping these wards slowly, not only do you have vision, but then also you have kind of the slow and stuff as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and it's yeah, that's really what it's about, is taking over as much ground of the enemy's map as you can, because for every inch of their jungle that you control, that's another camp that they can't farm. That's another place that they can't go. And they have 2 choices. They either fight into you, taking a bunch of damage from wards and poison along the way, or they try to go somewhere else on the map, and then they cede that space to you, and it allows you to get towers, right? So you kind of make that uncomfortable, awful position for them. And the lesson kind of extends to a lot of other heroes as well, right? When you're playing Treant Protector, and you move forward into the enemy jungle and you're walking through the trees, you can scout them out, you can get deep wards up aggressively, and you can cut waves to waves with a meteor hammer, and by doing that, it allows your creep wave to walk further forward, you get more vision, your team can kind of follow up in behind you. Same thing goes for ultra tanky heroes like Bristleback or something. When a Bristleback or a Timbersaw are really scary, what you'll see them do is posture up on the enemy tier 2s in the enemy's deep jungle, and they'll say, come fight me. Come over here. If you don't, I'm taking your tower, and if you do, then I'll fucking kill you, right? You're puffing your chest, right? You're saying, hey, come at me, and with Venno, it's the same thing, but you're just a squishy hero doing it with your spells, right? So
puffing my wards rather than
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's when snakes flare their hoods up, you're so yeah, that's kind of the lesson, and I think this was what I was when taking us all the way back to the start of our conversation tonight, when I was saying this is when I was talking about when I was talking about tempo and setting the pace of the game and forcing responses and being a person who dictates the pace of the game. This is kind of what it's about, right? You take that first tower, you push forward, you take more ground, you command the enemy's attention, you make them have to come deal with you, and by doing that, you open up the map. Both of your carries tonight were fucking morons. But you can see how effective they ended up being just because they were able to just farm up like madmen, right? And it's funny because I will kind of jokingly talk about carries being dumbasses because of that, because you can be a moron carry and just effectively show up at the end of the game with a 6 slot and finish off the ancient if your team has done their jobs right, So, like, you know, I've always kind of jokingly said on streams, like, oh yeah, anyone can be a carry, you just fucking right-click, you know? And while you're right-clicking, your whole team is farming and fighting and, like, creating all of that map chaos. And in an ideal world, a carry should just be, like, you know, 2-0-0 or whatever, right? Like, you know, if a carry has to fight, it's the team is almost kind of failing them a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like, again, you had two dumbass carries and they still managed to do a bunch. And like that Kunkka, he was so fucking fat. He was one-shotting supports by like 20 minutes. And that had nothing to do with his skill as a carry player. It had everything to do with the fact that the entire enemy team felt that they needed to come bottom to deal with this fucking annoying-ass Venomancer that was putting up wards in the jungle and you know, shitting on their Slark and stuff. Like, that's exactly what you want to be doing in every single game.
It feels good. I mean, even though we lost that, like, I feel like I learned a lot from it, and it is fun to kind of. And I guess this is why I really like the offlane, is that ability to make a play and do something and see the enemy team respond.
Yeah.
Feels cool because then you're like, I'm in control now. Like,
Yeah.
I'm making you move where I want you to move, and that's a really cool feeling.
Yeah. And that's kind of really like the high level like meta strategy that like kind of pro Dota gets into, is like in pubs you'll see it all the time where like the carry is getting pressured. What the fuck? The carry is getting pressured and then the carry whines and goes, there's 5 heroes in my lane, and then like the entire enemy team is like, okay carry, we'll come help you, and they show up to the safe lane. And then it ends up this 5-on-5 shitfest, and like you usually end up losing that fight because the other team is in position faster, they have vision under your tower, they've put a ward behind your tier 1, stuff like that, right? But, you know, when you, like, pro teams, you'll see it at around kind of the 8 or the like 7 to 8 minute mark. They'll rotate like a 5 position out to the off lane. They'll smack the off lane, and the carry knows that it's a bad deal. So the carry will just run away to the jungle, seed the tier 1, they give it up, they let it go. And it happens simultaneously on both sides of the map, right? The 5 position rotates to the off lane, the carry goes to the jungle, and then the 3, 4, 5 from both teams take each other's tier 1 tower, and then they both rotate out to mid. And it's almost, if you watch pro games, it's almost like an agreed upon transaction where it's just like, okay, we know you're going to go pressure our tier 1, we'll go pressure your tier 1, and like, they're both trying to chase the other team's carry, and the carries know that, so they rotate out and they get away. But in pubs, you can abuse the shit out of that, because if you put enough pressure on the off lane, the other team's going to show up, they're going to lose the fight, then they're going to lose their tier 1, then they're going to lose their mid tier 1, and you're off to the races on a great fucking game already, because they tried to butt heads in a losing scenario. So, on the like grand scheme of things, if you're playing 5, if you're playing 4, if you're playing whatever, if you're in a stack with your friends and they want you to play Trian, think about that. Think about that pressure on the carry. Think about getting skirmishes started at the opposite side of the map from your carry, and I guarantee that you'll just see your teammates succeed better in ways that you wouldn't expect, right? Your carry will suddenly look way more farmed than that idiot feeding. You know, that fucking gyrocopter at the beginning of the night was like, he built a pipe for his first item. How is he going to farm or accelerate? But he still ended the game with 566 CS and looked like he was doing good because he had all the space in the world. Like, he could have built fucking null talismans all game and he would have still had more farm than the other team's Tiny because you were applying pressure to Tiny, and Gyro had the whole map to do whatever he wanted with, right? So
yeah, I think it's I want to focus more on that, like you mentioned. I think with heroes like Tree, like pre-Aghanim's Tree, I guess, I would struggle, or like AA or something, I would struggle a lot more with kind of figuring out how to effectively create those like safe zones without putting myself in as much risk, because like Veno has that kind of like built-in way to do it. But yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Definitely. All right. Well, it's been a long session, but I gotta get going because I got some shit going on tonight. But I hope that was informative, and if you want to do it again, let me know.
Yeah. It's 3 a.m. So I'll
fuck, hey.
go to sleep too.
God, I totally forgot that.
No
Shit.
worries. But this was so much fun, and I feel like I've learned like a shit ton. So I would love to do it again if you're up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for hanging out and staying up late. That was a blast, and yeah, I'll let you know. We'll get in touch and figure out another day because I had fun doing this. It's been a while since I've like been invested in Dota, and I haven't really played much, so it's nice to have something like this that can keep me going.
Good. I'm glad that the very low MMR bracket isn't depressing you and driving you away from Dota.
No,
So.
not at all. Those who can't do teach, right? Right on. Cool. Yeah, have a good night, and I will see you around maybe next week.
Yeah, sounds good. Have
Cool.
a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
And to everybody hanging out on the stream, thanks for chilling. It's been an awesome stream. Had lots of fun. I will throw the VOD up on this on YouTube. If you missed some of it, if you wanted to go back, see some of the stuff we were talking about, maybe the first game, that will all be up at youtube.com/Captain.Canuck Dota. Throw a follow down below if you want to see more of this stuff. I got a bit reinvigorated since TI, and I've wanted to do a little bit more content here, so I'll definitely be streaming more. I don't know if I'll be playing games as much or if I'll be coaching or what. I had some ideas for content pieces I wanted to do, so I'm gonna just kind of work out what I want that all to be, but stay tuned for more. I always tweet out when I'm going live, so check out on Twitter as well. All the links are down below. Otherwise, thanks for watching, friends. I hope you all have a great night. I'm off to the casino. Gonna go play some games, play some slots. I don't know. Anyways, cheers. Have a good night. Later.